Hey guys. Here's part 2 of Lone Wolf. Full fanfic already out over on Patreon. Anyways, enjoy. Chapter 9, Jounen Exam. After Naruto's brief talk with the Anbu chief about his scheduled Jounen exam, he returned to his training regarding his new genjutsu style of fighting. So far, he seemed pleased to know that he could create katas that not only disoriented the enemy's senses but also land a considerable hit. Summoning more clones, he charged against them now by using offensive-type genjutsu, which consisted of disorientation as well. However, this time what Naruto wanted to do was to confuse the enemy of his attack position. Upon approaching the clone, Naruto used the Hekashukai false surroundings technique, causing the clone to suddenly turn his head towards the imaginary opponent that was charging on his left side, therefore distracting the clone so that the real Naruto could attack him while he had the momentum. After getting rid of the clone, Naruto decided to head home since he heard from Hawk that his team wouldn't be having missions today. However, he was supposed to present himself tomorrow at sunrise for probably his last mission as chunnin Anbu. After some dismissal papers courtesy of Anbu's bureaucracy, Naruto left Anbu HQ towards his house. On the way, he was thinking about how a good night's sleep would be and also wondering on how his Jounen exam was going to be like. Naruto often spent time reading something about Anbu's Jounen exams over the course of time and knew that such exam was not to be taken lightly. After all, the last one that underestimated it, ended up falling badly and would be dead had it wasn't only a test. On the way, he shifted his eyesight to a most welcoming visage. There to the left, was a red-eyed beauty looking at the mirror while brushing her hair as well with a deep smile on her face. With that, Naruto felt waves of warmth through his heart, making him smile and thank Kami for allowing them to stay together. At that moment, Naruto realized that although a good night's sleep was necessary, a comfortable stay with Kurenai would be much better. Therefore, he changed his course towards Kurenai's house, intending to surprise her with his sudden presence. With Kurenai. Looking at the mirror, Kurenai was smiling, however not without a reason. Currently she was thinking about the blonde of her dreams and how much she likes to stay pretty for him by taking good care of her lustrous hair and smashing looks. Kurenai would always squeal in delight when Naruto took his time to admire his view of her prone and sexy body, just like every woman would be towards her husband or boyfriend. Now taking her time, Kurenai was thinking of what Yuigao told her after she returned from her little vacation. Apparently, Naruto's team took care of an Iwa's S-ranked missing nin, by using high-level Raten ninjutsu as well as coordinated type ninjutsu from Naruto and this guy that happens to wear a hawk mask. Knowing that her boyfriend was indeed being of good service to Konoha's welfare, she couldn't help but feel even more proud of how he came along in his life. Kurenai remembered Kakashi expressing his doubts regarding Naruto's abilities some time ago when they shared the position of Jounen Sensei. At the time, Kurenai, although concerned for him as a Jounen, couldn't do much else other than sympathize with Kakashi. When Naruto managed to beat Kiba at the preliminary exams, even if his method was unorthodox to say the least, Kurenai acknowledged his presence. It didn't help that later she came to know that Orochimaru interfered with his chakra control, making his fight even more difficult to win. She was amazed by her boyfriend's exponential growth, being a part of Anbu's special forces while only being a chunnin. Also, she giggled on the memory of Naruto expressing his discontentment at her over the expression only a chunnin. She admitted that such a phrase escaped from time to time, but little to Naruto's knowledge. She somehow enjoyed showing some humility to Naruto by saying that although he had skills, he was still due to apply for Jounen. Kurenai couldn't be happier, knowing that she could have such a relationship with her boyfriend, and for her, Naruto was a whole package. Feared from his enemies but loyal to the ones precious to him and his village, serious attitude albeit sarcastically funny at times, constantly expressing such remarks which made her laugh, powerful but humble regarding his abilities. However, what Kurenai feared was that her boyfriend didn't befriend much with people his own age, which at first it wouldn't be too much of a problem. However, in the future, while most of Naruto's new friends would be retired, he would be still in active duty, therefore leaving him with no one to talk to in order to share some histories. She figured that perhaps Shino and Shikamaru could relate with him, since like Naruto, both of them showed maturity way beyond their age as well, and since Shino would be having training in Raten ninjutsu, this could be Naruto's chance at bonding with someone his age for a change. Shikamaru for his part would relate best with Naruto, since he had also a slightly sarcastic humor when he's not mumbling words like troublesome before having to do things. Keeping these thoughts to herself for the moment, she lifted from the chair she was seating and moved towards her bedroom, so she could get some sleep. However, upon looking at the mirror, she witnessed an Anbu standing there, apparently just admiring his view of her. If we're just someone, she would be glad to cast a genjutsu on the man that would make him want to cut his balls off, after such a perverted act. However, she recognized that mask anywhere. Slowly approaching and opening her window, she turned to speak to the masked Anbu with a sweet smile on her face. "You know, I once had a dream like this," said Kurenai, to which the masked Anbu nodded and inclined his body in a way as to ask if he could enter her apartment. After an affirmative nod from the red-eyed mistress, the Anbu entered the room and took off his mask. Without even saying anything, Kurenai embraced Naruto now without the mask and engaged in a deep and passionate kiss, to which Naruto returned without even thinking. After they broke apart for a little bit of air, Naruto smiled and turned to speak. "Tell me more about that dream of yours," said the blonde, to which Kurenai blushed a little bit, but decided to enter the game. "Ah, but if I told you, it wouldn't be nearly as good as showing it, now wouldn't it?" Asked Kurenai, now adding her sexy voice, which made Naruto's body tremble in anticipation. Inside, his body temperature was rising exponentially, therefore reducing his hormones control as a result. Kurenai was also slightly horny from the kiss and from the realizing one of her fantasies, which consisted of her boyfriend in his Anbu attire appearing at her window and start pleasuring her. "You know, Kure-chan, while I was outside, I couldn't help but admire your beauty," said Naruto as he used his arms to embrace Kurenai, and with his hands, he slowly and smoothly massaged her skin, making Kurenai close her eyes and slightly moan, while feeling Naruto's somewhat soft hands caressing her skin. "I didn't know you're such a pervert, Naruto-kun, but then I guess it's hard for you to resist me, isn't it?" said Kurenai, while inside she loved every minute of not only the touching, but also their sexy conversation. Naruto for his part found it hard to have an argument for what Kurenai said, since he knew that she was right. However, he didn't have to counter-argument her, since that wasn't their intention at all. Instead, he turned to compliment her with a little sarcasm. "Ha, understatement of the year," said Naruto, now slowly bending his head towards her neck and gently kissing it, making Kurenai release some air that she didn't know she was holding, and instantly her brain started processing images of what will follow after this. Author's note: there is a lemon here if you want to read it. Link to the story is in the description. After a while, Naruto and Kurenai laid naked on Kurenai's bed, embracing each other and exchanging loving words with each other. "I was thinking about you before you came in," said Kurenai as she rested her head on top of Naruto's chest. "After I left HQ, I left to go home, but then I saw you brushing your hair and I couldn't resist not visiting." "I'm glad I did, by the way," said Naruto, to which Kurenai smiled and nodded in return. "So, how was work today?" Asked Kurenai, wishing that Naruto wouldn't throw the whole "it's confidential" crap that either Anko or Yuigao usually said to her. "Nothing major. Our team took care of a couple of missing nins near Otafuku guy and I went back to train. I'm proud to say that I'm creating a new taijutsu style with the aid of genjutsu," said Naruto before seeing Kurenai suddenly lift her head off his chest violently and started screaming. "You made it?" How? Could you teach me? Please." "Easy, Kure-chan. Of course I'll teach you. However, it isn't finished yet. I was wondering, though, if you knew of any other disorientating genjutsu other than the Hekashukai, so that I could use it as well. My style focus on disorienting the opponent in the middle of taijutsu attacks. With the Hekashukai, the opponent suddenly doesn't know where to hit, then I move for the counterstrike before the opponent can disable the genjutsu," said Naruto, to which Kurenai turned to think about it. "I know some, but I don't think they would be good for your style, since they require quite a number of seals to work. However, tomorrow I will be at the library with my team, I can look for one," said Kurenai, earning a smile from Naruto. "I'd appreciate it, Kure-chan. If you don't mind me asking, but why are you going with your team to the library?" Asked Naruto, more like thinking in terms of an academy excursion. "Very funny, Naru-kun. No, I'll be teaching them elemental ninjutsu. I gave them the test to see their elemental affinities. Kiba is Doten, Earth, Hinata is Suten, Water, and Shino is Raiten, Lightning," said Kurenai, to which Naruto nodded. "Interesting combination. Shino and Hinata could use their elements for combine their attacks, since water conducts electricity, and Kiba could use his Doten affinity to defend them while they attack," said Naruto, now entering an Anbu captain mode even though he still isn't one. "Yeah, although they don't even know how to use their element yet, that's what we're doing tomorrow. I was wondering if perhaps you could provide some help for Shino and Hinata with their elements," asked Kurenai, now reverting to her initial plan of Naruto bonding with Shino. "Do you really want me to? Couldn't Kakashi do this or something? It's been ages since I talked to any of them," said Naruto, not even seeing a glint of evilness licking out of Kurenai's smile. "Why not, Naru-kun? I'm not saying for you to talk to them, I was just saying that you help them with their affinities. I'm a genjutsu type and I know a few katen jutsus just in case I have to use it," I'm not an ninjutsu specialist. You on the other hand, has knowledge in 3 elements. You would be perfect for them, well Hinata and Shino, since Kiba is a Doden user. Said Kurenai, to which Naruto sighed since Kurenai was very adamant of him helping her team. Okay. I'll do it. But what about Kiba? He will bark at you for not helping him. Said Naruto, to which Kurenai turned to look at her boyfriend's choice of word to describe Kiba's complaints. Yes, I still have to find someone to help Kiba with Doden ninjutsu. Don't you have someone to help him? Asked Kurenai, to which Naruto just laughed about it. Why are you laughing? I don't recall saying anything funny, said Kurenai, to which Naruto turned to speak. Oh, is nothing. I have a Doden user on my team. I was just imagining his face once I asked him to teach Kiba. Said Naruto, making Kurenai flinch since she knew of certain Anbu members and their violent behavior. How would he react? Asked Kurenai only to confirm her suspicions, before searching for another Doden user. Oh, no, don't worry about him being violent, well not to a fellow Konoha nin anyway. It's just funny to see his face after I ask him to teach a chunnin, said Naruto, now laughing once again at the face displayed by Bear after hearing someone asking him to teach. I guess he's not the teaching type then? Asked Kurenai, now a little relieved. Yeah, although he's one of the best Doden user in all of Konoha, he has a few problems against teaching others. Other Anbu members already asked him to teach them, but he declines them without even thinking about it. The reason is because he learned Doden on his own through hard work, so he believes in learning on your own. Explained Naruto, to which Kurenai sighed since she had to find for another Doden user. Although, Kiba's history may be different. Bear hold a grudge against Konoha's big clans for not teaching other types of attacks other than those peculiar to the clans. Maybe if Kiba could convince him that he want to use Doden, then maybe he could teach him. Said Naruto, to which Kurenai wondered for a bit. I don't know if Kiba would like to use Doden ninjutsu, I was just thinking in terms of teaching him other abilities, in case his clan techniques are useless. Well, I can tell him that Kiba wants to learn Doden ninjutsu. How he'll use it, it's his problem. Said Naruto, to which Kurenai nodded in affirmative since Kiba was already a grown-up and very tough together with Akamaru. Oh, I forgot to tell you. My Jounen exams is in 2 days. Said Naruto, earning a smile from Kurenai. Really? Congratulations Naruto. Would I be able to attend? Asked Kurenai, earning a nod from Naruto. Of course. All Jounens will be able to attend. Also the Hokage and its apprentices would attend as well. That means Shizune, Sakura and Ino as well. Said Naruto, to which Kurenai started looking at him at the mention of Sakura and Ino, but she shrugged it off since the way Naruto mentioned about them was the same way Anko mentioned someone that was sent to the hospital after trying to mess with her. Some place very far from Konoha. Inside a cave, 5 figures were gathered to discuss certain issues concerning their next objective. Pain, the group's leader, after seeing their entire group reunited except for Sasori, Deidara, Hidan and Kakuzu since both were already killed, turned to speak. We still need to capture the next 2-tailed demons. The 8-tailed and the Kyuubi are proving to be more of a hassle than I've originally thought. Zetsu, what can you tell us? Said Pain, to which everyone turned to hear the Venus plant man known as Zetsu. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki disappeared out of a sudden. After he was able to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke from Orochimaru, everything about him in the village remains a deep undercover secret. Our spies can't find him. Said Zetsu, to which Itachi turned to speak. It's possible that Konoha exiled him. Their council never approved his career as a shinobi, said Itachi to Kisame chose to discuss. The longer we wait to find the brat, it will be worse. Sasuke with the aid of the curse seal level 2 was A2S ranked level and Naruto was able to nearly cut him to pieces with his new Fuuten ninjutsu. Said Kisame, showing fear at the first time from the look of pain towards him. Yes, the Fuuten Rasen Shuriken proved to be a nuisance to our plans. If I remember correctly, Kakuzu was defeated because of it and that was some time ago, the Jinchuriki could have become stronger by now. Said Zetsu, finishing his report to Pain who was in deep thought about the next course of actions. Itachi and Kisame, I have a strong feeling that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is still inside of Konoha. The God Dime and the Toad Hermit could easily hide any files with them, therefore being impossible for our spies to know his whereabouts. You two are to go there for reconnaissance purpose. If you manage to locate him, try to gauge his abilities. I don't want any of you to engage him as of yet. If either the God Dime or Jiraiya finds the two of you there, you won't stand a chance. Now go. The rest will pursue for the 8-tailed demon. Said Pain, earning nods from everyone present, and then everyone disappeared except for the leader, who chose to stay and wonder a little about his situation. If Zetsu is correct and this Naruto character managed to kill Kakuzu, then we must not underestimate him. I've never seen a Fuuten attack manage to pierce Kakuzu's defense, but still, if he improved his abilities, then I would have to step in. Kisame may not return if my guess is correct, and Itachi is limited to the Sharingan more than anything else. Maybe Itachi can lock the Kyubi Jinchuriki with his main Jinkaiyu Sharingan's technique Tsukiyomi. Thought pain before also vanishing like the others. At the Hokage's office. Tsunade was busy doing the boring paperwork when suddenly she caught a peculiar paper. It was an invitation by the Anbu to be present at Black Wolf's Jounen exam in 2 days. After reading it, Tsunade got up and looked at Konoha from her window. Naruto grew up a lot since he left to train with Jiraiya. However, from what Jiraiya told me about their training, he didn't mention Naruto having knowledge in different ninjutsu elements. Not only Fuuten and Suten, but also Raiten. I wonder how much he hid from us all this time. And now he's going to become a Jounen at age 17. Nicely done, Naruto-kun. Of course I'll attend. While Tsunade was reading the invitation, Sakura and Shizune entered her room, and from what Tsunade could see, Sakura was quite angry about something. Quite frankly, Tsunade wasn't so much in the mood of wanting to know what made her apprentice so mad about, but she knew that Sakura would voice it even if she didn't ask. What happened that got you like this, Sakura? Asked Tsunade, to which Shizune quietly thanked Kami that Tsunade took Sakura's attention away from her. Shizune heard from the pink medic nin that she saw Naruto on a date with Kurenai at the park and started bitching about the fact that Kurenai was twice his age and that it wasn't fair. Tsunade-sama, Sakura is like this because she saw Naruto-kun and Kurenai-san on a date at the park and started mumbling things about not being far or something like that. Frankly, I forgot about the rest. Said Shizune, to which Sakura kept staring at her with anger present in his eyes, and Tsunade to sigh, thinking that a Hokage shouldn't have to meddle on stuff like this. Sakura for her part actually intended for someone to do something about this, so she started with Shizune so the black-haired woman would side with her on this. Now since Shizune wouldn't like to do anything with this, Sakura decided to take it to the Hokage. Not to mention that Kurenai is twice his age, Tsunade-sama, this shouldn't be legal. Why can't she date one close to her age? Said Sakura, to which Tsunade sighed once again and tried to level with the pink-haired Kunoichi. Sakura, what Naruto does with his personal life is his business. If I recall, since he brought back the Uchiha, you didn't even want to hear about where he has been? Why the sudden interest, I ask? Asked Tsunade, to which Sakura looked at the Hokage, while trying to make up an excuse for bringing up this issue. Sasuke-kun needed me to stay with him. That's why I didn't worry about him, but now that I saw him with Kurenai-san. I'm just concerned about him. Said Sakura, but failed miserably when she staggered, therefore proving to Tsunade and Shizune that Sakura's intention wasn't entirely pure. Sakura, Naruto already dated Kurenai before on his trip with Jiraiya. Sasuke, if I recall, much to my surprise, dismissed you with respect, and now you want to take Naruto away from Kurenai so that you can be with him. I saw them as well, and I say Kurenai and Naruto are the perfect match. Me, Jiraiya, Shizune, and I bet that everyone is okay with them being together. Said Tsunade, to which Sakura was taken aback since she didn't know her sensei would see right through her, so she did the only thing she could at the moment. She lowered her head and left. With Sakura leaving, Shizune and Tsunade stayed looking at each other. Both of them knew that Sakura was developing a bit of a possessive personality towards others. Tsunade-sama, I'm worried about Sakura. Lately, she's been rather possessive lately. I'm worried that being the Hokage's apprentice went a little over her head. Said Shizune, making Tsunade wonder if her old apprentice was right. Yeah, I guess you're right. During the time we trained her, she seemed to be bossing around, using her position as my apprentice. I should have figured that giving her this position would be way over what she could deal with, especially since Sasuke was brought back by Naruto. Sakura is just a chunnin and goes around bossing Jounen and even some Anbus, thinking that she has my authority to do such a thing. Said Tsunade while still in deep thinking. Maybe, it would be best a little lesson of humility for her is in order. Said Shizune, to which Tsunade looked at Shizune in wonder. Go on, what do you have in mind? Asked Tsunade, showing interest towards the idea. Lately our medic nins has been doing missions at villages near Konoha, and both of us know that Sakura was due to take this kind of mission someday. Maybe if she sees how it is to treat an entire city, then she could create some senses. Said Shizune before seeing the devious look from Tsunade, who by this time was searching for a mission request from a village 10 miles from Konoha requesting the assistance of a medic nin in order since their medic was sick and couldn't attend the village's population. That's a great idea, Shizune. I'll be sure to send Sakura to attend. This mission is a B ranked and will be a 2-month-long mission. The next day, when Naruto woke up, he turned to see a peaceful Kurenai sleeping close to him. Naruto wondered about the time that passed since he returned with Jiraiya and how much stronger he became after joining the Anbu. Of course Naruto wasn't what most would think, arrogant about his abilities to think that no one could beat him. He knew that even though he was much stronger than before, he wasn't sure if he could last against Akatsuki or Orochimaru. He knew that Kakuzu was only beaten because he had Kakashi, Yamato and the rest of Team 10 to back him up, but next time he met even Itachi or his partner Kisame, Naruto knew for certain that he would lose. Still worried about the organization eventually coming for him, Naruto got up and put on his Anbu armor since he had only 20 minutes to arrive at Anbu HQ. Before putting his mask, he looked once again at Kurenai and smiled seeing that his girlfriend wasn't such a morning person. So, before he left, he went closer to Kurenai and gave her a soft kiss on her lips, while whispering sweet words close to her ear, making Kurenai smile and embrace her body, showing Naruto that she was having a dream. I hope that I'm in it. However, unbeknown to his knowledge, he was being watched. Yuigao was passing by Kurenai's apartment on her way to the Anbu HQ, and when she saw Naruto there approaching a sleeping Kurenai, she felt even more jealous of Kurenai, but whether it was because it was Naruto who was showing the red-eyed kunoichi affection or the fact that she wanted someone to do that to her, she couldn't know. Suddenly, when Naruto kissed Kurenai softly, Yuigao's heart began to crush her deeply and somehow wanted for that kiss to be for her. She then knew it, she was jealous of Kurenai because of Naruto, and for as much as she would like to deny it, she couldn't. Naruto for his part, while oblivious to the fact that Yuigao was watching him, left the apartment and summoned Ace in order for them to go to Anbu HQ. Upon appearance, the wolf greeted Naruto, now with his black mask, and went towards their destination. So, Black Wolf, any reason as to why you didn't come home last night? Asked Ace, while jumping through rooftops. I never figured you'd the one asking rhetorical questions, Ace. You know, sometimes I sleep in Kurenai's house. Said Naruto without even bothering to look at his friend, making the wolf snicker at the remark. Ah, yes, your mate. Sorry, I forgot about her. Said Ace, to which Naruto lifted an eyebrow at Ace's word for Kurenai. Mate? Oh yes, I forgot. That's how animals address, right? No, I don't consider her a mate. She's my girlfriend. Said Naruto, to which Ace smiled, since he got Naruto cornered. Just a girlfriend, huh? Asked Ace, making Naruto look at him and sigh, since he knew teasing when he heard one, and he came to know that the scarred wolf actually enjoyed teasing him quite often. Yeah, well, in the future, maybe even my wife. Okay, so you like to tease, so tell me, what about the time I caught you sniffing around the Inuzuka compound searching one of Inuzuka Hana's huskies? Care to enlighten me a little bit? Asked Naruto, to which Ace became red. That's none of your business. Scowled Ace, turning his head a little, not giving Naruto any response, to which Naruto smiled deviously. Remember this, Ace. You don't tease a born prankster and expect to walk away. Said Naruto, before seeing that they arrived at HQ. Suddenly, Cat arrived as well right before him, and both Ace and Black Wolf looked at her in suspicion. Black Wolf, I believe that the kitten followed us, said Ace, receiving a snarl from the Anbu kunoichi, to which Naruto was even more suspicious that something happened and that his second in command was nervous about. Black Wolf, you control your mutt there, before I do. Now, let's head inside. Said Cat, actually expecting a reply from Black Wolf or Ace, but never came. Actually, Naruto never actually showed that kind of respect to anyone except the Hokage and the Anbu chief, but seeing Naruto and his wolf calmly walk inside along with her, showed that even though he was loyal, he would never bow to anyone. Once inside, Yuigao chose to walk behind Black Wolf and Ace, which made Naruto on edge, but shrugged it off since he wasn't in the mood of questioning her from her act. Yuigao for her part did this with the intent of checking Naruto out from head to toe. Nicely done, Cure-chan. Great ass, well-toned abs. A whole package, huh? Thought Yuigao as she saw Naruto walking, however she couldn't do so much to Naruto without his partner knowing about it. Ace could sniff Yuigao's pheromones rising and knew she was looking at his partner. He wondered about how humans tend to behave when they wanted what they couldn't have and how pathetic this was. Upon looking at Naruto's black mask, he sighed since because of the mask, he couldn't read Naruto's feelings or his expressions. However, Naruto's perception has improved the last couple of months and now he could catch glimpses of movement from behind him with the corner of his eyes, and although he couldn't sense Yugao's hormones, he was wondering why she was looking at him so intently like that. After a while, they reached Hawk and Bear waiting for them to arrive. Since his team arrived in time, Hawk turned to address their mission. Good morning team, now I received news for Hokage-sama that some chunnin would be taking a day off, because of some B-ranked missions across Earth Country. Therefore, she requested us to do an advanced guard duty all around Konoha. Since we're Anbus, we're going to do the following. We'll divide in groups of twos. Black Wolf and Cat, you will take the south part, being that involving the southeast and southwest regions of the village, while me and Bear will take the northeast and northwest regions. That way, we'll be ready in case someone happens to threat Konoha. Our mission will initiate in an hour. Go to your stations and good luck, said Hawk before shining away as well as everyone. Kurenai's apartment. 2 hours after Naruto left his apartment, Kurenai woke up. When she turned, she knew that Naruto wouldn't be there anymore. She knew how tight-scheduled Anbu was and also knew that punctuality was a must between them. After she turned and saw a note near her lamp, she already knew that it was from Naruto's. Kure-chan, sorry I couldn't stay with you for breakfast. I had to leave to HQ. However, I couldn't leave without giving you a kiss on the lips. Let me say that you look very beautiful when sleeping peacefully like you do. Can't wait for next time we'll see each other. Love, Naruto. After reading the note, Kurenai smiled, remembering about a specific part in her dream when Naruto softly kissed her on the lips. Still smiling, she went to the bathroom for a little shower without even knowing another set of eyes watching her smile. Sakura was furious at the Genjutsu mistress for stealing Naruto from her and behaving like she always did. She thought that people were supposed to obey her orders without questions. Therefore, she went to Kurenai's door and knocked once. After about 5 minutes, she knocked once again, now fuming that Kurenai was making her wait. On her third time, the door almost broke and Kurenai opened, about to cause someone a great deal of pain for lack of patience, but when she saw the Hokage's apprentice with her arms crossed, she knew that the teenager was behaving once again like she was expecting Kurenai to bow for her, therefore pissing her off already. However, Kurenai was polite and turned to ask nicely. Sakura-san, what can I do for you? Asked Kurenai, though with a serious tone which indicated that someone just ruined her happy day. Can I enter, Kurenai-san? I wish to speak with you, said Sakura and entered the apartment, without even waiting for an authorization, pissing the Genjutsu mistress up to a point where she would like to call for Anko to teach this girl a lesson. Kurenai-san, it came to my attention that you're dating a teammate of mine, isn't it right? Asked Sakura, not even waiting for a response, but was slightly taken aback when Kurenai didn't even bother to answer, instead just stand there studying Sakura's intentions. Which teammate are you talking about, Sakura-san? You're a chunnin now, not a jounen, asked Kurenai, already aware of what Sakura was intending to do. I'd refrain to such a tone with me, Kurenai-san, I happen to be the Hokage's apprentice. You'd do well not to use it with me, said Sakura, making Kurenai raise her eyebrow, while trying not to laugh at this chunnin's attempt of outranking her. Oh, so you think you outrank a jounen, then? Said Kurenai, not even wanting to lift a finger in order to teach Sakura a lesson, making Sakura flinch since her only weapon was rendered useless against the red-eyed kunoichi. Naruto is half your age. Why don't we look for someone your age? Shouted Sakura, now on the verge of despair, to which Kurenai at first wanted to take pity on the girl to whom she knew got dumped by the Uchiha, however she knew better than doing that, since the girl needed a lesson and needed fast. What Naruto and I do is our problem. I don't understand your problem, girl. First you scowl him for bringing your little boyfriend back, which by the way I was very happy that Naruto caused him a great deal of pain before doing so, and now that the Uchiha dumped you, you actually think that he would gladly be with you, now that you are available, said Kurenai, without even waiting for Sakura to respond before continuing with the assault. You keep telling that you're his teammate, however you know little to nothing about Naruto. And now you come here almost breaking my door, trying to use your position as Hokage's apprentice so to outrank me. And worst of all, you think that you have the right to meddle with mine and Naruto's personal lives, said Kurenai, though still serious, not even displaying any hint of emotions, showing to Sakura how outclassed she was against the red-eyed kunoichi. Sakura, for her part, while listening to the onslaught, wanted nothing more than finding a place to hide or someone to protect her against Kurenai. She never saw anyone not fazed by her position as the Hokage's apprentice, and to see that Kurenai, a jounen, literally diminish her like a regular chunnin, made her wonder if perhaps every jounen she ever bossed around, simply chose not to deal with her. After concluding that Sakura behaved like a total bitch, she started looking down right in front of Kurenai, who after seeing this, still held her ground with the whole sympathy issue. And without even a whisper, Sakura just walked away from the Jounen and closed her door, leaving Kurenai alone in her apartment. "Man, wait until I tell Anko what happened. She'll flip," said Kurenai, still smiling since her day turned out to be even better. First for her love making with Naruto, then his note, and then teaching a little lesson to the Hokage's precious apprentice. Yep, Anko should hear this. Kurenai, then, went out towards the library where she would meet her team for knowledge in elemental ninjutsu. With Naruto and Yuigao. Right now, Black Wolf, Ace and Yuigao was shifting between guarding the southeast and southwest regions of Konoha, and Naruto was even more suspicious of the fact that Yuigao continued to look at him in a very strange way. Of course, it didn't help that he could hear Ace laughing at his predicament right now. After being around Naruto for as long as he did, the wolf started having similarities toward Naruto up to a point that a little prankster side of him was already visible. Ace for his part was trying hard not to laugh about Naruto's situation. It seemed that the cat-masked Anbu was looking at Naruto with second intentions, and the fact that Ace knew that the woman has a relationship didn't help control his amusement, not even a little bit. It was already mid-afternoon and yet no sign of trouble of any kind. Black Wolf and Cat were currently taking a break from constantly searching throughout the south region. Well, more like Cat was taking a break and Black Wolf standing there, because of his massive reserves. Yuigao continued to look at Naruto for a while. She knew why he wasn't tired, but that wasn't the reason why she was looking at him, well, other than admiring his looks. She was looking at him while wondering if she could have someone like him one day. As Naruto posed there with his arms crossed, Yuigao admitted she was becoming attracted to him, and that was a very bad signal for her for two reasons. One, because of her friendship with Kurenai and Naruto being her boyfriend, and second being Yuigao's boyfriend Hayate, even though she barely saw him this couple of days. However, oblivious to the Anbu pair, Hayate was inside of a bar nearby, nearly drunk from so much sake. Hayate, ever since his friend Genma gave him the whole speech about enjoying life since it could be their last day, made up his mind to let go of his girlfriend Yuigao and go party with his Genma and some other of his peers from their year. Right now, Hayate was enjoying himself drinking and flirting with all the women present in the room. Back to Naruto and Yuigao, Ace was sniffing when he sensed a strange amount of alcohol being consumed close by. Black Wolf, it seems that there are a few drunks causing quite a fuss at that bar. Do you think some damage control is in order? Asked Ace, to which Naruto looked at the bar and noticed a familiar person on the horizon shoving sake down his throat and annoying some of the ladies present. I don't know, we're guarding the borders, not inside the village, said Black Wolf. If this gets out of control, we'll need to step in. We're Anbu, therefore protecting the village and the Hokage is our prime objective, said Yuigao, to which Naruto nodded, but suddenly remembered the guy's name. Shit. That's Hayate, Yuigao's girlfriend. No wonder she was having second thoughts about him. I must take her away from here. Thought Naruto as he turned to address his second in command. Cat senpai, we need to scout the perimeter. We left it quite a while unprotected, said Naruto, to which Yuigao nodded and got up. However, when she was about to jump, she noticed what Naruto was afraid for. There he was, her boyfriend already drunk and kissing some girl, clearly against the girl's compliance. After she saw, a single tear fell on the ground. Yuigao was already in emotional turmoil from having thoughts about Naruto, but now she squeezed the area where her heart was located and turned around so that Naruto would not see this, however to no avail. The black-masked Anbu did see the tears and sighed, seeing that his plan backfired. He wasn't counting on her turning once before jumping, therefore she saw her boyfriend making out with another girl right in front of her. Suddenly, Yuigao jumped towards their next rooftop fiercely, and Naruto had no other alternative and followed suit, knowing that she wouldn't be able to swallow this for long. True to his suspicions, Yuigao landed on the rooftop and stopped there, wanting for Naruto to stop. After he did, Yuigao simply took off her mask and looked at him. Naruto for his part was wondering what he could do to lessen the situation without endangering his own, since he was consoling his girlfriend's best friend and also the one that kept staring at him all day and now is looking at him with sad eyes. Naruto, why? Why would he do this to me? Asked Yuigao, now on the verge of tears, not even being able to control her emotions as per what was her position as second in command of an Anbu team. However, Naruto gave no response, since he knew that she was just trying to let it out. Ace, could you do me a favor and go look for Kurenai-chan? She is at the library? Asked Naruto, to which Ace complied and vanished, while Yuigao looked at him, while trying to understand why he wanted Kurenai here. Naruto for his part knew Yuigao would ask him, so he beat her with the answer. I called her since she will better able to help you. We have a mission to be doing, so I'll cover for you. Said Naruto before hearing Ace arriving with Kurenai next to him. Black Wolf, what did you call me for? Ace told me that cat was hurt, but... said Kurenai but stopped when she saw the sad look of her best friend, which told her that something must have happened and wasn't in any way related to whatever mission. Naruto for his part whispered close to Kurenai's ear, since he didn't want to say it out loud. Kure-chan, Yuigao saw Hayate kissing another girl and then she began to cry. Could you take her to your apartment or something? Whispered Naruto, to which Kurenai nodded and went over to Yuigao, who was still crying. When Kurenai looked back to Naruto, while nodding in appreciation for the way he handled this situation, she was then confused as to why there was two black wolves. However, when one of them hinged into Yuigao in her Anbu uniform, she knew what Naruto was doing and waste no more time. I understand, Black Wolf, I'll take care of her. And you take care as well. Said Kurenai before seeing Naruto, Yuigao, Naruto clone in henge, and Ace vanishing. Still, I wonder why Naruto called me instead of trying to comfort her himself. Could it be? When I told the story of me and Naruto together, Yuigao was acting strange. Could it be that she may be infatuated with my boyfriend? In that case, summoning me was in fact the best course of action. Wow, you're good. However, it seems that I have to summon Anko as well for an intervention. I have to end my team's training for the day, though. Thought Kurenai before vanishing with Yuigao. With Naruto. While Naruto was jumping around as to scout the area for anything unusual, he was thanking Kami for having the idea to summon Kurenai to help Yuigao. If Kurenai was to be away on a mission, he would be afraid that something would happen and endanger his relation with Kurenai. However, when Naruto looked to the west, he literally panicked. Right there on the horizon, two fellows with black robes and red clouds were approaching the southwest gate. Ace, come here. This is an emergency. Call for Hawk and Bear to come meet me at the southwest gate immediately. Tell them Akatsuki is here. I'll send a clone to alert the Hokage. Damn it, okay, I'll go. Stay put and hide, we can't take them out alone, said Ace before vanishing. Naruto for his part complied and turned to hide on top of the building he was on top of. Itachi and Kisame entered the gate supposedly undetected and started searching for Naruto's presence nearby. After a while, Naruto lifted his head cautiously only to see that Itachi and Kisame walking on a path below him, while looking for him. Since Naruto learned how to hide his chakra presence, he was a little safe, but he knew that Itachi was an ex-Anbu captain before he left, therefore he could have known that someone was hiding his presence. However, true to Naruto's luck, Itachi didn't seem to sense his presence. After a while, Ace arrived with Hawk and Bear and the look of their eyes showed that they were dead serious about their current threat. Hawk was a junior Anbu when Itachi was an Anbu captain, and even though Bear was a Jounen at the time, he knew how strong Itachi was. Also, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist was there as well, which could complicate things. At the Hokage's office, Tsunade was doing some paperwork when Naruto's clone popped inside. Tsunade-sama, we have an emergency. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame just entered the village, looking for me. The real me has already summoned his Anbu team. Requesting more backup, said the clone, to which Tsunade got serious all of a sudden and shouted to summon Kakashi and another team of Anbu to meet them. Good job, Naruto. Wait until backup arrives and then we'll attack them. They won't be leaving this area. Shouted Tsunade. Back with Naruto. After the clone dispelled, the real Naruto got the information and passed to his peers, who nodded as well. Naruto was now a little bit relaxed knowing that backup would be arriving soon, however he still held his stance since S-ranked criminals were not to be taken lightly. Even though 2 teams of Anbu, Kakashi and Tsunade were there, they could still win and capture him. Itachi and Kisame were already aware that they would be surrounded soon, and yet there was no sign of Naruto's presence at all. Little to both Akatsuki members, however, they were searching for a chakra half normal half demonic, which until Naruto managed to separate his flows of chakra, was how his chakra was described. Suddenly, a wide fog of smoke appeared and 9 figures appeared around the 2 missing nins, untrapping them. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshikage Kisame, you're not welcomed here in Konoha, and because of the crimes both of you committed, your sentence is death. Said Tsunade, being one of the closest to the duo, forcing the 2 to fall into a battle stance, while mentally cursing themselves from underestimating Konoha's defenses since last time. Itachi, how did they know we're here? Asked Kisame, to which Itachi responded while focused at Kakashi, who seemed to be strongest of the bunch after the Hokage. I don't know, Kisame. However, one of the Anbus must have seen us arriving. I wonder who did though. I was not aware of any Anbu being this good besides Itachi. Said Itachi, to which Naruto smiled upon hearing such praise, but he would kill himself before he voiced his satisfaction. Kisame, we'll divide. I'll take Kakashi and some of the Anbus here. You take the Hokage. These two are the toughest opponent here. Said Itachi, to which Kisame smiled, immediately charging against the Hokage, who defended and aimed a kick at Kisame's side, but to no avail since Kisame jumped and evaded the attack. Tsunade for her part acted quickly like a commander and ushered orders. I want two Anbus here with me, Black Wolf and Hawk, the rest aid Kakashi against Itachi, go! Shouted the Hokage before seeing the Anbu quickly maneuvering. After that, Tsunade, Black Wolf, Ace and Hawk were standing there facing Kisame. Black Wolf, we need to take him away from the village, would you be so kind? Asked Tsunade, still focus on Kisame, while Naruto went with the hand seals for Fuut and Chakra Daitapa, wind style, enhanced breakthrough jutsu. Instantly, a huge gust of wind charged against Kisame, who had no other alternative other than to place Seimata in front of him, but to no avail. Because of the wind's force, the giant shark was sent traveling away from the village with Tsunade and everyone tailing behind him. Tsunade for her part, even though she knew of what Naruto could do, was amazed at the force of the wind. Hawk, could you explain this to me? Asked Tsunade while trailing up to where Kisame would land. Tsunade-sama, Black Wolf has a natural affinity for wind, therefore his jutsu was an improved version of the normal Daitapa, hence what you saw right now. After a while, Kisame landed and got right up as if he was not even fazed by the attack. Quite strong that little breeze, wasn't it? Said Kisame as he began to stretch a little bit for the battle. Tsunade-sama, be aware of his sword, it eats our chakra. We need to attack him with caution, said Black Wolf, to which Tsunade nodded, still amazed since this was the first time she actually fought together with Naruto, and quite frankly it was scaring her a little bit. Kisame, however, became wary of the black-masked Anbu that happened to know his sword's secret. Oi, how the hell do you know that Seimata eats chakra? Have we met before? Asked Kisame, to which Tsunade flinched a little bit, however they were once again lucky that Kisame didn't notice Tsunade's momentary giveaway. Naruto, however, had to answer the question. No, this is the first time we met, however as an Anbu, I'm required to know everything Konoha's enemies, and your file is the most interesting one. Said Naruto before seeing Kisame smile at such praise. How thoughtful of you guys. Well, since you all know a lot about me, why don't attack and test what you've learned? Asked Kisame, already making hand seals for the Suten Suryudan no Jutsu water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. Instantly, a huge water dragon attacked the Konoha trio, who by this time jumped through different sides. However, far from Kisame's view, Hawk made some hand seals. Cat and Hausuka no Jutsu, Fire style, Mythical Fire Phoenix Jutsu, and instantly 5 small fireballs charged against Kisame, who after seeing the incoming attack, grinned because of such a weak attack. However, Kisame was taken aback when Black Wolf appeared behind the incoming fireballs, flipping through hand seals of his own, saying Fuut and Itama no Jutsu, Wind style, Air Bullet Jutsu. When Naruto's air bullets mixed with Hawk's, his fire ones nearly doubled in size and speed, making Kisame curse them and try to avoid the incoming projectiles, which now resembled a low-level grand fireball. Even though Kisame was big, he had some skills with agility, therefore he was able to dodge 4 OFH the incoming fireballs, however one of them hit him on his right leg, burning it. Not even waiting to attack, Hawk and Black Wolf threw a barrage of shurikens at Kisame, who used his sword to stop them all. Tsunade, however, could do nothing but watch at Hawk and Black Wolf's well-coordinated attacks until Ace appeared. They are good, aren't they? Those two have been practicing together for some time now, and their combined attacks proved to be fearful. Together they burned that Iwa S-classed missing nin, and even though this guy is a little bit stronger, I know that he won't last against these two. Said Ace, to which Tsunade smiled after hearing Ace's words. You seem quite fond of him, don't you? Asked Tsunade, while seeing Hawk and Black Wolf dodging a Suten attack from Kisame, who by now was becoming furious since he couldn't land a hit at the two with his sword. Black Wolf and I shared similar pasts, therefore it's only logical that we managed to bond. Just like him, I was treated poorly by my clan and eventually they expelled me from their order. After a while, I kept training up to exhaustion, therefore learning some Fuut and jutsus from my clan. When I was wandering around this forest, I sensed Black Wolf's strength and I looked directly through his eyes. I can tell that even though he could be even stronger, there is something no one, no matter how tough the enemy may be, will defeat Naruto's will to protect those he cares for. Said Ace. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever get to know the real him, though. He can be very secretive at times. Said Tsunade, before seeing Naruto make some hand seals and attack Kisame with Raiten Kusari Raiko, lightning style, lightning chain jutsu. Suddenly, a cloud was formed on top of them and started firing lightning bolts after Kisame, who barely managed to dodge. Then out of nowhere, Hawk appeared behind Kisame and bind him with the Kanashibari no jutsu, paralyzing Kisame. Seeing his opportunity, Naruto made more hand seals, this time for his final attack. Raiten Denku Huku, lightning style, lightning roar jutsu. Because of Hawk's binding technique, Kisame could only watch the sudden appearance of a lightning lion roaring towards him and shock the shark man to his very core. As a result of the attack, Kisame was screaming as thousands of bolts came crashing down upon him, almost killing the shark man, had Seimata didn't absorb part of the jutsu, before shattering as a result. After Naruto's jutsu, Kisame was struggling to stand still, and upon seeing his sword broken, he realized that his defeat was upon him. After all, Kisame was a swordsman, therefore he lived by the sword. When he lost his sword, he lost his battle. Hawk, seeing the opportunity to take one of the Akatsuki, took off his ninjato and aimed to pierce the blue man's heart, however Tsunade stopped him. Hawk, that's enough. This man already admitted defeat. Even though he is a missing nin, once a samurai's sword is useless, he or she loses the battle, isn't it right Kisame? Said Tsunade as she approached the beaten shinobi, who not only lost his sword, but his chakra was extremely depleted by now. I'm afraid so. However, seeing that you value our honor, I have a humble request from the black-masked Anbu. Said Kisame, to which Naruto nodded his head for Kisame to tell him. I admit my defeat to you, brat. You sure are a tough one. However, you need to finish my life with your sword since you were the one who defeated me. Said Kisame and then looked at Naruto. Very well, I shall grant your wish, Hoshikage Kisame. And I want to say that apart from the crimes you committed, from the people you killed, yet you managed to die with honor, I happen to respect that. Said Naruto before yielding his ninjato and moved for the swift kill. Kisame for his part acknowledged Naruto's words and smiled, since he did die with honor after all. After Naruto's thrust at Kisame's heart, Naruto left his sword there as a sign of respect for fellow Kenjutsu users out there to know that Kisame was killed by a sword, earning nods of admiration from Tsunade and Hawk, who stood beside him as he looked at the body of Kisame. Just like Zabuza, you Kisame died with honor. May Kami take care of your soul, prayed Naruto before hearing signs of battle coming towards them, instantly making Naruto remember that Itachi was still alive and happens to be the biggest threat. Suddenly, Kakashi with a broken arm appeared along with the rest of the Anbu members and Itachi as well, but he landed on top of a tree. As he looked, he spotted Kisame there on the ground. Shit, they got Kisame. I'm more outmatched now than before. I have to flee and I still can't find Naruto anywhere. I see you managed to take Kisame. Seeing that I'm outmatched, I can't stay here any longer. Said Itachi before vanishing in a swirl of leaves. Anbu, scour the village. See if there's any presence of Itachi searching around. Hawk, Bear and Black Wolf stay with me, I need to speak with you. Where's Cat? Asked Tsunade, to which Black Wolf turned to answer. Excuse me Tsunade-sama. Me and Cat were guarding the south regions of Konoha when a sudden pain reached her stomach for training too much. I sent word for Kurenai to take care of her. They are at her apartment right now, said Naruto, to which the rest of them doesn't seem to bought the excuse but shrugged it off, seeing that they just beat a S-ranked missing nin and a little information was in order. Okay. She will be brief later then. Hawk and Bear, the reason why I hold you guys here is for you to know the reason of Itachi and Kisame's presence here in Konoha. Said Tsunade, to which Naruto and Kakashi looked at her with surprise, which didn't go unnoticed by Hawk and Bear. What is it, Tsunade-sama? Asked Hawk since he was the captain. Well, as you know, both of them belong to an organization called Akatsuki and their objective is to hunt all the Baijuas. For what purpose, we still not sure about. The reason why they are in Konoha is because they are after the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Said Tsunade, only waiting so that they could digest the information before continuing. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki is well known only to you both and Cat. Said Tsunade, making Hawk and Bear almost break their necks from looking at Black Wolf. You're the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Black Wolf? That's not possible. Said Hawk, as he now knew that his new friend housed the Kyuubi inside of him. Since he was away on a mission at the time, he didn't see the monster, but he was well aware of what he did at Konoha. However, Hawk didn't think the same way as those that mistreated the boy. Wait a minute. You're that boy that I saved 13 years ago, aren't you, Black Wolf? Asked Hawk, to which Naruto took off his mask and smiled at Hawk for acknowledging his presence as a proud member of Anbu instead of demon. Yes, I was Hawk Taiku and I never got to appreciate you for saving me that day, said Naruto, smiling towards his captain. However, Bear's history was quite different. Having lost his family because of the Kyuubi, he was visibly fuming because of the news. Bear for his part didn't actually attack Naruto, but he never appreciated that the boy wasn't killed at that time. Now seeing his partner in crime, his buddy in Anbu, the only one worthy of his admiration, was the whole reason that his family was killed. Naruto, however, sensed a bit of raise in chakra coming from Bear and knew that the man would eventually attack him because of it. True to Naruto's wonderings, Bear suddenly channeled chakra through his fists and turned to attack Naruto, quite to the surprise of all present except Naruto, who just closed his eyes waiting for the blow, which hit him full force, and it would have broken his jaw had the Kyuubi didn't fixed right away. Bear, what's the meaning of this? He is our teammate, shouted Hawk, trying to level with the big guy. He is the reason why my family was killed that day. He is the reason why I grew up alone and now I'm avenging my family once and for all, screamed Bear, not even able to control himself anymore. Naruto for his part was once again saddened by this, but not surprised. Hawk Taiku, please leave him be. Bear, if you truly believe that I'm the one who murdered your parents, then by all means, avenge them, I won't even try to defend myself, said Naruto before seeing everyone lower their heads after seeing what Naruto intended to do. Kakashi-senpai, we've got to stop this, Bear will kill him, said Hawk to Kakashi, who was now being attended by Tsunade. I'm afraid the only one that can stop him is Naruto, said Kakashi, to which Hawk was taken aback and voiced his question. Before Naruto was enlisted as an Anbu, he said to me that the Kyuubi's burden is his and is alone to carry. Even though he is not the beast itself, he is aware of all the destruction that the beast caused to Konoha and is prepared for situations such as these, said Kakashi, to which Hawk turned to look at Naruto, now being beaten by Bear repeatedly. I wasn't kidding when I said that Naruto and I shared similar pasts. Even though he has some precious people, Naruto carries his burden alone with no one to help him. Just like me, Naruto is a lone wolf just like me, said Ace. Tsunade and Kakashi, after hearing Ace's story, now understood why Naruto chose his black wolf mask, and upon hearing what Ace told them, their respect for Naruto rose even more. Minato-sensei did thrust Konoha's safety to him after all, and it's just like Naruto said. Only he could carry such a burden, said Kakashi, and then smiled at how much Naruto grew without him even knowing. Jiraiya once told me that Sarutobi-sensei praised Naruto from inheriting the will of fire. I see that now, said Tsunade. Back to Naruto, he was sent to a nearby tree after receiving another punch from Bear, who by now was beginning to tire since he thought against Itachi. Why don't you defend yourself, demon? Shouted Bear, to which Naruto barely lifted while mumbling. It's because I know what's like to lose everything because of the Kyuubi. Because of him, I lost everything. I was born without knowing my parents. I grew up without knowing if they left me because they couldn't be around me or not. I spent my entire life searching for acceptance only to be spitted on and beaten constantly. The Yondaime Hokage was right for choosing me to seal the beast. Even though I don't like it, I was chosen to bear this burden. Therefore, if you want to avenge your family, go ahead, said Naruto, to which Bear stopped and turned to look at Naruto's eyes for any deception and was taken aback after seeing that Naruto didn't even blink after saying what he said. Bear now was in turmoil. He didn't know what to do. For years, he bottled up his hate for the demon who took away his family, and now that he had the chance to avenge them, he was suddenly having second thoughts about what exactly meant to be a Jinchuriki. As he looked at the guy in front of him with serious bruises on his body from Bear's beatings, he didn't know if he was the demon or his always reliable Anbu teammate. He always found Black Wolf to be mysterious, but now that he knew his secret, it came clear to him just how dangerous it would be for him to simply take off his mask inside Anbu HQ. Apart from Bear, a large number of Anbu members hate the Kyuubi for what he had done to Konoha. Naruto for his part was studying his teammates' reactions right now. Up until now, Naruto was being beaten severely from something he didn't committed, however he knew better than people coming with this conclusion out of the blue. However, Bear seemed to be in deep thinking right now, which came as a blessing to Naruto since one more hit and he didn't know if he would be left standing. Now he knew why Bear was feared for. Bear-san, I don't wait to handle this another time, please release all that you've holding up now, said Naruto, to which Bear started looking at him wondering how much beating he can endure. He was being beaten non-stop for over 10 minutes and still has the strength to stand. Back from the stands, Kakashi approached Bear seeing that he was in deep wondering and decided to aid the big guy. Bear-san, I want to ask you something if I may? Asked Kakashi, reverting the man's attention towards him. What is it, Kakashi-san? Questioned Bear, showing signs of near chakra depletion and exhaustion. When you look at Naruto's eyes, what do you see? Asked Kakashi, making Bear turn to see Naruto only to see two ocean blue ones, filled with determination and sorrow. I can see a lot of determination, but a small hint of sorrow into his eyes. But why? Said Bear but was stopped by Kakashi who started talking. Naruto is Jinchuriki, by definition, the Kyuubi's jail. And even though he didn't do anything to deserve the treatment he endured since he was born, he is standing there receiving what would be Kyuubi's sentence by your fists, because he acknowledged what he is. Said Kakashi before seeing Bear's shoulder relaxing a bit. If what you say is true, then he is. Said Bear, now realizing what he did to the guy. He is anything but the Kyuubi inside of him. Ace, could you bring Naruto's mask for us? Asked Kakashi, to which the wolf complied and handed the mask to Kakashi. Thanks. Now Bear-san, do you want to know who Naruto is? Then let's put his mask back on. Said Kakashi before he appeared in front of Naruto and placed his mask on Naruto. Bear for his part remembered now when Naruto appeared in front of him, testing to enter Anbu and also their missions together as well as their interaction, and to say that Bear was ashamed was an understatement. Black Wolf, I'm sorry for what I've done. Said Bear but was stopped by Black Wolf. Bear-san, do not worry about it. I accepted a long time ago what I have inside of me and therefore became responsible for what happened to Konoha because of the beast. This was the main reason as to why I joined the force. Because of the mask, people no longer have to see the demon walking alongside them. Also Akatsuki is openly hunting me in order to take the Kyuubi away. Said Naruto, to which Bear nodded and came forward with his hand in an attempt for truce. Black Wolf, I'll help you defeat them. Those bastards won't even know what hit them. Said Bear, to which Naruto nodded and held Bear's hands along with Hawk who also appeared next to them. Count me in as well, Black Wolf. We already have 2S ranked criminals in our tab, adding a couple more wouldn't be bad at all. Said Hawk, to which Naruto turned to laugh so hard that his body began to hurt a lot because of it. Damn it, Hawk Taiku, don't make me laugh, my ribs are still aching from Bear's beatings. Note to self, never engage in a taijutsu match with a guy twice your size. Mumbled Naruto that last part, making his team laugh at him as well as Kakashi and Tsunade, who smiled seeing Naruto's Anbu team interact as if they grew up together. Kakashi, Naruto made some tough friends, wouldn't you say? Asked Tsunade now with her arms crossed, to which Kakashi smiled and answered. He and Hawk managed to defeat Kisame and Bear was able to land some serious hits on Itachi. Also their fourth member, Yuigao, is one of Konoha's best kenjutsu users. I'm sure that this team is one of Konoha's best and I'm proud to say that I was the one who taught the legendary Konoha's Shippu Okami. Said Kakashi as his eyes were locked at the sight of Naruto holding his ribs while laughing along with his peers. Speaking of Yuigao, I'll pay Kurenai a visit to see if she's feeling better. Said Tsunade before vanishing in a swirl of leaves, leaving Kakashi there with Naruto's team. At Kurenai's house. After Kurenai left Naruto, she ushered for Yuigao to rest so that they could talk in the morning. She thought best than bombard the woman with questions on what happened, even though she was quite intrigued as to why Naruto called for her instead of trying to comfort her himself. She was in deep wondering when she heard someone knocking on her door. When he opened, she was greeted by Tsunade who was crossing her arms. Greetings Kurenai-san, can I get in? How is Yuigao? Asked Tsunade, to which Kurenai made way for her to enter and said that Yuigao was resting. Kurenai-san, first of all I'm sure that Naruto will tell you, but just for you to know, minutes after you left, Akatsuki arrived coming for Naruto. Said Tsunade, to which Kurenai paled after remembering her encounter with Itachi and Kisame. Oh my god, Tsunade-sama, what happened to him, is he okay? Asked Kurenai now almost on the verge of desperation. Do not worry, Kurenai-san, nothing happened to him, he and Hawk managed to defeat Kisame and Itachi had to run, said Tsunade, making Kurenai relax, but not to the point of stop wondering how strong Naruto and this Hawk guy are for beating someone neither her nor Asuma managed to defeat. Tsunade, however, saw that this subject would dwell even further, moved to stop it. Yes, you can get the details with Naruto later. Now I came here to see Yuigao. Naruto told me she was feeling bad, but I could tell he was covering for her. What happened? asked Tsunade, to which Kurenai turned to answer. According to Naruto, Yuagao saw her boyfriend kissing another woman and collapsed. He then summoned me with Ace's assistance and I brought her here. Said Kurenai, to which Tsunade nodded in sympathy for the girl. Hayate was indeed behaving weird lately. I've been receiving some complaints that he was causing a few havocs, but now Yuagao witnessed it. When she wake up, tell her she has 2 days to deal with this. Her team won't be doing any more missions since Naruto's Jounen exam is tomorrow, said Tsunade, to which Kurenai nodded and then saw Tsunade turn and walk away. Next day at Anbu HQ. The next day, Naruto was looking at his mask while waiting for his turn to attend his Jounen exam. He was well rested and already healed, thanks to the Anbu medics and Kyuubi, and was just waiting to apply the test. Having already memorized his objective, Naruto was going through a number of strategies inside his head. Naruto's objective was to infiltrate a fake house that was built just for his test and retrieve an object inside. However, the object's exact location wasn't listed in the map, therefore he had to find it. However, not being detected was his main objective, and it didn't help that around the place, there would be 4 to 5 chunnin level ninjas and 2 jounins near the object. First, Naruto had to find a way to get inside. Once inside, he had to choose whether to take the enemy before or go straight for the object. Either way, he had to get past them undetected. Black Wolf, you're up. Good luck on the exam, said one of the proctors, before seeing Naruto already with his mask, nodding and walking towards the place, with calm and determination. Upon arrival, he took his time to study the place a bit. The place resembled a mid-sized clan house with several houses, varying from storage houses to main clan houses. Upon close inspection, Naruto managed to find one of the chunnin standing behind one of the storage houses. Therefore, Naruto jumped towards the rooftop and stayed low as to avoid detection. While there, he was studying the man's guard pattern before moving to strike. Naruto chose to take care of all enemies, before moving for the object, since then he wouldn't need to worry about an escape plan. When he looked further ahead, he spotted what looked like one of the Jounen standing on top of the rooftop close to his own, and since he couldn't spot other presences, Naruto proceeded for his first kill. Inside the HQ. While Naruto was performing his exercise, Tsunade, Ino, Sakura, Shizune, Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, some of the Rookie 9 and the rest of Naruto's Anbu team was watching Black Wolf standing on top of the rooftop. It has begun, said Tsunade, opening the discussion with Sakura being next. Tsunade-sama, is this guy any good? Asked Sakura, receiving glares from everyone present who by this point wanted nothing more than scowl at Sakura from downsizing an Anbu's abilities. However, before Tsunade answered, Hawk answered for her. I'd refrain from underestimating Black Wolf, little girl. He may be a chunnin, however he's one of the best in the force, said Hawk, to which Sakura mentally punched him from the little girl comment. During our missions, Black Wolf was successful in infiltration such as these one. His calm and ability to hide his presence makes it nearly impossible for anyone to detect his presence. To today, the only one who managed to catch him was our commander, but not without struggling a little bit, said Bear. Others in the room, however, either chose not to speak or already knew of the man's abilities, in Kurenai, Shizune and Tsunade's case. Shikamaru, however, chose to speak, since the guy's strategy was taking a little bit of time to initiate. Even as this exercise does not have a time limit, would it be best if he moved already? Others could detect him eventually, said Shikamaru, to which Asuma turned to answer to his student. Rashness is unacceptable to a Jounen. Black Wolf is studying the man's pattern to see the best form of attack. Since the main objective is not being detected by the enemy, he has to be certain that the enemy will not detect him before he moves for the strike, said Asuma while smiling at the sight of Naruto doing something like this. Shikamaru for his part caught the smile, but decided to let it go, since it would be very troublesome to do such a thing. With Naruto already understanding the man's pattern, Naruto yielded his ninjato and dropped when the chunnin turned backwards from him, thus getting himself killed, well, the Bunshine's death, but a death nonetheless. After Naruto's swift kill, he turned to hide behind the storage house and walked cautiously towards his next target, the Jounen. With this one, Naruto knew that the guy would not only walk around, but also tune his senses for any chakra presence near him, so Naruto approached the guy with his chakra concealed. Since he couldn't use chakra in order to take the Jounen by surprise, Naruto used a grappling hook, propelling him up until he used his hands to hold onto the border, so that he could then study this guy's pattern for a while. For a while, Naruto stood there just watching the guy who seemed to be slightly alert. After the guy shrugged it off, dismissing the alert, He turned and met with Naruto's ninjato, which impaled the area close to his heart, therefore making the clone vanish. 2 down, 4 or 5 left, I must be cautious. The exam banishes my chakra usage, but the enemy can use it freely, meaning that genjutsu is open. I have to be aware of my surroundings and watch out for flaws of any kind. Thought Naruto as he kneeled down at the next rooftop and turned to observe a lone chunnin wandering around near the main house. However, his suspicions only rose when he saw what appeared to be the shape of another person there with him standing there. The reason of Naruto's suspicions was because this opponent was using a genjutsu around him, since when Naruto looked at his direction, it was different than any other direction. Quietly and quickly reaching for a single kunai, Naruto stood for a while to see if the guy would move at all, since if he missed, he would be detected. After a while, seeing that the enemy just stood there, Naruto threw the kunai and it lodged right behind the man's head, making him disappear, before the other realized. However, Naruto needed to take care of the one remaining, since he would know if the other guy was killed, therefore Naruto looked around quickly and then dashed forward the chunnin, slicing him up, just moments before he turned and then jumped towards the next rooftop. With the others. After Naruto's quick display at Infiltration, some claps could be heard from his fellow Anbu members. Sakura was already looking intently at the guy, also dumbstruck by his agility. That genjutsu was a dirty trick, Tsunade-sama. Said Kakashi, to which Tsunade nodded and looked to Kurenai for explanations. I happen to add a thing or two in this exam, Kakashi-san. Black Wolf's knowledge isn't limited to ninjutsu alone. However, in order to be called a genjutsu specialist, one should be able to detect one even without the use of chakra. As you all know, genjutsu attacks the ninja's senses, therefore it's safe to assume to what appear to be may or may not be real, said Kurenai before smiling proudly of her boyfriend who was able to detect her B-level genjutsu. Who is this guy anyway? Also, if this is a regular Jounen exam, then it's safe to say that I'll never be able to advance to Jounen. Said Ino, actually worried about her ninja career, to which Tsunade snickered and turned to answer to her humble apprentice. No, Ino, this is an Anbu Jounen exam. However, this particular one was devised by myself, Kurenai-san, and the Anbu commander himself. You see, we have quite an interest in seeing what Black Wolf can do. Said Tsunade before seeing her apprentice nod and turn to study the man's actions. Unbeknown to Rookie 9, all the Jounen knew who Black Wolf was and were amazed by everything so far. Kurenai, however, turned to look at the cat-masked Anbu who, even though was given 2 days to rest, appeared to see Naruto's test. Kurenai was suspicious of her friend since because of her actions. This morning, Yuigao didn't even want to talk about what happened, but when Kurenai said that she would be attending to Naruto's test, Yuigao suddenly came with her, literally transforming from sad to happy in a second. Something is very wrong here. I know Naruto wouldn't do anything, but I'm not sure if Yuigao would. Now I understand why he summoned me to comfort her. He is suspicious as well. Aren't you Naru-kun? Thought Kurenai. With Naruto. Now was the hard time since Naruto would have to enter the main house in order to take care of the rest of the enemies and reach for the object. On top of the rooftop, Naruto managed to see a little window but big enough for him to enter the house. Once inside, Naruto hid inside one of the house's pillars. When he scanned the house, he began to curse the sadistic person who thought it was a good idea to install some cameras inside the place. Silently planning for a little prank once he learned who did this, he waited for the camera's range to pass by him and dashed quickly away from the camera's view. As he stopped right below the camera, he literally stopped breathing when he heard footsteps coming his way from the other side of the wall. Right when he was about to strike, Naruto wondered about the true objective of this exam, which was to not be detected. If he took this guy out, the camera would be aware of his presence. Therefore, he took some steps back so not only the camera couldn't detect him but the enemy as well. After the guy passed, Naruto dashed quickly across the living room, using pure speed since chakra once again was prohibited. After he was able to pass this guy, he sighed seeing that things just got complicated. At first, he wanted to eliminate the enemies so that his escape route would be easy, but now seeing that cameras were installed inside the house, he couldn't eliminate the enemy anymore, he had to evade them. Man, if Tsunade is in on this, I'll be sure to teach her a lesson. Thought Naruto as he began to move for the next room. With the other guys. After Naruto entered the house, no one could see him anymore. It's like he wasn't even there. Tsunade-sama, where is him? We can't see him. Said Neji and Tenten all together, now more curious than ever to learn the identity of this man. Be calm, you too. The images that you see before you are a part of his test. And if you're not seeing him, that means he understood our little game. said Tsunade, to which all the rookie 9 turned to Tsunade with the same question. What little game? The camera shows our chunnin there waiting for Black Wolf, therefore if he eliminates the chunnin, the camera would see that something happened, therefore spotting his presence inside the house. Said Tsunade, to which once again Kakashi labeled it as dirty trick, making Tsunade smile. You can thank Yamato for this. It was his idea. Said Tsunade. Back with Naruto. After seeing some empty rooms, Naruto found himself wondering where the other 2 enemies are. Naruto had to congratulate the creator of this exam though. This was far from what he expected it to be, and surprisingly enough, he was enjoying every minute of it. Since he didn't find the object yet, Naruto was sure that the object would be inside the last room. One more thing, he noticed that the chakra seals were off, meaning that chakra was available. However, the rule of being undetected was still on, so he couldn't use too much. Quickly making a cage bun shine and transforming him into an ant, the clone went under the door and spied inside. After a while, the ant got out and was dispelled, telling Naruto that inside it was a camera and the 2 enemies were on each side of the door. After seeing what's inside, Naruto devised a plan, since now he could stop and think more clearly. He wasn't stupid to take the camera away and then strike, because there was one more opponent at the living room who could become alert, ruining Naruto's plan. However, he now could cast any jutsu, and he remembered Ace teaching him one that he learned from Ace. However, he would need to escape rather quickly, but he had a very handy technique in hand for that. Oh yes, victory is upon us, now I just need to perform the jutsu correctly. Then, Naruto opened the door just a little bit in order to cast the jutsu inside. With some hand seals, Naruto mentally said Okami Haijutsu, Suke Kurigari Wolf Secret Style, Total Darkness Jutsu. After that, the room went dark, while Naruto took the object and shunshined away before anyone could come to the rescue. Meanwhile, everyone at the stands was watching intently at the last camera that went dark out of a sudden, and no one except Ace knew that Naruto was already outside again, walking peacefully to the exit with the other guys. As the black started to fade and a little light began to appear, everyone saw the chunnin and Jounen looking at the missing object that was located at the center of the room, as well as the ones looking from above. Suddenly, the booth was black as well, and no one could understand what the hell was going on. From out of nowhere, a sudden voice appeared. If it's me you're looking for, then you're looking at the wrong way, said Naruto, moments before the darkness disappeared and Black Wolf stood there next to Ace, who already knew what Naruto intended to do. After his sudden appearance in the room, everyone got shivers up their spines. Chapter 10, Trouble in Suna. When the lights suddenly enlightened the place, everyone was dumbfounded to see that Black Wolf, the one who was doing the exam downstairs, suddenly appeared behind them, without no one noticing, well, no one except his own team, who was already accustomed to the wolf-masked Anbu appearing out of nowhere. Tsunade, for one, was watching Naruto with a sort of pride and both fear, since she figured that with his Okami, wolf, jutsu, he could enter pretty much anywhere and leave unnoticed, hence his performance both at the Anbu Jounen exams and getting inside this booth. While Tsunade was gauging the possibilities of assassination and document retrieval missions for Naruto, the other people present in the room was studying the Anbu member with fear and strange sense of familiarity. Apart from Asuma, Kurenai and Naruto's Anbu team, none of the chunnins present knew Black Wolf's identity. In fact, the only familiarity was caused by the members' blonde hair, since they didn't know anyone with blonde hair other than Naruto, however could very well be a henge for not being caught. Back to Tsunade, she wanted to just stare and say nothing, but because of her position, she had to say something to break the silence. "Where is the document, Black Wolf?" asked Tsunade, to which Naruto simply tossed the scroll towards the Hokage, to which she caught with ease. "Very well, mission accomplished, Black Wolf. Since neither the guards below nor the hidden cameras caught your movements, you passed the examination with flying colors. Congratulations, you've been promoted to Jounen," said Tsunade, smiling deeply at her surrogate brother. Meanwhile, the Jounins present, who knew all about Naruto growing up, were sharing little cries of happiness for the blonde, but from different reasons. Kakashi was happy since his once Jounen team was developing nicely with 2 chunnins and 1 recently promoted Anbu Jounen. Kurenai was happy because of her relationship with Black Wolf aka Uzumaki Naruto, but sad since she wouldn't be able to taunt him because of his ninja rank. Asuma, for his part, smiled at seeing the first of Naruto's generation to become Jounen, since Neji was 1 year older than him. Naruto for his part bowed to Tsunade, in tone of appreciation for the promotion, and then manifested. "I appreciate the promotion, Tsunade-sama, however I'm due to ask who thought of the idea of placing hidden cameras inside the compound? Those are very tricky to pass by, asked Black Wolf, just for a tall man in a lion Anbu mask with a huge coat enter the place. It was my idea, Black Wolf. I was the one who put the cameras inside. Any problem with that? Asked Tenzu, trying to become serious with the situation, despite the fact that Naruto was promoted. Black Wolf, after hearing the Anbu chief manifest, turned and kneeled in front of him, showing the respect for the man. Not at all, sir. I was just curious, since none of the old Anbu Jounen exams contained other means of guarding places other than shinobis, said Naruto. The reasons as to why I set those cameras inside served for 2 reasons, Black Wolf. 1, to surely test your infiltration abilities as well as be able to make sudden choices that could endanger the completion of the mission. I have to give it to you, though. I thought I went overboard when I put the last camera, but you managed to get past by it, using a strange jutsu. 2, from Anbu reports I've been reading, it seems that some of the missions were endangered because of the usage of cameras inside the place of infiltrations. This test was to gauge if you were prepared in case such a thing actually happens while on a mission. So, congratulations on becoming an Anbu Jounen Black Wolf. Now your team is completed. Said Yamato before giving his back and walk away, to which Black Wolf got up and turned to the others present in the room. So Tsunade-sama, can I take my leave now? Suppressing my chakra like that takes a lot out of me and I'd like to take a little rest to recover. Said Naruto, to which Tsunade nodded. Just as Naruto was about to leave, Tsunade smiled upon seeing the ones from Naruto's graduation class look slightly dejected from not knowing who is the mystery Anbu, so she decided to break the Anbu's identity protocol. Black Wolf, one more thing before you leave, there is one more thing I need for you to do. Said Tsunade, to which Naruto turned and bowed so that Tsunade could speak. May I ask you to take off your mask, Black Wolf? Asked Tsunade, earning shocks of surprise from Kakashi, Asuma and Kurenai, who thought at the same time how crazy it was to do a thing like that. Naruto for his part turned to gauge the old hag's pretension with this. For 1 year, now, Naruto was operating behind the curtains, using the Black Wolf mask as he went through missions and protected his home. After hearing this, he remembered the Hokage wanting to give a name for him so that other villages would be wary of the Black Wolf mask Anbu from Konoha. Now she wanted to expose him in front of everyone. However, as an Anbu, he was supposed to follow orders from the Hokage, since Anbu reported only to her and the Anbu chief, so Naruto complied and took off his mask. To say everyone in the room was surprised, it would be an understatement. Their jaws were sent to the ground after remembering everything that the Anbu did, and now they saw that the Anbu was in fact Uzumaki Naruto, once obnoxious, knucklehead incompetent ninja to now being promoted to Anbu Jounen at the age of 16. Because of his sudden disappearance, none of the chunnins could understand what happened to the blonde. Of course, Sakura was the one who initiated the conversation. Naruto, is that really you? Asked Sakura before seeing the blonde not even fazed upon looking at her. Why did you abandon our team? Asked Sakura, now on the verge of tears, but not because of Naruto became an Anbu, but the fact that she was alone and memories from Kurenai's conversation with her filled her mind. Naruto, however, chose to not mutter a single word to the pink-haired chunnin. He wondered where those tears lied, since in close to 1 year, he didn't even hear of her asking of him, not that he was waiting for, that's for sure. And now here she is, voicing her frustrations on him. Tsunade for her part was surprised to see Naruto not even wanting to open his mouth in protest, however she knew that Sakura's tears wasn't towards Naruto, but rather her choices in life. Nonetheless, she was surprised to see Naruto not trying to comfort her at all. The other chunnins present wanted nothing to do with comforting Sakura. They all knew that Sakura blamed Naruto from hurting the precious Sasuke 1 year ago, however none of them expected to see that Naruto's face was void with any kind of emotion. After a while, Kurenai stopped towards Naruto and asked if he was okay, to which Naruto smiled at her and nodded in affirmative. Do not worry, Kure-chan. I've done trying to become her friend when she blamed me from hurting the Uchiha. Sakura only thinks of herself, and seeing her like this could only mean that the Uchiha rejected her, said Naruto, to which Sakura looked at him and cried even more, proving his point. Naruto, while I share your thoughts of Sakura, why you disappeared for a year? Asked Shikamaru, making Naruto look at him still unfazed by everything. Sorry Shikamaru, other than a few personal reasons of my own, I'm forbidden to tell. If you wish to learn about my personal reasons, I can tell you some other time, now I really have to rest for a while. Because of my high chakra capacity, suppressing it takes a lot of my control, said Naruto before he put the black masked Anbu mask and shunshined away within a small tornado, leaving everyone inside. After a while, Sakura calmed down and left with Tsunade, who wanted to speak to her. The Jounins and Anbu all vanished as well. However, the Chunnins chose to stay a while to talk about the sudden revelations about the blonde enigma. Who would have guessed that Naruto was all this time doing missions as an Anbu? I remember Asuma-sensei telling me about him getting a lot stronger, but this was surreal. Said Shikamaru, to which Ino nodded. Although, I'm happy for him, I happened to see him and Kurenai-sensei having the most wonderful date in the park. He surpassed us all in no time, Shika, said Ino, to which Shikamaru smiled and nodded. Come on, Ino. We have to meet our team at the barbecue place in 30 minutes, let's go, said Shikamaru, to which Ino nodded and left together with the pineapple head ninja. Shikamaru, however, was wondering of what Naruto said about the reasons for him becoming a part of Anbu. Naruto, just when I thought you showed who you truly are, you do something like this. I wouldn't be surprised if you wanted to play with my mind a little bit. Thought Shikamaru, already out of the Anbu HQ. With Tsunade. After arriving at her office, Tsunade went to her chair. Staring at sad Sakura and the resolved face of Shizune, she was more than certain of what to do next. Sakura, I have a long-term mission for you, said Tsunade, making Sakura lifts her head to pay attention. I have a request here by a village 10 miles from here. It seems that the village's doctor caught a deadly virus and won't be able to attend the community for at least 2 months' time. You are to go there and replace his position as well as try to heal the man. In there, you'll receive all the necessary medical supplies, even being able to request from us should the need arise. You are to leave tomorrow, understood? Asked Tsunade, to which Sakura lifted her head and nodded. This will be good for you, Sakura. Give your mind some freedom to think of the future. When you arrive at the village, talks to the mayor for him to fix you an apartment for you to stay, he'll be happy to supply you with one. Said Tsunade, earning another nod from Sakura, who then got up and left the office, still sad about seeing Naruto moving on in life. After she left, Tsunade and Shizune were surprised that she didn't show resistance towards the mission and wondered if the girl was finally waking up from her delusional dream. Do you think she'll be alright on her own? Asked Shizune, who although liked to teach some lesson to the girl personally, was worried for her learning on her own. She needs to see what the world really is. Here she has my protection, because of my foolish act of labeling her as my apprentice. She was too young to understand such a position. There, she will have to fetch for herself, thus, growing up. Just like Naruto had to fetch for himself while on Anbu. Said Tsunade, to which Shizune nodded and smiled while knowing of his promotion to Anbu Jounen. I'm surprised that he managed to grow so much in so little time. Said Shizune, to which Tsunade smiled and nodded. I know. I remembered when he came asking for the Anbu position a year ago. The Anbu commander thinks high of him and his Anbu team. He's thinking of creating a special Anbu unit out of them. Together, they were able to take Akatsuki member and former member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist Hoshikage Kisame. Said Tsunade while looking at some documents pertaining Sakura's long-term mission. However, upon thinking further, she remembered the other Uchiha being in Konoha and was happy to know that Sasuke was on a mission towards Iwa. Thinking of the last original member of Old Jounen Team 7, Tsunade considered the last Uchiha to be doing quite well. Under the tutelage of a more direct Jounen like Aoba, who didn't treat him better just because he is the last of his kind. If everything goes well, Sasuke could become a Jounen in a year and Sakura could as well, if she wasn't blinded by her position of authority. Thought Tsunade as she ran through the documentation. In Naruto's house. After Naruto left, he went straight to his apartment. He was happy that now he is a Jounen, but he couldn't see why the Hokage wanted to expose him so much. He thought he was quite clear when he told them he wanted to operate behind the curtains, and now the rookie 9 will know that he is an Anbu, including Sasuke. Naruto wasn't stupid as to believe that the traitor would just sit around and throw his revenge out of the window. Naruto knew that Sasuke wanted power more than anything. Now that he will know of Naruto's position, Sasuke may very well seek him out to battle, and the blonde didn't want to look at his face. After a while, Kurenai appeared slightly worried for her boyfriend. Truth be told, she knew that he didn't want to show his face to his old peers just like that. She knew how collected he was, and it was plainly visible that he was angry at the Hokage for making him do this. Naru-kun, are you okay? Asked Kurenai, to which Naruto looked at her and smiled. I'm fine, it's just that I've been wondering why Tsunade-sama keeps exposing me like that. First, is the bingo book and now the order inside Anbu HQ, replied Naruto, confirming Kurenai's worries. It took me by surprise as well, and I for one can't figure out why she's doing such a thing, said Kurenai, to which Naruto nodded. Now that some knows my identity, it wouldn't take long for word reaches my enemies. After Akatsuki knows about my identity, they will come here with 3 instead of 2 S-ranked missing nins, said Naruto. Kurenai for her part knew about all of this, but sadly all she could do is comfort Naruto. I know, we'll need to think of something to change that. Until you stopped becoming an Anbu, your identity needs to be kept in total secrecy, said Kurenai, to which Naruto smiled. A simple henge on my hair color would suffice to my enemies, I guess. But other than this, I suppose I can't change anything else. My black wolf mask is a symbol to me, I can't just use another one, said Naruto, to which Kurenai nodded and smiled. This mask defines who you are, Naruto-kun. It defines your spirit. Of course it wouldn't be fair to use another one. Not only that, but I think Ace would be very disappointed because of that, said Kurenai, to which Naruto smiled. Yeah, and where is that old fur anyway? I can't believe he is chasing one of Hana's dogs again, mumbled Naruto, to which Kurenai giggled at the prospect of seeing a 200-year-old wolf being attracted to a husky. In Tsunade's office. After Shizune left, Tsunade was dealing with the paperwork. She absolutely hated the damn paperwork, since almost half of it consisted of council and diplomacy issues with villages and other countries. However, when she sensed a familiar presence, she relaxed and let the presence enter the room. Hatake Kakashi smiled and entered the room from the window. Kakashi, what can I do for you? Asked Tsunade, to which Kakashi just sighed and putted both his hands inside his pockets. Tsunade-sama, forgive about my rudeness here, but I don't understand your intentions as to why you made Naruto take off his mask in front of the Rookie 9? Said Kakashi, to which Tsunade smiled, seeing that she got caught. Naruto was downsized his entire life just because of others' hatred towards him. I just thought that showing how people like him could be able to rise in rank if he or she applied hard enough, said Tsunade, not even being able to sense the seriousness of what she did. I see, so you sacrificed the only thing we had against Akatsuki coming here to hunt him, just because you wanted to show his friends that he was an Anbu, said Kakashi, before seeing Tsunade going wide-eyed at the implications of a few knowing his identity. The news of his identity will eventually fall at the wrong people's hand, and when that time comes, he'll be at a very tough spot. We have to make amends to this, Tsunade-sama. The reason as to why we could take Kisame was because they didn't know where Naruto was. If they know that he is an Anbu, they'll be prepared to take him, and worse, they will use his precious person to make him come to them, if necessary, said Kakashi, to which Tsunade sighed, realizing the outcome of what she did. Damn it, I didn't think it like that. We need to summon everyone present who saw him and tell them not to share this information, said Tsunade, to which Kakashi nodded. I'll go alert Asuma and Guy, they will inform the rest, said Kakashi before sunshining away. Tsunade, after being left alone, got up from her chair and looked at the village behind her. She didn't think that her actions would cause him damage. She just never wanted for him to become an Anbu, thus, having to hide from everyone, she wanted for him to become a regular Jounen and eventually take on a Jounen team. Nonetheless, Kakashi was right. Right now, the only reason as to why Akatsuki haven't bothered us until 2 days ago was because they didn't know of the blonde's whereabouts and probably was sent here for reconnaissance. With Akatsuki. After Itachi reported Kisame's death to the leader, Pain was in deep thought. According to Itachi, they were caught and had to engage against Konoha's Anbu force and the Hokage. Itachi told him that one Anbu with a black wolf mask delivered the killing blow at Kisame's heart, thus, killing him instantly. It was a mistake to send someone they were expecting. Next time I'll send Zetsu, he should do the job as well. Itachi, I'm releasing you from the Kyubi, your presence in Konoha will alert everyone and we can't afford another loss like Kisame, Sasori, Deidara, Kakuzu and Hidan, said Pain, to which Itachi nodded. At a moment, though, Sharingan eyes were locked with Rinnegan eyes. Truth be told, Pain didn't like Itachi, he suspected that Itachi was playing both sides, so he needed to take him away from Konoha. Itachi for one didn't want to go back to Konoha anyway. He saw the level of the Anbu force there and wondered how much stronger they've gotten since he went away. However, Itachi was thinking of the one wearing a black wolf mask. Itachi couldn't look into his eyes with the Sharingan, because he wasn't able to look into the man's eyes, but he found the man vaguely familiar. After a while, he shrugged it off since he wouldn't be sent to Konoha anymore. Back with Pain, he called for the member he was thinking of. Zetsu, I need you to find out where the Kyubi Jinchuriki is. I sent Kisame and Itachi to Konoha and Itachi returned with Kisame's corpse. I don't want you to engage, simply try to gauge information of Uzumaki Naruto's whereabouts, said Pain, to which Zetsu nodded and disappeared. In Konoha, the next day. After Naruto woke up, he looked at his companion with a smile. Kurenai chose to sleep with him to keep him company, and that alone made Naruto's day even more amazing. He is in love with her, period, and the thought of Akatsuki capturing her just to get to him was unnerving to say the least. He wondered if such a thing happened, and he lost control of himself while trying to rescue her at all costs. The damn fox could take advantage of his fragile state and take over his body in an instant. When Kurenai opened her eyes, she suddenly felt her boyfriend's lips locked with her own in a deep kiss. She loved such a wake-up call from Naruto. After opening her eyes fully, her eyes were locked with her lover's smile upon looking at her and felt peace. She loved to wake up with him still there with her, however because of his Anbu schedule, he had often to present to Anbu HQ pretty early. Since the Hokage gave him a day off in recognition for his promotion, he could be with Kurenai all day long. Well, all afternoon since she would have to train her team in elemental manipulation. I'm so glad to wake up with you, Naru-kun. It's been forever since your last vacation, and every day I wake up, you already left to Anbu HQ. Said Kurenai, to which Naruto responded by giving her a deep kiss. I'm sorry, my Haim, I wanted for so long to just wake up and have breakfast with you, but being an Anbu means having to get up real early, said Naruto, to which Kurenai dismissed it, saying it was okay and that she understood. So how about that breakfast? Asked Kurenai, to which Naruto smiled and got up from the bed. Just wait right here, Haim. I'll prepare it for us and bring it here, said Naruto, while heading for the kitchen, leaving a smiling Kurenai, since she never had anyone bring her breakfast in bed before. After the most wonderful breakfast, Kurenai and Naruto got ready to relax at the park for a while before Kurenai had to go to her team for training. However, they were interrupted by a knock on the door. When Naruto went to open, he was afraid that the Hokage postponed his vacation because of a mission. However, he relaxed upon seeing Shikamaru and Ino at the door smiling at him, to which Naruto found extremely odd, since the last thing he remembered Shikamaru doing was muttering troublesome all the time. Say, Shikamaru, did Ino-san force you to wear that smile on your face? Asked Naruto, to which Shikamaru muttered troublesome and Ino rolled her eyes. After a moment, the group heard a giggle coming from inside the apartment. Kurenai was laughing at Naruto's comment and then Shikamaru's face after hearing it. Of course, the pineapple head chunnin knew that and muttered more troublesome words, wondering if they prepared this to mock him. Naruto, I was wondering if we could talk for a while. Kurenai-sensei is welcome to come as well, said Shikamaru, to which Naruto and Kurenai nodded. Suddenly, a puff of smoke appeared next to Naruto and Ace appeared. Can I come as well? I'd like to stretch my legs, and Naruto's couch is damn uncomfortable, said Ace, to which Naruto sighed. You're just tired from playing with that husky, shouted Naruto, earning sweat drops from Ino and Shikamaru and a laughing Kurenai. After Naruto's exchange with Ace, to which Shikamaru and Ino were still gauging why the wolf could speak, the five headed to Konoha's public park. When they arrived, the group separated, with Kurenai and Ino going closer to the lake while Shikamaru, Ace and Naruto picked up a tree to hang out a bit. While walking, though, Shikamaru was trying to understand why the blonde was acting so peaceful and quiet. Shikamaru himself was all in favor of not muttering even a single word, however when he saw the once hyperactive stamina freak Jounen, now behaving like he didn't have a care in the world, kind of unnerved the chunnin. So, how's life been treating you? Asked Shikamaru while watching Ino and Kurenai resting their feet on the cool water while enjoying the conversation. Naruto for his part smiled upon remembering what happened until today. Can't complain, Shikamaru, you know. I'm with the girl I'm in love with, just promoted to Anbu Jounen, and I'm able to learn a lot from other Anbu comrades. The only downside of it all is lack of sleep and lack of time to pass some time with Kurenai-chan. But apart from that, life's been great. How about you? Said Naruto, earning nods from Shikamaru, who seems to have the urge to smile all of a sudden. Can't complain so much, I'm afraid. Team 10 is doing pretty great under Asuma-sensei's tutelage, and we're getting tougher missions. Ino is not so troublesome anymore and Kuji is still Kuji, however in his case I don't think he'll ever change. My mother is still troublesome, but I can't complain, though, since Ino has been able to calm her nerves a lot. Said Shikamaru, before turning to the blonde, which didn't get unnoticed by the blonde. So, Shikamaru, I understand you're starting to like Ino. Said Naruto, catching Shikamaru off guard, to which Naruto chose to elaborate. You never seem to take your eyes off her, always talking about her, and according to you, she saved you countless times from your mother's wrath. Sounds like the beginning of a relationship to me. Said Naruto, to which Shikamaru at first rolled his eyes but then smiled and once again looked at the blonde Yamanaka. You know what, I guess this relationship that you're talking about isn't so troublesome as I first thought it was. Tell me, I'm curious about something. How did you and Kurenai-sensei get together? Asked Shikamaru, to which Naruto smiled and took a look at the smiling Kurenai before telling the story to when they met. While Naruto was relaying what happened, Shikamaru was surprised that Naruto had to close his heart once he saw Kurenai together with Asuma. Shikamaru also learned that on his first year as an Anbu, he had to rescue Kurenai from Kumo's clutches and the fact that Naruto was so cold towards her at the time. According to Naruto, at that time, Naruto couldn't look at Kurenai without remembering what it was like to hold her on his arms and kiss her with passion. However, when Naruto finished the story with the encounter at the forest near the river, Shikamaru was flabbergasted. Of course, he wasn't a romantic kind of guy, but upon hearing the story, he smiled at the prospect of something like that happening to him. With Ino and Kurenai. After they separated from the guys, the girls initiated a heated conversation about intimate details and how their respective men treated them. Ino was jealous of what the older woman was telling of what Naruto had done for her, and she wished that Shikamaru returned her love for him. Ino was dumbfounded by the Jounen's ability to tell the story in a way as to hook Ino's attention until the very end. You're kidding, Kurenai-sensei. Don't tell me you yanked Naruto's mask off and kissed him while he was on a mission? Asked Ino, still didn't believing that such passion even existed. I wasn't thinking back then, of course, Ino-san. It was just this drive to simply kiss him fiercely, showing to Naruto-kun that I wanted to be with him, despite our differences. I can tell he was surprised as hell. However, when he returned the kiss, it was nothing short of amazing. I heard Naruto-kun then compare that kiss to a painting that happened to show us kissing while the full moon illuminating the river and the forest, said Kurenai, to which Ino saw hearts all over the place. Ino always were into fairy tales, even though in her world, such a thing never did happen. However, she found that Kurenai and Naruto's story got pretty close to one. So tell me, Ino, did Shikamaru return your affections yet? Asked Kurenai, smiling, catching Ino by surprise since she never said anything. Little did she know that Kurenai saw her trying to take a glimpse at the pineapple head chunnin for quite some time. How do you know that I like him, Kurenai-sensei? I didn't say anything, asked Ino, to which Kurenai smiled. I'm a Jounen, remember, that and the fact that you've been looking at him on occasions, pretty much gave me the hint, said Kurenai, to which Ino blushed and looked down in defeat from being caught. Don't be like this, Ino-san. It's no shame to like someone. Have you told him yet? Asked Kurenai, before receiving a negative response from Ino. No, however I've been trying to send him signals on occasions, however I don't know if he likes me or not. Shikamaru is very smart and I can tell he understood my signals, so that means that maybe he's not interested in me. Mumbled Ino in sadness, to which Kurenai sighed, remembering trying to have the strength to tell Naruto how she felt, but then when she gathered the courage to do it, it all worked rather well, to say the least. Ino-san, trust me, I've been in this situation before and I can tell it isn't going to end until you tell him. The reason as to why I wasn't together with Naruto for a while was because I didn't have the courage to face the situation. However, when I chose to face it, it all worked well in the end and me and Naruto-kun are together happier than ever, said Kurenai, to which Ino smiled and nodded, while regaining her confidence on earning the love of Shikamaru in the near future. With Naruto and Shikamaru. Back to Naruto and Shikamaru, both of them were relaxing below a tree when suddenly an Anbu arrived with orders from the Hokage to Naruto. Black Wolf, collect your gear, your team has been summoned to the Hokage's presence at once, said the Anbu, to which Naruto nodded and got up from his nap, earning a troublesome reply from Shikamaru. I see now what you said about the downfalls of being an Anbu, said Shikamaru, to which Naruto nodded and then vanished towards Kurenai in order to tell her the sad news of his sudden mission calling. Shikamaru found strange that Naruto's face turned from peaceful to angry, but shrugged it off since he would be like that if he got called on his day off. Truth be told, he hated doing this to Kurenai. This was his day off and he wanted so much to spend with his lover. However, he couldn't do anything, since Anbu were obligated to respond to the Hokage's orders right away. When he appeared near Kurenai to tell her the sad news, however he didn't need to since Kurenai already saw his sad face and knew the reason of that Anbu's appearance. Kure-chan, I'm sorry but... said Naruto, but was interrupted by his lover's smile dismissing the apologies. Don't need to apologize, Naruto-kun. I understand your position and I understand the Hokage wouldn't call you on your day off unless it was utterly important, said Kurenai, to which Naruto nodded and gave her a little kiss and then vanished. Ino, seeing Kurenai sigh and look down to the ground, became worried about her new friend. She was surprised to see that the Hokage's consideration of Naruto's abilities to summon him on his day off, but seeing Kurenai look down, she realized that the couple had plans today and that was ruined by Naruto's call for a mission. "Kurenai-sensei, are you okay?" asked Ino, to which Kurenai, still looking down, said, "No, I'm not Ino. I love Naruto to death, but his job as an Anbu has been reducing our time together to almost none. It's not his fault, it's just that the Hokage worships Naruto's Anbu team as one of the best since Kakashi's and Itachi's," said Kurenai, almost on the verge of tears since she couldn't be with her boyfriend even in his day off from work. At some point, Shikamaru arrived only to see Kurenai almost on the verge of tears. Looking at Ino, she smiled and turned to look at the Jounen whose tears were beginning to fall. "I'm sorry, I wasn't supposed to be like this, but I can't help it," said Kurenai, to which Ino and Shikamaru kneeled next to her to comfort her. "Kurenai-sensei, if it helps any, Naruto was almost on the verge of ripping the messenger's guts from doing this. I'm sure he'll let the Hokage know of his frustrations," said Shikamaru, to which Kurenai smiled at the sight of Naruto talking to the Hokage. "Thanks, Shikamaru. I know he will. Naruto doesn't behave well to people who treat him unfairly. He's a strong shinobi, therefore I have to be strong for him," said Kurenai, earning smiles from Ino and Shikamaru, whose thoughts were pretty much similar. "I wonder if I'll have that with Ino/Shika as well," thought both of them at the same time, while looking at the fierce kunoichi in front of them. "Naruto-kun, please come back safe to me," thought Kurenai as she left the park together with Ino and Shikamaru. With Naruto. While going towards his apartment in order to collect his gear, Naruto was furious at Tsunade for doing this to him and Kurenai. He wanted so much to spend some time with her, and he knew that his lover wanted to be with him as well. Upon arrival, he concluded that he'll request at least 2 days off after this mission for compensation. After gathering everything, Naruto stopped for a while and looked at his black wolf mask. This mask has been his companion for almost 2 years now. He remembered what Kurenai said to him about the mask being his spirit, and therefore giving it up wouldn't be fair to him and for Ace. Speaking of his wolf partner, he was looking at the wondering Naruto with a heavy sigh on his face. He understood how much Naruto loved this Kurenai person and how he must be feeling right now. He knew by looking to Naruto's eyes, that doubt was all over the place, and Ace found it plainly reasonable to be in doubt right now. He dedicated his life to protecting Konoha as an Anbu, but by doing so, his team ended up being one of the best along the Anbu teams, therefore they're called more times than the others. Back to Naruto, he put his mask and charged towards the Hokage's office with speeds peculiar to Ace, to which the wolf smiled since he knew the blonde would like to have a word with the Hokage before his team arrived. At the Hokage's office. After issuing the order to call Naruto's team for a mission towards Suna, Tsunade knew that Naruto would show his discontent towards being called on his day off, but she had no choice. This mission was considered S-class, and out of all of Konoha's teams, only Anbu Team 5 had the abilities to deal with this situation. Suddenly, she was caught from her wonderings, when someone shunshined inside her office. Recognizing the mask, the blonde Hokage knew who the person was and was a little surprised to see him 30 minutes early. Clearly not a good sign, thought the Hokage. "Tsunade-sama, may I have a word with you?" asked Naruto, not even bothering to take off his mask, to which Tsunade turned to speak. "Naruto, before you say anything, I know that you're displeased about being called on your day off, and I promise that once you arrive, I'll give you 3 days off. However, this mission requires your team's abilities to deal with," said Tsunade, to which Naruto nodded, but spoke anyway. "I understand. However, I'm not displeased simply because it was my day off. I don't care about having time to rest. I care about spending time with Kurenai, and it kills me to tell her that I'm not able to spend time with her," whispered Naruto, to which Tsunade smiled at the boy's first emotion display in nearly 2 years. "I understand, Naruto, and I'll assure her that you'll have your 3-day off after your return. However, let's wait for your team to arrive before giving the mission's details," said Tsunade, to which Naruto nodded and went towards the nearest wall to wait there for his team, to which Tsunade smiled and returned to her paperwork duty. After a while, Bear and Hawk arrived, followed closely by Yugao, who upon arrival, turned to look at Naruto, seizing him up once more, making Naruto very angry since he wouldn't be able to be with his girlfriend plus having to stand Yugao's flirting with him. "Since Team 5 is present, we can begin with the mission. This morning I received a request from the Kazekage for us to send a Jounen-level team for assist them with some high-level missing nins that are terrorizing one of Wind Country's villages. According to the Kazekage, some of the missing nins were from Konoha, so you'll be doing a Hunter Nins mission. Team 5 is to leave right away towards Suna to meet with the Kazekage. Hawk will be the leader of this mission." Dismissed, said Tsunade, to which the team nodded and vanished towards the respective gate. with Team 8. Kurenai, after regaining her composure, went to meet her team for elemental ninjutsu practice. Together with her was Kakashi, since the silver-haired Jounen practically knew all forms of elemental ninjutsu. At the moment, Hinata was already able to manipulate Suiten chakra. Because of her excellent chakra control, Kiba was already able to make a little earthquake, and Shino already managed to channel Raiten chakra through his chakra coils. All in all, Kakashi and Kurenai were amazed by Team 8's ability to learn that fast. However, they weren't surprised when the answer for that was to surpass their Anbu peer Uzumaki Naruto. After hearing that, Kurenai and Kakashi smiled upon seeing that Naruto could cause that on people. Suddenly, both Jounins turned to see 5 presences arriving very fast. However, only Kakashi knew who they were simply because of the way they moved. As the team of Anbu approached, Kurenai recognized one chakra signature and smiled. Truth to her senses, Naruto looked at her and waved her goodbye, as well as showing her 3 fingers to Kurenai, making her smile more than anything. Kurenai understood Anbu's signals and recognized Naruto's message to her. 3 days, Naruto-kun. I'll be waiting for your return. We'll travel to a hotel together, thought Kurenai before turning to her team. Back to Anbu's team, Bear was using all the blackmail he could against Black Wolf, making Hawk laugh. However, Yuigao was furiously jealous at Kurenai for dating Naruto. Back to Naruto, he was glad that he was able to tell Kurenai the good news, so now he could focus on the mission in hand. He smiled at the prospect of meeting Gaara once again. Because of their inner demons, both of them shared a brotherly relationship. With Zetsu. 10 miles from Konoha's border, Zetsu was approaching the village in order to gauge Uzumaki Naruto's whereabouts. So far, the only method of searching a Jinchuriki was to sense demonic chakra. However, after some time, they couldn't sense any trace of Kyuubi's chakra inside of Konoha, which could only mean that either the Jinchuriki is dead or he left the village. It seems that the demonic chakra is not in the village. Also, I can't sense any trail of where he's been, thought Zetsu, as he began to gauge his options regarding the mission. Since he couldn't sense the Jinchuriki, the next alternative would be entering the village and interrogate someone, but that would endanger his position and therefore ruining the mission. Reaching a conclusion, he closed his eyes and made the astral projection technique to report to the leader. Yes, Zetsu, report, said Pain, to which Zetsu began his report. Pain-sama, so far I haven't sensed any presence of demonic chakra in Konoha or near Konoha for that matter. Therefore, either he's dead or left the village, said Zetsu, leaving time for the leader to think about the report. He being dead is not a possibility, since we'd be aware of that the minute it happens. However, the possibility of him being a missing nin is not impossible. Konoha treated him like they would treat the Kyuubi, therefore he could have left. Nonetheless, you cannot risk entering the village. Return to your old duties, Zetsu, find the Hachibi, 8 tails. With Team 5. 1 day later, Team 5 was already running along the desert to reach Suna hidden village. Along the way, the group rested each for 2 hours, with guarding rotation between the members. From Hawk's calculations, the team should be arriving to Suna in 2 hours. At one time, during the travel, the team were chatting about who were the Konoha missing nins that they would be facing. Of course, Naruto wouldn't be able to know, since none of the ones from his age ran from the village except for the Uchiha. Hawk and Bear knew of 2 brothers that were causing a lot of commotion 10 years ago, but they wasn't sure if the brothers were still alive or not. However, they were known for being very strong and could easily beat a team of 4 chunnins each. Yuigao for her part couldn't remember one missing nin that was still alive, because Anko one time killed the guy. After 2 hours, the village was visible and the team arrived in front of the gates. Halt, state your reason for being her Anbu, said one Suna chunnin, to which Hawk presented the order from the Kazekage, while saying that Team 5 was sent here to assist Suna in dealing with some missing nins. After the chunnin revised the order, he authorized entry to the village and proceeded to escort the Anbu team to meet the Kazekage, after leaving the other chunnin to guard the gates for a while. The Kazekage's office. Sabaku no Gaara was a very busy man. Being appointed to Kazekage at the age of 15, the ex-Jinchuriki had to get accustomed to the busy and strenuous life of dealing with paperwork. Nevertheless, Gaara was doing a much better job than the Hokage when dealing with the paperwork. If one would look into his office, stacks of scrolls deeply organized from mission ranks and village documents. Right now, Gaara was reading the report of an information gathering mission on the village which was attacked by missing nins. According to the report, close to 20 missing nins formed a group called Red Dragon and were terrorizing a village 5 miles west from the hidden village. However, Gaara heard a knocking on the door. Kazekage-sama, a team sent by Konoha arrived. Sir, said the guard chunnin, to which Gaara simply issued a come in and the door was opened. When the door opened, Gaara was surprised that Konoha sent a team of Anbu to deal with the problem in hand. However, when he looked at one with the black mask, he was suspicious of the apparently blonde man kneeling in front of him. However, his musings were cut short when the one with the hawk mask turned to speak. Konoha's Anbu Team 5 presenting for assistance Kazekage-sama, presented Hawk, to which Gaara nodded, but first he needed 2 more people present. Izumo, call Tamari and Kankuro here immediately, shouted Gaara, to which Izumo nodded and vanished in order to find the rest of the Hokage siblings. After Tamari and Kankuro arrived, mumbling words like being interrupted while performing their duties at the village. Tamari and Kankuro took up to both of them to teach Suna's next generation of shinobi so that no one would sneak on them in the future. However, when both of them were interrupted by the Kazekage for a meeting, they weren't very pleased about it. However, both of them, as well as Gaara, were suspicious of the black wolf-masked Anbu, from seeing his blonde hair. So, now that the team is completed, I'll relate the mission, said Gaara as he began to tell the team the details. When the report was over, Gaara dismissed the Anbu team and handed to each of them a key for a hotel room to sleep and begin the mission tomorrow. Now at the hotel, each member of the team entered their respective rooms and took off their respective gears. Naruto at least appreciated the rest because of the travel. Man, I wished Kurenai was here with me to rest, wondered Naruto as he entered the bathroom for a little bath. As the water reached Naruto's body, he was relieving all the tension he pretty much bottled up since leaving Konoha. It wouldn't make sense to dwell on it. After one very long bath, Naruto exchanged for some comfortable clothes and decided to just lie down a bit. After seeing the Sabaku siblings again, Naruto didn't want to make his presence known. Naruto knew that should he show himself, there would be a long questionnaire about his life since the Ichibi, one-tailed demon, withdraw, and truth be told, he didn't want to tell. Little did he know, however, that the Kazekage planned to make a visit to him soon. With Yuagao. After a long shower, her mind wondered about having shower with the blonde, and that thought alone made her shiver in delight. She blamed Kurenai for being such a good storyteller, and now she was imagining every bit of the story, however, replacing herself with Kurenai on top of Naruto. She was imagining Naruto taking advantage of her the most savage way possible, and thus she began to pleasure herself. However, the good part of her remembered that Naruto was her best friend's boyfriend, therefore, trying to get her way with him would be wrong. Yuagao was devastated upon seeing her ex kiss another woman, and truth be told, she couldn't do the same thing with Naruto and Kurenai. She was totally supportive of their relationship to break them up like that. However, she realized now that she already tried to make a passing at the blonde while on their trip, but he never cared or chose not to, in preservation of her friendship with his girlfriend. But while her good side was preoccupied of what could happen, her bad side almost had an orgasm while imagining the blonde doing to her like how he did to Kurenai.
Damn it, I can't be like this, but Naruto is so hot, I can't take this much longer,
thought Yuagao, already on the verge of losing her mind because of Uzumaki Naruto. With Naruto. Back when Naruto was about to sleep for the day, a knock was heard, to which Naruto snarled since no one would let him have 1 minute of rest. When Naruto asked who it was, he was surprised to hear Gaara's voice asking for permission to enter. Seeing that his plan backfired, he opened the door and let the Kazekage enter his room. So, hello Naruto, long time no see, said Gaara, to which Naruto responded with a nod and went back to bed, this time just to sit. Seeing the blonde giving his back to Gaara, the Sabaku Hokage wondered what was wrong with the always cheerful blonde. Gaara, sorry for not presenting myself back at your office, I was just tired a bit, said Naruto, to which Gaara once again became worried. Since when do you even get tired? Asked the Kazekage, afraid that the Kyuubi was out of Naruto's body just like Shukaku was out of his. Before you think Kyuubi isn't inside me anymore, don't. The bastard is still there. Being an Anbu means doing missions almost 24/7. I don't have enough time to recover, nowadays, said Naruto, earning a nod from the Kazekage. So, I take it you don't want to talk about it, then, concluded Gaara, earning a apologizing nod from Naruto, who mumbled that he was so damn tired that he deserved one good night's sleep, to which Gaara understood and left the room. Oh, and Gaara, please don't tell Tamari-san and Kankuro that I'm here, okay, at least not until the end of the mission, said Naruto, to which Gaara shrugged it off and nodded in affirmative, before leaving the blonde. After the Kazekage left, Naruto literally jumped towards the comfy bed of the hotel and just let gravity close his eyes, since he was already sleeping, which proved to be one bad mistake. While he was sleeping peacefully, the Fox were preparing one big headache for him to overcome. Get ready, Naruto. You seem to be holding up my killing intent for quite some time, but this time you'll not be able to overcome it. Ku, laughed Kyuubi as he began to gather his chakra for one good demonstration to the blonde. Needless to say, Naruto would not be able to have his well-deserved rest after all. Chapter 11, Battle for Dominance. It was a calm night in Suna. Being located within a desert, Suna was quite chilly at night, thus, its villagers needed to cover in warm blankets so as not get cold. However, one person wasn't in need of any blankets. In fact, if someone would see this person, he or she would be able to see that the man was sweating profusely while on his sleep. Uzumaki Naruto was having a nightmare and one of the toughest he ever had to come up against. Since Naruto became an Anbu, when Kyuubi wasn't leaking his killing intent throughout his body, the fox was doing his best so as to provide the blonde with haunting visions and nightmares of seeing his precious people dying in front of him. Right now, Naruto was having a nightmare that showed his beloved Kurenai being slaughtered by the very person whose heart was in her possession. Normally, this nightmare wouldn't scare Naruto very much from extreme confidence that he would be able to be in control of his own body, thus not letting the damn Kitsune take control of him. However, while before Naruto was able to get it under control, right now he was having trouble dispelling the horrible images of himself killing the one he loves from the bottom of his heart with his sword. I have to be in control of this, I can't let him get away with this. I can't let the damn fox do with my mind as he pleases. It's time we settle this once and for all. Thought Naruto as he focused his blue chakra fiercely, thus eliminating the nightmare from his head. After doing this, he found himself staring one angry Kyuubi, looking down at him as in trying to find something the blonde fears. Naruto wouldn't know and the fox would never in his life openly admit, but the fox was quite impressed with the blonde's ability to suppress the demon's urges like that. Almost every night and a few days for as long as a year now, the fox has been doing its best to make the blonde snap, thus him being able to escape by convincing the boy to rip the seal off. However, by looking at Naruto's fierce eyes, Kyuubi realized something he hadn't in 16 years. Those same eyes, the same determination, the same resolve on protecting others. I wonder why I haven't realized it yet. Of course, the boy's the son of my executioner, the one who imprisoned me inside the boy. Naruto is the son of the Yondaime. Thought Kyuubi as realization was upon him. Tell me, boy, why do you fight me so much? What pushes you to go up against the almighty Kyuubi no Kitsune? Asked the fox, now more curious about the boy's resolve on keeping him away, surprising the blonde a little bit. Naruto for his part, while breathing with difficulty from the exertion of keeping the fox at bay, was rather suspicious of the sudden question. Nevertheless, the answer was second nature to him. Why I do this, you ask? You've given me nothing more than pure misery. When I'm using your chakra, my mind shatters and suddenly I can't think of anything rather than simply destroying everything my path. You can say it's your doing in regards to my high chakra reservoir, you can say you saved me countless times by healing my wounds, but you forgot that if it wasn't for you, I would have a different live, instead of being constantly worrying if you will take possession of my body or Akatsuki or even Orochimaru would claim my head. However, while my life was nothing more than misery, I managed to find love and care in my life, said Naruto, making the fox laugh at said choice of words. Lower your defenses, boy. I won't do this anymore. I just want to talk, whispered Kyuubi with a strange voice that almost sounded human. Naruto, for his part, found that trusting the fox's word would be a fatal mistake, simply because of the species' expertise. Foxes are cunning animals, whose abilities revolve around deception. You have my word that I won't do anything. I may be a fox in nature, but I have my pride. Thus when I give my word, I'll keep the promise, said Kyuubi, to which Naruto nodded and relaxed his shoulder a little bit. What do you want, Kyuubi? Asked Naruto, rather apprehensive of this whole situation. I merely want to talk a little bit. About what have I been doing to you this past year, said Kyuubi, as he now laid down in a comfortable position, making Naruto lift an eyebrow at such a sight. First of all, Naruto, the reason as to why I'm doing all this was at first to break your mind. However, getting you all riled up doesn't get me as much thrill as when you and I are connected in a fight. So, I'll propose a deal, said Kyuubi, making Naruto once again grow suspicious of the demon. Foxes are cunning, foxes are mischievous, foxes are not worth of trust. A deal? I can be wrong, but the last time I checked, a deal involved an agreement between two parties, thus towards a mutual benefit. I don't see that coming with the two of us, said Naruto, to which the fox scowled at the blonde for bloody sarcasm, but nevertheless progressed with his terms. The truth of the matter is that I'm tired of being in this prison for damn 16 years. In here, I can't see the outside world, my sense of smell is pretty much useless and my tact went downhill as well. So, how about you rip off the seal and we both go our separate ways? Asked the fox with a strange sense of humor, expecting the boy to shout and scowl at him, but sadly that never came. And yet I thought you're serious about this. Asking things that you know it would never happen, said Naruto, to which the fox smiled and continued. It doesn't hurt to try, though. Okay, I just want to feel the outside world again, so the deal is that your senses of touch, smell and vision are connected with my own, thus sharing all such feelings with me, and before you say if you can cut such link, yes you can. Believe me when I say that hearing your thoughts while you're with your mate is bad enough. Said Kyuubi, making Naruto think for a moment. Kyuubi's proposal wasn't far too demanding and the fox could do nothing to his body when sharing his senses, so Naruto concluded that it was acceptable. However, being an Anbu, it did teach him some things. Therefore he felt complied to seeing what his share of the deal would be. Before I say my answer, mind telling what's in it for me? Asked the blonde before being confused as to why the fox was smirking. Yurei, ghost, Tsukai, messenger, Onmitsu, detective, Tuzoku, thief, and Kyoushu, assassin, rise from the flames of hell and present yourselves, shouted the kitsune as 5 foxes suddenly appeared within different colors of flames. Naruto for his part just watched with his arms crossed as 5 two-tailed foxes from different colors appeared out of what looked to be flames again from different colors. As I said before, these are demon foxes and together they form the best ninja arts team you'll ever find in all the elemental nations. Ghost is the team's spy, he infiltrates places unseen because of his white skin. By applying Yuki to his fur, he can change his color to mingle with the environment, thus making him invisible, at least to human knowledge. Tsukai here is the team's messenger, he excels in speed and he can cross the entire fire country in less than 10 hours. Onmitsu is the team's investigator. He's the best at searching for clues that are hard to locate and has a cunning mind when to solve a mystery. Last, but not least, Kyoushu. She is one deadly fox, I'll tell you. Don't underestimate this shy and timid look of her, when you least expects, she'll be on your neck before you even realize she moved from her previous place. Now, these 5 can be used by you, should you need them, in case we close this deal, said Kyuubi, to which Naruto turned to study the 2-tailed foxes in front of him. Out of all of them, Naruto preferred Yurei over all of them. Also, Naruto had Ace to call for help, but the wolf kind of complained from sometimes playing the role of a messenger, so Tsukai could be useful as well. Onmitsu and Tuzoku could also be useful from their specific abilities, however upon seeing Kyoushu, he found that he wouldn't need the help of an assassin. In a team consisting of 4 Anbu members, thus 4 people with amazing assassination skills, having another one wasn't much of a necessity. However, should he had to go on a mission that he had to kill someone without no one catching him, he could send her instead and he'll never be linked to any form of attack, and he assumed that none of them would mind by being blamed by other humans. Okay, Kyuubi, however somehow I know that it isn't so simple as agreeing with the terms, is it? Asked Naruto before seeing all the 6 foxes smile deviously, making him suddenly suspicious and slight pissed at himself from ever doubting the cunning edge of a kitsune. It seems you understand the foxes a bit too much, Naruto-san. For this deal to be certain, there will be a trial for you to overcome, said Yurei, to which Naruto turned his eyes away and responded as to where laid his suspicion. I wouldn't expect someone who gave me hell for at least as long as I lived, suddenly appear giving away stuff without a cost. However, I can't say that I'm not eager to face this trial. I am always into a good challenge. What is it that I'm supposed to do? Asked Naruto before seeing all the foxes turning their necks to see their lord speak. That's simple. You just have to beat me in a shinobi fight, said Kyuubi like it was the easiest and most common thing. Naruto for his part, scowled at the demon. Yeah right. When even the majority of Konoha shinobis could even cause even a single damage to you, how on earth do you think I can even lay a finger on you? Asked Naruto, already thinking of dismissing the deal and get out of his mindscape. Don't be foolish, Naruto. I wouldn't expect you to beat me in full strength. Hell, I don't think any human could beat me in my full strength. No, you'll be fighting me with 1/9 fraction of my power, meaning 1 tail worth of power, said the big fox, to which Naruto turned to think for a bit. 1 tail worth of power, I remember the day I used right after the Uchiha defected from the village. If memory serves me right, 1 tail worth of the Kyuubi's chakra was equivalent to high-level Jounen in terms of power. Okay, I admit that I'm stronger now, but I'm not sure if I am close to Kakashi's level yet. Nonetheless, if I can do this, then maybe the damn fox would stop trying to torment me in my sleep almost every day. I wonder what he meant of fighting a shinobi battle though. Can he make jutsus? Thought Naruto as he looked up to see the almighty Kitsune waiting for his answer. One question, though, what do you mean to fight a shinobi battle? I didn't realize that you can make ninjutsu and genjutsu. Asked Naruto, to which the fox grinned slightly and satisfied Naruto with the answer. For someone who lived from thousands of years, learning the shinobi arts was like a little hobby of my own. However, using Yuki instead of chakra did manage to mix the concepts a bit. For instance, compared to the Katen-Gukakyu no Jutsu, fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu, my version is called Katen Makai Gukakyu no Jutsu, fire style, Hell Fireball Jutsu. However, since I only bothered learning Katen ninjutsu for obvious reasons, I never bothered to see what Yuki would do to the other elements. Said QB. Okay then. The fight is on. As I said, I love a challenge. Nonetheless, since I'm on a very important mission right now, so why not proceed with the fight after the completion of the mission? Asked Naruto, making the QB think about it for a second. Oh yes, I know of this mission, deal with some criminals and help Shukaku's ex-host. Okay then, our fight will occur after the completion of the mission. However, I'm most eager to see you fighting, so at least the sight and hearing senses will be linked all times during the fight. The same way you like a challenge, I happen to enjoy seeing a good fight. Said QB, to which Naruto accepted. Okay, now I have to go to sleep, so night-night, shouted Naruto before disappearing from his mindscape, leaving the six foxes talking. Do you think he can handle one tail worthy of your chakra, QB-sama? I admit the kid is strong, but I don't think he can win, asked Onmitsu, making all little foxes look at their lord for an answer. Naruto isn't so sure of this as well. However, you don't live inside him for 16 years and not pick up a few things. First of all, Naruto has an strange ability of knowing the right jutsu to use at the right time. Also, from what I've been able to hear, being inside of him and all, he's creating a new taijutsu style that happened to mix genjutsu. The kid is not by all means as experienced as the elites from his village, however he has both the chakra and stamina to keep up with them. Also, he has been able to beat two S-ranked shinobis together with another one from this new team of his. Said QB, to which everyone nodded and bowed before leaving the place. In Konoha, Kurenai was just waking up from a wonderful dream she had about the blonde. She remembered him passing that day, showing the number 3 with his hands, and Kurenai was already imagining their little trip to a nice hotel that was in a village 10 miles from Konoha. She smiled at all the things they could do as a couple: massages, sharing the public onsen, relaxing in bed together, and last but not least, the sex. Kurenai was by no means a pervert, however she found out that sex and Naruto are two words that go together quite nicely. Kurenai found it rather odd to have a 2-in-1 package when it came to having sex with the blonde. He was kind and had patience when the situation called for it, but also could be wild when needed to be. Not to mention that with the guy's stamina, he could maybe go all night and still be able for more, thought Kurenai as a little blood came out of her nose when she remembered the one time the couple pretty much forgot to sleep because of all the sex. Little did the woman know, though, that another girl simply chose to sleep in her apartment as well. Anko had a few drinks left night, yeah right, and found out that she forgot where her house was supposed to be, thus shunching inside Kurenai's house instead. At the time, Kurenai didn't woke up, though, thus Anko just lied down on the couch. After hearing noise coming from the room, the snake mistress went there to check on her friend. I see that you're awake, Kurenai-chan, said Anko, surprising the genjutsu Jounen. What are you doing here, Anko? Did you sleep in here? Asked Kurenai, to which Anko just scratched her head and smiled as in saying yes to the black woman's question. Kurenai for her part sighed at the helpless case, but suddenly she remembered something that she needed to talk to Anko about. Anko, although I don't appreciate you sneaking in my apartment, I'm glad you're here. Now, I have a few things that are worrying me and it involves Yugao-chan, said Kurenai, making Anko pay attention, since she remembered what happened with the poor girl and how she is showing signs of affection towards Naruto, which could be a sign for worry. I don't know why, but since she found out about Hayate's betrayal, she started looking at my boyfriend, and although I'm pretty much certain that he wouldn't do anything, I'm not sure if Yugao would, said Kurenai, to which Anko responded. Yes, this can prove to be quite a touchy subject. Man, how I would like to have my way with that bastard Hayate. I promise that by the end, he will ask me to end his misery, growled Anko, earning a nod from Kurenai in response. I know, but the topic here is Yugao. I don't know if her supposed infatuation with my boyfriend is beyond anything physical. I bet she just found someone to teach Hayate a lesson, thought Kurenai out loud, to which Anko smiled deviously and chose to tease the girl a little bit. That's true, but can you blame her, Kurenai-chan, really? Naruto is one fine piece of meat, if you know what I mean, smiled Anko when she saw Kurenai's look that promised hell to anyone present. However, Kurenai knew the girl's intention, so she smirked and played along. You're just jealous that I have Naruto all for myself while you're at home doing wonders with vibrators and such, said Kurenai, but flinched after seeing Anko's devious smile going up a notch, thus getting herself in a dangerous situation. Well, said Anko, but was stopped by Kurenai, whose danger sense was already screaming for her to stop. We can do this teasing later if you want, Anko, but right now I'm more concerned about Yuigao becoming persistent with Naruto-kun, said Kurenai, making Anko scowl at the genjutsu mistress for not being fun at all. Okay, Kurenai-chan, lighten up, geez. Okay, rest assured that she won't do anything to him there. Yuigao is possibly thinking about him right now, but the thought of endangering a mission is unnerving to her, to say the least. However, rest assured that once the mission is over, she'll try, said Anko, to which Kurenai nodded, concurring with the other Jounen's assessment. However, when she was going to talk, Shizune appeared in the room, saying to Kurenai that the Hokage wanted to speak with her, to which the genjutsu mistress nodded and went to change into her normal Jounen clothes. Anko, we'll talk about this later, okay? I'll have to go see the Hokage, said Kurenai, and got a nod from Anko, who shunshined out of the apartment. At Tsunade's office. Half an hour later, Kurenai was inside the Hokage's office watching the busy woman surrounded by stacks and stacks of paper while taking a quick nap. Kurenai was somewhat wondering why the hell Tsunade took this job if she couldn't keep up with it. However, she remembered who was that convinced Tsunade to take such position, so she smiled and forgot about it. Nonetheless, Kurenai was wondering how she could wake up the Hokage without the blonde sending her to the hospital. Kurenai remembered her boyfriend telling how cranky the Hokage was after being waken up, and now she was fearing her fate in case she chose to wake her up. So, she chose to wait for Tsunade to wake up. In the meantime, however, she was searching for things to do while waiting for the blonde to get up. Looking around, she found some pictures on the table and started looking at it for a little while. First of them was a picture of the Sandaime Hokage while young together with his genin team. Kurenai was fond of the kind Sandaime Hokage and smiled while wondering if he was getting his well-deserved rest. Naruto told her that he owed his life to the Sandaime Hokage from being the only one in the village who ever cared for him while he was growing up. Kurenai giggled softly when she remembered Naruto telling a story about Sandaime helping the blonde that was choking from trying to eat more than he could chew. Would you approve of our relationship, Hokage-sama? Naruto always treasured you as a grandfather, so I would like to have your blessing. I know that you're looking over the village right now. I'm sure you'd be proud of the man he became, Sandaime, thought Kurenai as a tear dropped from her face. While the genjutsu mistress was in deep thought while looking at the picture, Tsunade was already awake, but didn't want to spoil the girl's moment right now. Tsunade wondered what the girl was thinking about after seeing a picture of her Jounen team with Sarutobi-sensei. A little while later, Kurenai looked at the Hokage, who was smiling at her. Sorry, Hokage-sama, I didn't realize you're already awake, I was just looking through some photos and said Kurenai, but was interrupted by the Hokage, who smiled. Nonsense, Kurenai, however I've noticed that you took an interest for that particular photo. Care to explain why? Asked the Hokage, to which Kurenai returned the portrait on the table and smiled at the Hokage. I was just remembering the Sandaime Hokage and remembering how much Naruto talked about him. I wonder if he would approve of my relationship with Naruto, though. The Sandaime was like a grandfather to Naruto, and having his blessing would mean a lot to me, said Kurenai, while looking at the Hokage monuments, more precisely at the Sandaime's head. Tsunade, for her part, smiled softly at the girl and couldn't help but giggle upon seeing how much is Kurenai's resolve on being with Naruto. You love him very much, don't you? Asked Tsunade, to which Kurenai turned and smiled while nodding. I do, Hokage-sama. Very much, however I wished he wouldn't be doing as many missions as his team does, though. I miss him a lot, said Kurenai, now looking sad. Tsunade, for her part, sighed while remembering something Naruto said to her some time ago. You know, Kurenai-san, right before I assigned the mission to Suna, Naruto said something quite interesting to me. Want to hear about it? Asked Tsunade, gaining the attention of the genjutsu mistress. When he appeared that day in my office, I first apologized from cutting off his vacation, but the mission did require a team of his caliber. However, I was quite taken aback when, instead of saying that is okay, he turned to me and said. Flashback on. I understand. However, I'm not displeased simply because it was my day off. I don't care about having time to rest. I care about spending time with Kurenai, and it kills me to tell her that I'm not able to spend time with her. Flashback off. After hearing this, Kurenai's heart pretty much sent a wave of tranquility to Kurenai's body, and suddenly Kurenai was just imagining herself weightless right now. I never knew he had such a romantic side, but what can I say, when you think you know all the things he can do, he appears and surprises us. Said Tsunade, to which Kurenai nodded, now with tears running down her face in pure happiness. Kurenai, I promised him that after he returned, both him and you'll be granted a 3-day leave. As Hokage as much as family, I'll give you my word, said the Hokage, to which Kurenai nodded. I appreciate that, Hokage-sama. Smiled Kurenai and turned to leave after being dismissed from the Hokage's office. After closing the door, Naruto's words were repeating over and over inside her head. I'll wait right here for you to arrive, Naruto-kun. I can't wait to see your face again, I'll be waiting, Shippu Okami, thought Kurenai as she went over to the training ground where she was supposed to meet her team today. With Naruto. When the sun illuminated Suna, Naruto woke up and went to the bathroom to get a shower. When he got out, he heard someone shunching inside the room and sighed. It took you long enough, Ace. Where have you been? Asked Naruto, to which Ace opened his mouth but Naruto stopped him. Never mind, sure that husky was what happened. Now, we have to arrive in 30 minutes to see the Kazekage. Said Naruto, to which the wolf nodded and waited for Naruto to dress his Anbu armor. Ace, by the way, I finally found a way for the damn fox to stop with his actions. We made a kind of deal where he can feel, see and hear the same thing I do, and in exchange, he supplied me with what appeared to be demon foxes, each specializing in a field. But don't worry, I know you sometimes get all cranky with me over being a messenger and all, so these foxes will do other jobs. You, on the other hand, are my partner at all times. Said Naruto before seeing Ace nod. Guess is for the better. If I were to deliver one more message, I'd go crazy, whined Ace. At the Kazekage's office. Inside the Kazekage's room, Anbu Team 5 and Gaara were discussing their mission. Now let's begin with the mission. Team 5 will accompany me in taking care of these missing nins that are terrorizing one of Wind Country's villages. According to the report, there are a total of 15 missing nins bearing from B to A ranked level. We were able to distinguish 10 missing nins from Suna and 5 are from Konoha. Their abilities are unknown up to this point, so we'll have to gauge such information while fighting. Now, I'll be the leader of this operation, so please state your abilities so that I can state a strategy. Said Gaara, to which Hawk, being the group's leader, stepped forward. Certainly, Kazekage-sama. First of all, I have a Katen affinity and mastery over Kenjutsu. Cat here has a Suten affinity and it's considered the best sword fighter in Konoha. Bear is our taijutsu fighter with extremely powerful earth affinity and a somewhat low temper. And last but not least, Black Wolf is our ninjutsu specialist. He has knowledge on Raiten, Futon and Suten ninjutsu, being the last two his affinities. He and his wolf partner Ace can double team the opponent and attack them. His physical abilities lies in the usage of cage bunshines and his kenjutsu style is somewhat on my level, said Hawk, to which Gaara smiled since not once he heard Naruto's abilities being the fox inside of him, meaning that the blonde build up his reputation. Okay then, let's move, shouted Gaara before all 5 of them making shunching away from the room and appear near the gate. We'll travel for 10 miles towards the village. When we approach the village, I will disguise our presences with a jutsu of mine that simulates a sandstorm. We'll be right behind it and charge the missing nins when they aren't expecting. Said Gaara, to which the Anbu team nodded and turned to run along with the Kazekage. When it left 1 mile to reach the village, Gaara began molding a long series of hand signs and told everyone to gather behind him. Fuuten Mugen Sajin Daitapa, Wind Style, Infinite Dust Great Breakthrough Jutsu. With that, a huge gust of sandstorm started forming ahead of the group, hiding them behind it. Naruto was amazed at Gaara's wind attack and so wished to learn it, however since the attack involves some form of control over sand, he discarded from being rather difficult and time-consuming. Beats using this jutsu for blasting clones, huh, Black Wolf? Asked Gaara while his hands were waving, thus maintaining the jutsu. Naruto for his part smiled at the Kazekage and replied. You remember that one, huh? Well, I'll admit that's one good technique, but I remember you expelling from your mouth the last time, made a few changes? Asked Naruto, making everyone surprised to see such intimacy between their teammate and the Kazekage. You can say that, yes. I kind of had to. Back then, I didn't have the lungs necessary for this technique. Now since Shukaku is gone, I had to make some adjustments. So I heard that you have a Fuuten affinity just like Tamari-chan? Asked the Kazekage, hoping to throw away some conversation. I have, though I have to admit, I could never maintain a technique like this and talk at the same time. Bravo for your chakra control, Kazekage-sama. Said Naruto, joking around. You can say I trained a lot after the Shikaku was extracted. Now, it seems we've arrived, we'll talk later, Black Wolf, said Gaara, to which Naruto nodded and the team stopped moving and hid it below some sheets that matched the color of the sand in order for the enemy not to see them. In the village. Still oblivious to the team consisting of the Kazekage and Konoha's Anbu, 15 missing nins were taking the village population as hostages for further ransom. You guys are monsters, why are you doing this to us? Screamed the mayor of the town while being tied up by a Suna missing nin, who then slapped the mayor in the face. Shut up, you idiot. We own this place now. All the villagers here will be held for further ransom. While the event was going on, Gaara and the team of Anbu were studying the village intently. Okay, team. We need to see where all of the missing nins are located. Aside from the 8 right there in the middle of the street, the other 7 has to be inside the houses, as in waiting for an ambush. Any of you got good tracking skills? Asked Gaara, to which the wolf Ace approached and presented himself. Greetings, Kazekage-sama, my name is Ace and I come from the wolf clan near the highest peak of Wind Country. My nose managed to find the location of 5 of them, however the other 2 I can't seem to sense, said Ace, to which Gaara nodded and turned to assess the situation. Okay, so the last 2 must be a part of a ex-Suna clan called the Sabier clan. They were well known throughout the elemental nations with their bloodline called Sabier Henkin, sand transformation. Their bodies can dissolve in the sand and be able to mask their presences. They are dangerous and unpredictable, thus I'll take care of them, said Gaara. Are you sure about this, Kazekage-sama? If what you're saying is correct, your life could be in danger. I knew of the Sabier clan. They were expulsed by your father, the Yondaime Kazekage, from being too power hungry. They would stop for nothing to get their hands on you, said Hawk, to which Gaara nodded. No, I know they are after me, and to be honest, I already had the suspicion of their involvement in this. I'm the one who can take against sand type attacks better than any of you. I'm entrusting this village's safety to your Anbu team, Hawk-san. When you guys attack the 13 in the village, the other 2 will appear and help his comrades. I'll be waiting for this to take them by surprise and imprison them with a jutsu I devised specially for them, said Gaara, to which the group nodded and Hawk turned to the group. Alright team, we have 13 enemies and if my guess is correct, killing is authorized, said Hawk, looking at the Kazekage for authorization regarding the Suna missing nins, to which Gaara nodded. Okay, so they are 13 against us, 5 of us. Black Wolf and Ace, you 2 will take care of the 5 hidden inside the houses, since Ace know their location. Bear and Cat, you 2 will secure the commotion in the center and drive their attention. Once you do that, I'll strike some of them from behind. Once again, when their attention turn to me, you 2 will move and take care of the rest. Black Wolf, I'll need for you to take care of the 5 quickly and then come to assist us just in case. What are your ideas for this? Asked Hawk before seeing 4 other replicas of Black Wolf appear behind them and say in unison. You called for us, Hawk Taiku? Asked Naruto, earning a broad smile from his team and the Kazekage. Only you to think of using that, Black Wolf. Now Black Wolf will give us the signal for clearance, once he takes care of the 5 inside. When done, simply throw a kunai to the other direction, said Hawk. Then the group separated, leaving Gaara hiding while keeping the look for his 2 targets. However, he was wondering about Naruto's Anbu team and how much intimacy they were sharing. Gaara smiled upon seeing that although they know about his burden, they still keep up with him and even befriended the boy. With Naruto. The 5 Narutos and Ace were talking about the location of their 5 targets. After Ace pointed the locations, the real Naruto ushered him to stay with Hawk and form a double attack in case they are in need for assistance, to which Ace nodded and vanished. That happened, all 5 shunshined towards their destinations. After all of them found the target, they got in position and waited for the right time to strike. Once the enemies gave their backs, they signed their deaths. Instantly, all 5 Black Wolves began molding chakra for Okami Haijutsu Suke Kurigari, Wolf Secret Style, Total Darkness Jutsu, and every light that seemed to fill each of the houses became black for a while and silent screams appeared. Naruto realized that their screams could ruin the plan, so with his ninjato, Black Wolf made sure to strike all the missing nin's vocal cords. After taking care of this, all the clones vanished and the real Naruto threw a kunai to the other side of the real village, thus giving the signal for the group to attack. Instantly, Hawk and Ace vanished and appeared behind one of the houses in order to take care of 2 that were right beside them. Without even a notice, a ninjato and a paw went through the 2 missing nin's chest, thus killing them instantly and gaining the rest's attention, which proved to be their mistake since Yuigao used that advantage, thus managing to kill 3 of them, and Bear managed to kill 2 with a jutsu called Doten Dito Hitoya, Earth Style, Mud Prison Jutsu. Once again, because of the surprise attack, the other 3 were sitting ducks now that the team was complete because Naruto had just arrived. Suddenly, 2 sand typhoons appeared from the left and charged the team real fast. However, as the 2 approached the village while still within the sand typhoon, everyone heard someone shouting Sabaku Savior, Desert Sand Imprisonment, shouted Gaara as he extended his 2 palms and stopped the Savior brothers as they were known for. Savior brothers, Suna's ranked missing nins charged with a few unauthorized murders and disobedience to the Kazekage's orders. I, the Yondaime Kazekage, shall see fit to end your life right here right now, said Gaara, before hearing laughter from both of them in unison. No attack of yours will kill us, Kazekage. Our bodies can dissolve to sand, said both of them, to which Gaara smiled and turned to see Black Wolf approaching. So if your bodies can dissolve to sand, then it's safe to say that Raiten Jutsus are your weakness, right? Asked Black Wolf, to which the Savior brothers gulped with fear for the first time. Actually, they made the mistake of looking directly at Naruto with his feral eyes, and since his eyes have such effect, the missing nins were scared to death. If I may, Kazekage-sama? Asked Naruto, to which Gaara nodded and he began the hand seal sequence. Raiten Ikazuchi no Yari, Lightning Style, Thunder Spear Jutsu. Then, to the Savior brothers' fear, Naruto began forming 2 spears made of lightning in each palm and just ended the 2 brothers' life right there. After the brothers fell on the ground, Gaara looked at the black-masked Anbu. Mission accomplished. Now we must get rid of the bodies, said the Kazekage, to which the group of Anbu nodded and then vanished to burn the bodies and collect proof of the kill to take to Suna and Konoha. Inside the Kazekage's office. After the end of the mission, Gaara chose to give the bounty money to Konoha, since they were responsible for taking the missing nins out. Now the team and Gaara were discussing the last details so that the mission report can be handed to both hidden villages. After it ended, Gaara dismissed the team but requested Black Wolf to stay for some time. The team nodded and vanished to go to the hotel and collect their stuff. You can take off your mask, Naruto, no one will know of your presence here, or should I say Shippu Okami? Asked Gaara, to which Naruto smiled. I swear, that name is going to be the end of me before I know it. I'm bothered a little bit that Kumo isn't coming to take my head off, though, said Naruto, scratching his head, to which Gaara smiled and turned to answer. Don't bother, Kumo is somewhat stationary right now. From what my spies near that village told me, they seem to stop their attempts at catching the Shippu Okami, because they are afraid of losing any of their task force, even though it could be considered even bigger than Iwa right now, said Gaara, but then decided to change the subject. So tell me, Naruto, what made you to join Anbu? Forgive me, but you didn't sound the secretive type to me, asked Gaara, to which Naruto smiled. Being loud and obnoxious doesn't get you very far, thus being rather obvious that people would eventually underestimate your abilities because of it. Therefore, I decided that a change was in order. This black mask was like a signal for me. We Jinchuriki are lone wolves, Gaara. You got lucky to have Tamari and Kankuro to bear such a burden with you, but I wasn't that lucky. You're even luckier to be given a second chance in living after Shukaku was extracted from you. Back in Konoha, people aren't as friendly with me as soon as people are with you. Were I not to wear the mask, no one would sell me anything, no one would help me, said Naruto, but to the surprise of the Kazekage, not once did the blonde look down in sadness or sorrow at his condition. Gaara was somewhat uneasy to seeing that the blonde wasn't sad at all. I may be young, Naruto, but I'm no fool. You can't afford to tell me this and not be saddened about it? What is it? Asked Gaara, making Naruto look at the Kazekage with amusement at being caught. You're right, Gaara, though all of this is true, I'm happy to say I found my true love in Konoha, said Naruto, to which Gaara smiled. Who is it? Don't tell me, is that Sakura girl, is it? Asked Gaara before hearing Naruto laughing about the question. Oh man, that was funny. No, it isn't Sakura. Well, I don't think you ever meet her when you were in Konoha, but she was a Jounen sensei back at our first chunnin exams. Her name is Yui Kurenai, said Naruto before seeing a somewhat wide expression coming from Gaara that he understood the man's concern. Yes, she's 15 years older than me, completed Naruto, confirming Gaara's suspicions, however he didn't sound surprised and or taken aback. I wasn't surprised by the age difference, we shinobis have a very short life expectancy, although I was more surprised that you managed to date this woman. Tamari told me about her a little bit and told me that she was perhaps the most beautiful woman in Konoha, although according to her, this Kurenai person was somewhat cold to people, said Gaara, to which Naruto nodded in approval. Tamari-san is right, she is the most beautiful woman in Konoha, though I don't agree with the ice-cold part, at least when we started dating, she wasn't. Said Naruto, to which Gaara nodded. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Kurenai felt like blushing but from no apparent reason. Someone must be talking about me, better be Naruto-kun, thought the red-eyed kunoichi. Back to Naruto and Gaara, they've pretty much talked for some time about what's going on in their lives, and Naruto was taken aback when Gaara told him of a girl he was seeing. Naruto, here is a letter to the Hokage, and also I humbly request that your team escort Tamari towards Konoha. She is to participate with Shikamaru-san as proctors for the upcoming chunnin exam, asked Gaara, to which Naruto accepted, even though he wasn't in command of the team, and told the Kazekage to tell Tamari to meet their team at the gate in half an hour. At the gate. Half an hour after Black Wolf arrived, the group was waiting for Tamari to arrive so that they can go back to Konoha. After arriving, Naruto handed the letter to Hawk and told him of the Kazekage's intentions towards delivering the letter to the Hokage and escorting Gaara's sister so that she can act as proctor of the chunnin exams that will happen in 2 weeks. Hawk was a little unnerved at having to do this, but complied simply because of the alliance between both villages. Suddenly, the battle fan Kunoichi arrived, stealing glances at her escort team. She hoped at least to find who Naruto was so that the trip wasn't as uncomfortable as it now was. However, when the black-masked Anbu spoke, she recognized the voice, thus joining next to him for the trip. Yuagao, upon seeing the blonde girl join Naruto's side, became suspicious of her. She knew that this Tamari person wasn't infatuated with Naruto, but the mere thought of some other girl traveling side by side with him unnerved her a little bit. Because of the mission, Yuagao couldn't afford to let her thoughts on the blonde in the way of things. However, after the mission was over, the thoughts came rushing back in, and now she was caught staring at him on occasions. Little did she know, however, that Tamari was quite perceptive, thus seeing that the cat-masked Anbu was looking at the blonde. Wait, why is she looking at him like that? He's with Kurenai. What's the deal with this girl? Thought Tamari as she looked at Naruto and was surprised to see that he signaled her to let it go for now and focus on returning to Konoha. Tamari-san, we need to go faster. We Ambus have a deadline to approach Konoha, thus we'll have only a 2-hour stop and then we'll resume the fast pace. Please take that time to rest so that you can keep up, said Hawk, to which the girl nodded, but became somewhat angry with the man from diminishing her stamina just because she was a kunoichi, but then dismissed it because the fact that one of them is a kunoichi as well. Soon, Naruto, soon we'll have our fight to see if you're worthy of my fox team, said the QB inside Naruto's mind, and he replied by thinking. When we reach Konoha, we'll have the fight. How do you suppose we do this? It must be inside my Mindscape for this to work, said Naruto, to which the fox agreed. Indeed. I can't materialize myself outside of your body because of the damn seal, so you have to get inside of here for us to have our battle. You can choose battling during your sleep or while meditating and reach this place, it's your choice, said the fox, to which Naruto nodded. Meditating seems fine to me. I don't want to scare Kurenai, she'll think that I'm having quite a nightmare. Thought Naruto, to which the fox laughed slightly. Scared boy, don't worry. I don't like to be over or even underestimated by the opponent. From what I saw of your memories, one tail will be enough for us to match each other quite nicely. Oh, the heat of battle. Said the fox, to which Naruto sighed and cut off the link. Back to the trip, Naruto and Tamari were talking about Gaara's girlfriend Mitsuri. According to the blonde kunoichi, Mitsuri was one of the only ones who wasn't scared of Gaara while she grew up. Also, Naruto learned that the girl's temper was somewhat compared to Shukaku, so she could be quite scary. After hearing Gaara becoming afraid like that, Naruto laughed a little bit. It went without saying that everyone was afraid of Gaara, even his siblings were. However, this Mitsuri person wasn't, and Naruto smiled at his friend for finding someone as well. For Tamari's part, she learned how Naruto and Kurenai met each other and how was Naruto's life in Anbu until now. She was amazed to learn that his team was able to kill Hoshikage Kisame and scare Uchiha Itachi, even if the Hokage was involved as well. Tamari knew from rumors that Itachi and Kisame were among the deadliest shinobi around, and to be able to take one of them out is nothing short of amazing. Also, Tamari was saddened by learning that Konoha had yet to accept their Jinchuriki like Suna has accepted their own. After entering the gate that led to the village, the team and Tamari went straight to the Hokage's office. The Hokage's office. Tsunade was reading a report about Team 8's elemental training and was quite happy to know that the new generation of the village clans wasn't so adapt to only usage of their respective family techniques. However, she was surprised when a group suddenly appeared inside her office. However, since she saw Naruto's black mask, relaxation was upon her and a smile appeared on her face. Being the leader, Hawk presented the letter from the Kazekage and the scroll containing the 5 missing nins that they fought against. Mission accomplished, Hokage-sama, said Hawk, to which Tsunade nodded and turned to greet the Suna kunoichi. I see you took advantage of my Anbu team's escort services, Tamari-san. How was the trip? Asked Tsunade while reading the letter from the Kazekage and then resting on the table. However, while she was smiling on the outside, inside she was thinking about the troubling news from the Kazekage. Greetings, Hokage-sama. First of all, I appreciate the immense help provided by Konoha's Anbu team that you sent for assistance. Second, it seems that my spies near Kumo detected a mobilization of their forces. Now I don't know what they are up to, but it doesn't hurt to go check it out. Should any news of these reach you, please keep me informed. If Kumo's preparing for war, I have to prepare my people to assist in advance. We must keep in touch. Kazekage. While Tamari was saying about her trip, Tsunade was thinking about Kumo's recent activities and how it linked to their position now. First, they kidnapped a Konoha team of shinobi, and then they tried luring Naruto into a trap. Something is coming soon and we must be sure of their intentions, thought Tsunade as Tamari finished her story. After that, we arrived here with no complications whatsoever, said Tamari, to which Tsunade nodded and called for a chunnin to escort her to a hotel, to which Tamari nodded. After that, she dismissed the team of Anbus and called for the pervert Jiraiya, who surprisingly was staying in Konoha for quite more time than before. With Team 8, Kurenai and Kakashi was watching Kiba's attempt at manipulating Earth Chakra. Unfortunately, he was the only one having difficulty with elemental chakra manipulation, since both Shino and Hinata already managed there and were already learning some of their respective elemental attacks. Kurenai was thankful of Kakashi for teaching her students some of his jutsu repertoire. However, as Kurenai was about to address Kiba to try again, her Jounen senses was in high alert when a person just shunshined behind her. Although when she saw the black Anbu mask, she jumped in joy and hugged the Anbu member fiercely. I missed you so much, Naruto-kun, whispered Kurenai to the blonde, to which he nodded and told her that he missed her too. After that, he handed a special flower that grew only in Suna, to which Kurenai smiled and nodded in appreciation. Was the mission accomplished? Asked Kurenai, to which Naruto nodded and turned to reply. Yes, it was successful. Gaara assisted us in taking care of the missing nins, so we didn't have a problem with it, said Naruto. While the couple was hugging and whispering to each other, Kakashi was smiling at the return of his student. However, the 3 chunnins were watching with somewhat close to astonishment. All 3 of them just couldn't imagine Naruto being the Anbu, even though they knew he was. The fact is that upon seeing the couple together, neither of them could visualize the age difference between the pair and were all astonished. After Naruto and Kurenai broke the hug, the Anbu member looked at the 3 chunnins. So, judging from the chakra usage around the area, you 3 are training in elemental chakra. I feel traces of Raiten, Suten and Doden, am I correct? Asked Naruto, getting a nod from the chunnin, who were somewhat apprehensive of speaking to the Anbu member. Naruto, after looking at the 3 and the way they were looking at him, felt somewhat unease with the situation. However, he knew that such reaction was caused when he was there to rescue them from Kumo. You 3 are afraid of me, aren't you? Asked Naruto, earning surprised looks from Kurenai and Kakashi, who then gauged the 3's reactions. To their surprise, though, Naruto was correct. Seeing that the 3 were ready for battle, Naruto sighed, since he wasn't able to gauge why they were scared of a fellow shinobi like that. Kiba was always impulsive, so Naruto could pretty much figure it out. However, Shino and Hinata, he couldn't figure it out why they were scared of him. Surprisingly, Shino was the one who started talking. Naruto, for some reason, my bugs are reacting to your presence and are somewhat wary of your movements, said Shino, to which Naruto sighed and turned around so as to leave, seeing that he wasn't welcomed. Kure-chan, the Hokage granted us a 3 days vacation, so tomorrow we are free. I'm going to the Anbu HQ, said Naruto before greeting Kakashi and sunshining within a small typhoon. After Naruto left, Kurenai went to her team in order to demand some satisfaction from nearly treating her boyfriend as an enemy, to which Hinata turned to answer.
Sorry Kurenai-sensei, I just don't know if I talk for Shino and Kiba, but after looking at him once again, I was petrified.
It was, I don't know, kind of facing an angry wolf with yellow eyes just looking at his prey, and we couldn't do anything other than hold our breath and wait for him to kill us, said Hinata, before looking down, to which Kakashi and Kurenai realized what happened, and it was Kakashi who told them. You described it really well, Hinata-san. Naruto's eyes somehow stays tuned with his emotions, hence when he is feeling some negative emotions, his eyes turn to the same of a wolf, yellow eyes and slitted pupils. Now, I wonder what he is thinking right now to cause such a reaction, said Kakashi as he began to wonder. Do you think it's related, Kakashi? Asked Kurenai, referring to the fox, to which Kakashi nodded. Could be, I don't know. Anyway, Naruto isn't easily controlled by his emotions, hence the fact that there has been some time since we didn't feel it manifesting for quite some time. Naruto sometime told me that he was feeling its urges more constantly and was getting harder to control. I'll go check on him to see if he's okay, said Kakashi before vanishing, leaving Kurenai wondering what the fox could want all of a sudden with Naruto. After leaving Team 8, Naruto shrugged the thought of the ones growing up with him getting scared at him. Right now, there were more important things to take care of. Right now, it's good time as any, Naruto. Focus on your presence inside your mindscape and let's begin our battle, said Kyuubi, to which Naruto nodded and sit down to begin his meditation. However, he was taken aback when Kakashi appeared with a serious look on his face. What does he want right now? Asked Kakashi, to which Naruto looked down, not even surprised that Kakashi knew of his inner turmoil right now. He wants to fight me, said Naruto, scaring Kakashi a little bit. Explain? Asked Kakashi, to which Naruto turned to relate the story where he agreed to let Kyuubi feel, hear and see everything Naruto did and how if Naruto manages to win the battle against the fox with one tail worth of power. After Kakashi heard, he became somewhat uneasy with the results. Are you sure about this, Naruto? If you're weak, then you won't be able to hold your own against the fox's killing intent and maybe he could gain control of your body, said Kakashi, to which Naruto nodded. Do you actually think I trust him, Kakashi-sensei? However, if I don't do this, he'll never stop with the killing intents and giving me nightmares. I don't know how long I can hold his urge, there is a reason to his reputation, you know? Said Naruto, to which Kakashi smiled even though it wasn't called for. Only you to joke during a time like this, said Kakashi. You can watch if you like, Kure-chan knows of a jutsu that can enter another one's mindscape. It's a kind of a variation of the Yamanaka clan jutsus. She can help you, said Naruto, but was interrupted by Kurenai, who appeared looking serious. Use your Sharingan, Kakashi, I want to see it as well, Naruto-kun, said Kurenai, earning Naruto's attention, but he denied. It's too risky, Kure-chan. The damn fox keeps sending images of you getting killed by me while being possessed. I managed to send those images away because of knowing that would never happen, however if I became too weak after fighting him, I don't know what could happen, said Naruto, looking down in shame from showing weakness in front of his girlfriend. After Naruto finished telling, Kurenai suddenly remembered of the dream and smiled at her boyfriend. Naruto-kun, I once had a dream that you telling me just that. However, you are a part of my life right now and I want to fight the fox together, said Kurenai, taking the mask away and massaging his cheeks. Kure-chan, I can't, said Naruto before being interrupted by a deep kiss from the red-eyed Kunoichi. Naruto-kun, you had to endure this alone for 16 years of your life, please let me be with you. I want to share your pain, I want to really get to know everything about my boyfriend, said Kurenai, almost on the verge of tears, to which Naruto sighed and put his hands on her chin in order to address her. Kure-chan, if you seriously want to share my pain, then you must promise me that if anything happens, you must leave my mindscape, said Naruto, to which Kurenai nodded and the three of them sat on the ground. Naruto closed his eyes and appeared inside his mindscape. Moments later, Kakashi and Kurenai appeared there as well and the three of them came across a hidden room with bars. I see you brought guests to watch the fight, Naruto, said the fox, making his appearance behind the bars, instantly making Kakashi sweat in fear and Kurenai to stop breathing. In front of them, appeared the one responsible for the almost annihilation of Konoha, had it not been the Yondaime. Kurenai had never been in direct contact with the fox, however she heard rumors of how terrifying the monster was. Now standing face to the face, she was scared as hell of what could happen. Naruto knew that his girlfriend was scared and decided to talk to her for reassurance. Kure-chan, are you okay? Kyuubi can't do anything to you in here, I won't allow him to touch you. I want to be here with me, however you mustn't show fear in front of someone who feeds from it. The more fear you show, the more eager he'll become to do something about it. That goes for you too, Kakashi-sensei. Although you are less frightened than Kure-chan, if I can sense your fear, the fox can too, said Naruto, to which both nodded. Do not worry, mortals, I gave Naruto my word that should he win this, I'll stop with the threats and killing intent. In fact, the reason as to why I did this was to test you, Naruto, was to merely test your resolve against tougher opponents out there. Remember that I'm thrilled when it comes to battle, hence why I want my vessel to become as powerful as a chunnin. So, please come forward and meet your adversary, said Kyuubi, to which Naruto nodded and approached the gate when suddenly Kyuubi's chakra began to form Naruto's opponent. However, when the opponent was materialized, Naruto and Kakashi was shocked to see that Kyuubi created a second Momochi Zabuza to fight the blonde. As you can see, I picked Zabuza. The reason for this is because while I know that there are others more powerful than him, Zabuza was one very tough shinobi. Wouldn't you agree, Hatake Kakashi? Asked Kyuubi, to which the silver-haired man nodded. Yes, I'd say that Zabuza was on par with Kisame. You wouldn't know Naruto since at the time we confronted him, you're only 12. If it weren't for my Sharingan eyes, Zabuza would have won the battle against me, thus killing Team 7 and Tazuna, said Kakashi, to which Naruto nodded, knowing that the Sharingan was really helpful. Now, from what your memory told me, Zabuza was a master of Suitenjutsu and Kenjutsu, so he'll have such qualities, plus he'll receive one tael worth of power from me. Also, you will be fighting in another scenery, said Kyuubi before suddenly all of them were on top of the Valley of the End statues. Naruto and Ko were on top of the Shodaime statue and Zabuza was on top of Madara statue. Naruto, during the fight, there will be some surprises that you need to adapt to during it. Now Zabuza will receive one tael of power from me and let's get this show on the road, said the Kyuubi, to which Naruto nodded and jumped towards the bottom, showing guts since he was getting into Zabuza's field. Although Naruto had some Suitenjutsus to use, he admitted being somewhat unprepared to face a Suiten master in his territory. Begin, shouted the Kyuubi. Right there, Zabuza began making hand seals for Suiten Suiryu Udan no Jutsu, water style, water dragon jutsu, and the biggest dragon appeared, almost draining the river. Naruto x Zabuza. After seeing the huge monster on his way to attack, Naruto figured that Zabuza would use the big guns from the start. So he waited patiently for the dragon to strike, so he could make his move. Kurenai and Kakashi were terrified of the huge dragon, while Naruto, even though scared, knew better than show it to the fox. Being that said, he waited until the colossal dragon charged, hitting him dead on. However, he vanished in a puff of smoke, showing it was a cage bunshine. Jumping from below the surface, Naruto made some hand seals for Raiten Jaibashi no Jutsu, lightning style, electromagnetic current jutsu, and sent it towards the water while in the air, thus hitting Zabuza with it because the water conducts electricity. However, after seeing Zabuza dissolving into water, Naruto realized that he hit a Mizu bunshine. By sheer instinct alone, Naruto dodged some incoming shurikens that came at his direction and he used his own to counterattack while making hand seals for Ninpa Shuriken Cage Bunshine no Jutsu, Ninja Arts, Shuriken Clone Jutsu. With that, what were 4 shurikens, now became 40 and Zabuza used his Zanbatsu to block them all. Good Naruto, keep it up, shouted Kyuubi as he watched the fight. After blocking the shurikens, Zabuza charged with his superior speed thanks to Kyuubi's power with the intent of just cleaving Naruto's head off, to which Naruto barely ducked and used some smoke bomb to escape the onslaught and make some hand signs. Fuuten Kiyomu Shippu, wind style, fierce hurricane jutsu. Suddenly, a huge tornado appeared and enveloped Naruto, who was now focusing on a one-handed seal in order to control the tornado. Zabuza just stood there, waiting for the technique to hit him so that he can see how powerful the hurricane was. Not being one to question, Naruto sent the tornado towards Zabuza, who used the Zanbatsu to block, plus focusing some of Kyuubi's chakra through the blade. When the tornado hit the sword, blades of wind and the Zanbatsu became to battle for dominance. Zabuza was focusing every bit of his chakra for the tornado stop its advancement, however Naruto wouldn't let him. Focusing some more chakra, Naruto managed to penetrate the sword's defenses and hit Zabuza straight on. After seeing the attack getting hit, Kakashi and Kurenai had to cover their eyes from the wind's strength. Kakashi, do you think he can win this? Asked Kurenai while covering her eyes. I don't know, Kurenai. Kyuubi is being unfair as hell. Zabuza was already on par with Naruto, however he added one tael more of power and now Naruto can't afford a taijutsu or even a kenjutsu battle with him, said Kakashi, looking at the fox only to see amusement in the creature's eyes. Back to the fight, Naruto waited to see the result of his attack only to see that Zabuza wasn't even hurt. Damn it, I forgot that Kyuubi's healing him. How can I beat a guy like this, thought Naruto as he took off his sword. Focusing some Fuuten chakra through the blade, he began to throw a series of wind blades towards Zabuza, who defended with his Zanbatsu. However, after the last one, which by the way was more concentrated than the rest of them, ended up shattering the Zanbatsu, making it unusable in combat. Very clever Naruto, focusing the attack on a certain point, thus hindering the weapon useless. Now we can fight for real, said Kyuubi before seeing Naruto channel chakra through his feet and attack Zabuza with his ninjato in hand. However, as he appeared in front of Zabuza, he molded chakra with one hand and used Heki Shuukai no Jutsu, false surroundings jutsu, making Zabuza think that Naruto would attack from the left, thus hindering the mist demon victim of his attack to the man's chest, managing to make a deep cut. Kakashi was visibly impressed at the usage of genjutsu followed by a kenjutsu attack and turned to see Kurenai smiling. I see you taught him some genjutsu moves, Kurenai? Asked Kakashi, but was surprised when Kurenai nodded and said about Naruto's new fighting style called Genkaku Genkotsu, Illusion Fist, and how Naruto uses genjutsu to trick the opponent and then attack when he or she tries to dispel the illusion. Needless to say, Kakashi was impressed by such a creation and nodded at the simplicity yet ingenuity of it. Back to the fight, Kyuubi was applauding behind his cage. You are quite something, Naruto. I am having much fun watching it. However, you need to beat Zabuza, not just hurt him, simply because if you don't, my chakra will heal all his wounds, said Kyuubi, to which Kurenai and Kakashi snarled at the unfair fight. However, Naruto stood there just gauging his next attack. It's time to end this. I'll put everything in this last attack, thought Naruto as he began the sequence of hand seals for Raiten Denku Huku, Lightning Roar Jutsu. After he stopped the necessary chakra molding for the attack, his body was involved by electricity because of the chakra being used. Up on the stands, Kakashi was watching intently at the jutsu and wondering if Naruto created this jutsu, simply because of many fights that he had with Kumo Ninja. Never once had he heard about this technique. When he released the technique, a huge lightning lion charged Zabuza with such speed and strength that Zabuza was unable to move in time, thus receiving the technique head-on. Because he was soaked, the attack was even worse. Thousands bolts were passing through the mist demon's body right now, and screams of pain and agony were all that could be heard. For a while, Naruto thought he had won the fight, therefore he kneeled on the water from slight exhaustion. However, when he looked, Zabuza lifting from the attack, although bruised like hell, was still able to fight. Shit, he's still up. It seems I don't have another choice. I was saving this jutsu for later, because it isn't perfected yet, however I must use it. Damn the consequences. You got my respect, Naruto. The damage was quite large, thus Zabuza only have power for one jutsu and that's it. Therefore, how about we finish this or you're out of chakra already? Asked Kyuubi, to which Naruto snarled at the fox and Kakashi turned to talk with Kurenai. This is bad. Naruto used a lot of chakra in that last Raiten jutsu. I don't think he has enough to match Zabuza's Daibafuku no Jutsu, said Kakashi, to which Kurenai got worried about her boyfriend's welfare. Back to Naruto, he got up and started breathing calmly and tried to gauge the possibilities. Okay, if my memory serves me correct, then Zabuza will use the Daibafuku no Jutsu, Grand Waterfall Jutsu, so I believe my technique should work. However, the timing must be precise, thought Naruto as he summoned a clone to step next to him. Zabuza began his set of hand seals while Naruto began forming the Rasengan. Zabuza was focusing everything on his Suten technique when he saw Naruto holding what appeared to be a windmill shuriken purely made of wind and the Rasengan in the middle. Let's end this, Naruto. Suten Daibafuku no Jutsu, Water Style, Grand Waterfall Jutsu, said Zabuza, sending the attack towards Naruto, who closed his eyes for a moment. He needed the right time and place for this to work. When he opened his eyes, he saw that where he needed to hit the attack so that the waterfall would break in half from his attack. Jumping straight towards the attack, Naruto slammed his wind-powered Rasengan, thus literally cutting it in half as he passed through, while making a dive forward the now battered Zabuza, who were only waiting for the technique to hit him. Take this, Fyuten Rasen Shuriken, shouted Naruto as he slammed the attack into Zabuza's chest, thus creating a dome of destruction around him. Kakashi was by now with his Sharingan activated and trying to count the number of cuts that Zabuza was receiving, however he lost count of it. Minato-sensei, your son is something else entirely, thought Kakashi as he turned to Kurenai, who were smiling at her boyfriend's victory. Suddenly, a voice from the back on their head spoke in a somewhat weak voice. When they turned to see, they were surprised to see that it was Naruto barely moving. Kakashi for his part was trying to understand what happened, however Naruto beat him to it. The Fyuten Rasen Shuriken damages my arm a lot, hence the fact is not finished yet. So I left the clone to attack in my stead. However, I had to pump every chakra I had so that the clone wasn't vanished by the contact with the waterfall technique. Although I didn't feel the pain in my arm this time, the clone's memory of pain went back to me, and it's a weird feeling to say the least. You have the memory of almost breaking your arm, but you even felt it, said Naruto, earning a giggle from Kurenai and a deep laughter from the fox. As I said, you managed to beat one tail of my power. Now, you're free to use the foxes. However, I'll be gauging your level and have this fights on occasions to improve yourself. Now don't worry about chakra exhaustion. You'll be tired, but tomorrow it would be like nothing happened, said the fox before sending the three out of the Mindscape. Outside Naruto's Mindscape. After opening their eyes, Kurenai and Kakashi were thrilled to be able to escape without harm. However, upon looking at Naruto, they found that he was sleeping. Seeing this, Kakashi smiled and picked up the blonde to take him to his apartment so that he can rest. Kurenai nodded and smiled while following Kakashi. A little later, Ace appeared and traveled together with the group towards Naruto's apartment. The wolf was then informed of what happened and smiled at his companion. After arriving at Naruto's apartment, Kakashi landed him on the bed and left, leaving Kurenai and Ace to take care of the blonde. Naruto-kun, you were wonderful today. Rest, you've earned. Tomorrow, we'll have our much-deserved vacation. Thought Kurenai as she played with her boyfriend's hair. Chapter 12, Wound in Pride. Katengu Kakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu, shouted Sasuke before a huge fireball blasted upon the lake behind the Uchiha compound. It's been several months when Sasuke was reinstated as a shinobi for the Leaf, and by now his chunnin team were able to complete a great number of high-ranking missions. The curse seal didn't bother him anymore, and that was a feat to celebrate. In times when he used it, he would listen to Orochimaru voicing his satisfaction upon seeing the young Uchiha becomes more and more corrupted with power. However, there was something deep inside his mind that no matter whom, no matter what, nothing will extinguish. The Uchiha clan's pride rumored to rivals with the Hyugas. Thus, whenever he hears how certain shinobis perform in missions, his blood boils. He can't help it. Just by saying that someone is stronger than him or faster or even smarter, he becomes angry and states that the Uchiha blood is the best there is. A few days ago, he heard of a team composed of Anbus that managed to defeat an S-class missing nin from Iwa and also defeated Akatsuki member and former member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist, Hoshigaki Kisame. Rumors said that this team is composed with high-level Anbu Jounens that seems to have mastered all forms of elemental manipulation and are also Kenjutsu masters. After knowing about this, Sasuke really wanted to become an Anbu himself. Although the missions that he took were actually high-level for a chunnin, Anbu-level missions were even higher at danger and no chunnin would be allowed to participate. Those were the words of Kakashi, Aba-sensei and the Hokage when they turned him down. Truth be told, they've only authorized for Naruto to speak to Anbu HQ to see if he could enter the forces. It was the Anbu's decision to cast Naruto. Sasuke, on the other hand, wasn't called in simply because of the wrong reasons. He wanted glory above all things. Sasuke Uchiha wanted to be acknowledged above others, but being an Anbu means you hide your identity, hence the fact that although Team 5 became well known throughout the village, only a few know of their true identity. However, Sasuke smirked at the idea of becoming a Jounen in a few months, and then he would receive all the so-called glory that all Uchiha seemed to achieve in the past, except of course for Uchiha Itachi, who killed his own clan. With Naruto opening his eyes because of the sunlight, Naruto looked around and spotted someone lying down next to him. Upon seeing who said person was, the blonde smiled. The Genjutsu mistress was ecstatic upon reaching a hotel yesterday so that the couple could begin their 3-day vacation. To Naruto, being able to see Kurenai peacefully asleep next to him was the epitome of his day. According to him, the woman was perfect in every sense. Suddenly, Kurenai let out a silent snort as the sunlight reached her face, earning another smile from Naruto upon seeing that said girl was not a morning person. "Good morning, Kure-chan?" said Naruto as he went down and kissed her in the cheek, earning a smile and a hug from the Genjutsu mistress. "Good morning, Naruto-kun. Oh, I can't believe we can finally get some time for ourselves. It's been ages since I saw you waking up," said Kurenai while smiling, but that soon faded when she saw that the blonde was looking down. "What's the matter, Naruto-kun?" asked Kurenai, a little worried. "Being an Anbu consumes a lot of my time and I can't be with you, Kure-chan. In times I wondered why all Anbus have to present at such an early hour, and that sucks because I can't even see you waking up," said Naruto, not even able to look at his lover. Nonetheless, Kurenai just smiled and grabbed his chin before adjusting it so that Naruto could face her and just smashed her lips with his passionately. "I know how you feels, Naru-kun, and it's fill my heart with joy seeing that you wanted to be late for presenting at Anbu HQ just to see me waking up. However, you are part of the force who protects Konoha. There were times I cursed your job, but now I understand the importance of it, and I want you to know that while we can't see each other much, moments like this will be even more pleasurable," said Kurenai before once again kissing Naruto on the lips. "Now, how about a nice message, Naru-kun?" you are all tensed up. Let me work on you for a while, okay, whispered Kurenai closely to the blonde's ears, resulting in a hormone explosion inside the Jounen. You always know the right words to say, Kure-chan. Now that you mentioned, I'm a little bit tensed up in the back, said Naruto innocently, to which Kurenai noticed and smirked deviously. Oh, you poor thing, here lie down and I'll work my magic on you, said Kurenai before taking off her robe and also Naruto's before massaging the blonde's back. While Kurenai was applying such a wonderful massage, Naruto was just surrendering to the soft touch of Kurenai's hands on his back. Kurenai-chan, your hands are so soft, whispered Naruto, to which Kurenai smiled before continuing the massage while slowly bending her body to touch his. Suddenly, Naruto felt something in his back that weren't his lover's hands. Punching himself in realization, he realized that Kurenai was rubbing her tits on her back in a very sexual manner. Upon turning to see his lover, he didn't even have time to open his mouth as Kurenai smashed her lips with his and used her hands to massage his chest and arms. A little while later, Kurenai was already in control of the situation and the blonde was happily letting her. In Konoha, Tsunade was doing what she always did inside her office when a knock was heard. Ushered whoever it was to enter, Tsunade was surprised to see Yamato dressed up as the Anbu chief. Greetings Hokage-sama, bowed Yamato, to which Tsunade nodded and tuned to ask. Greetings Yamato, what can I do for you? I was looking at some of Konoha's chunnin who are about to become Jounen and I was wondering if they would like the opportunity of joining Anbu forces. I have several candidates in my hand that they complete one of my teams. Anbu Team 3 recently suffered 2 casualties and said team is in need of new personnel, said Yamato, to which Tsunade nodded and turned to think for a while. Can you tell me the names and I'll see if they are suitable for joining Anbu forces? Black Wolf was an exception to the rule. I didn't know he would fit in like he did and I wondered if he hit a lot of his abilities in missions, asked Tsunade, to which Yamato nodded. Without even thinking, Nara Shikamaru and Aburame Shino. From what I've read, Shikamaru is an excellent strategist and Shino excels in battle efficiency. Both their respective Jounen sensei Sarutobi Asuma and Ui Kurenai states that these two are really good in what they do and Aburame Shino is already learning elemental manipulation. Shikamaru's shadow manipulation will rival his father in few years, explained Yamato, leaving time for Kurenai to think about it for a second. Shino, I don't have any problems with. He of course, is an excellent shinobi and will be able to provide help for Anbu forces. It's Shikamaru, though, that I have a problem, said Tsunade, to which Yamato inquired as to the problem. The boy is lazy as hell. He once rejected the Fire Daimayu's offer to become one of his 12 guards and the reason for the most part is that he thought it would be troublesome. However, another reason as to why he rejected, was because he didn't want to leave his comrades and strangely enough, Naruto as well. He feels that if he leaves, he would be extremely worried about them and he wouldn't be able to protect them should need arise. We could ask them if they want to join. I believe none of them are on missions right now, I call them here, said Tsunade before summoning an Anbu to go fetch Shikamaru and Shino. Now, what are the other names? Asked Tsunade, to which Yamato picked up some paper and started reading. Although they are good candidates, only Shino and Shikamaru has what it takes to become an Anbu, the others in my list are in need of improving their own abilities before I would recruit them. Uchiha Sasuke, extremely talented but greedy with power and fame which don't go on an Anbu officer. Hyuga Neji, also extremely talented but already placed with Mito Gai, Rock Lee, and Tenten, therefore I don't think he would enter an Anbu. And last is Tenten herself, while master in all forms of weapons, she is in the same spot as Neji. Said Yamato, to which Tsunade nodded. The last two already formed a team so they won't be entering. I agree on Sasuke, though about the greedy part. I didn't think he would be like Fugaku but then again the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, said Tsunade before listening to a knock on the door and then Shino and Shikamaru entered. You called us Hokage-sama, asked Shikamaru, to which Tsunade nodded. Yes, Shino and Shikamaru, I want to present the shinobi responsible for the Anbu program codenamed Yamato, said Tsunade, earning a bow in respect from the two future heirs of their respective clans. Captain Yamato here has read your personal files and was impressed with both your analytical and battle skills. Therefore, he's offering both you a place in Anbu forces. There is a team that's currently in need of 2 replacements and I believe that both of you are able to fill said role, said Tsunade before analyzing the 2 in front of her. Shino for his part always wondered how he could be more of service to the village. Even though he enjoyed the company of Team 8, the bug user wanted more training, wanted more experience and being in a reconnaissance team could not do so much. Plus, of course, he knew that Naruto was making a name for himself in Anbu forces and Shino wanted once to do a real mission alongside the blonde so to see if he could learn more about Raten manipulation. Shikamaru for his part, wasn't so thrilled as Shino was. In fact, he wasn't thrilled by mostly anything other than staring at clouds and playing shuji with his sensei. However, he wasn't stupid to the fact that his lazy attitude could cause someone to die while on a mission, and he didn't want that. Not to mention that he would be together with Naruto, so it wouldn't be so bad. He was about to open his mind when Shino beat him to it. Yamato Taiku, I don't know if you would supply information regarding one of your staff or not to us, but I wanted to have an assessment of Naruto's abilities before Anbu, and now if I may, ask Shino, to which Tsunade inquired the bug user as to the reason. Naruto's affinities are Fuuten and Suten. However, he is pretty much mastering Raten manipulation, and I wanted to know if Anbu provides such teachings, asked Shino, to which Yamato nodded and turned to answer. Anbu HQ is composed of several training grounds in which our members can improve their abilities without worrying about having to go outside for practice. Also, once you are an Anbu, you have access to a more specialized library which contain information about all the shinobi arts, except of course for the more secluded family information which stays within the compound's walls. Naruto developed his Raten manipulation entirely from scratch, starting with some books. Also, he improved his affinities up to a point of leveling an entire training ground with a Fuuten technique called Fuuten Kyumu Shippu, wind release, fierce hurricane, explained Yamato, to which Shino lifted an eyebrow and Shikamaru was stunned. From what I understand of your files, Shino, you have a lightning affinity, but you Shikamaru didn't bother to find yours yet. Care to explain me why? Asked Yamato, to which Shikamaru explained. Shadow manipulation takes a lot of knowledge to improve and master. I just wanted to reach such level before I began elemental manipulation, said Shikamaru, to which Yamato nodded and gave the Nara a piece of paper. Won't harm to find out what your affinity is, this will just go on your file. Just channel chakra to this piece of paper and we'll see what your affinity is, said Yamato, to which Shikamaru mumbled troublesome and channeled chakra to the paper. To the Nara's surprise, the paper became soaked. Okay, I guess I have a Suten affinity, troublesome, mumbled Shikamaru, to which Yamato slammed his hand on his forehead for seeing how much lazy the Nara really was. Suten is one popular element in Konoha, and although is troublesome to learn elemental manipulation, being a Suten user grants you an advantage against Katen users, explained Yamato, encouraging the young recruit, but sadly to no avail. Element manipulation takes lots of chakra that can be used for dodging and evasion purposes, not to mention that shadow manipulation alone takes a considerate amount of chakra to perform. I could eventually learn fire manipulation, but it would be just in order for me to have a wild card against an unsuspecting enemy, said Shikamaru, to which Tsunade chose to elaborate further. Shikamaru, you know well that in order to become a Jounen, you'll need to master at least 2 forms of manipulation. While I understand that shadow manipulation could be labeled as one of the 2, you'll need the other one to be qualified to being a Jounen. Therefore, learning Suten ninjutsu will let you apply for Jounen status, said Tsunade, to which Shikamaru shrugged it off with his favorite word, troublesome. Seeing no need in talking much longer, Yamato chose to sum up the conversation. Well, welcome to Anbu forces, you two. Both your Jounen senseis will be notified of the promotion and will also know that you'll have 2 weeks remaining before you have to present yourselves to Anbu HQ. Once you enter, your squad leader will interview and test both of you in order to see if you are qualified as being Anbu material. You must understand that Anbu are the elite of Konoha's shinobi force, thus all members must feel the need to constantly progress their levels, with perfection being their goal. See both of you in 2 weeks, said Yamato before vanishing, thus leaving Tsunade, Shino and Shikamaru inside the room. I'll call Kurenai and Asuma here in order to tell them the news. However, Kurenai is currently on vacation, so we'll wait for her to return so then I can address them both at the same time. In the meantime, you're both welcome to explain it to your comrades that you two won't be joining them much longer, said Tsunade before seeing the two in front of her nod in respect and then leave the office. With Naruto and Kurenai. After the interaction inside the hotel room, the couple chose to go outside to enjoy the night time in the village. Both were enjoying the quiet time both of them were sharing as opposed to the complicated life of a shinobi in Konoha. Now, Naruto was carrying a little bag which carried a little gift that Kurenai bought for her friend Anko. The conversation was getting along nicely, with being the topic how many times a day does their Hokage falls asleep. Of course, at first Kurenai told Naruto not to belittle their Hokage like that. However, when Naruto made a fun comment about comparing her snoring with the noise of an earthquake, Kurenai couldn't hold herself and started laughing a lot. Other topic of discussion soon followed, like how many times the blonde had to rescue Jiraiya from a mob of angry women and how many times did Naruto just leave them be. It was safe to say that Kurenai smiled deviously upon knowing that perverted got what he deserved in more than one place. Being a gorgeous woman such as herself, She was already victimized by Jiraiya's peeping, and she did already threaten said man that if she ever caught him again, she would use a specific type of genjutsu that lead the man to believing that he just got his dick cut off by a guillotine. At the time, she smiled upon seeing the face that every man does when she mentions such treatment to their sensitive body part. However, while she had the feeling that she was being peeped, she frowned seeing that being a Sannin, the man probably knew of a technique that managed to fool everyone's senses into believing that no one was there, which frustrated her a lot. Kurenai also asked Naruto if he ever joined the damn pervert in peeping at girls while on their trip. In response, he said that he despises such behavior. However, he said that he often got to look at her a lot after they got together, earning a giggle from the girl who smiled in return for the little teasing. Just as they were about to head off to the hotel and end their second night together, Kurenai looked up to see that they were in front of a shop that happened to sell women's lingerie. Having a wild idea, Kurenai entered the place together with Naruto since they were holding hands together. Naruto, for his part, wondered about Kurenai's smile. However, when he noticed what were the shop's contents, he figured out instantly. Truth be told, he was impressed with his girlfriend's boldness to take her boyfriend to a lingerie shop, but he wasn't about to complain. Getting inside, he was amazed by the different types of lingerie there was and also supplying him with lust images of Kurenai wearing each and every one of them. Kurenai saw the look of her boyfriend and wondered if he ever got into a lingerie store before. Nonetheless, she shrugged it off, seeing that in order for her plan to work, Naruto would have to be caught by surprise with the type of underwear she was about to purchase for him as a gift. Placing Naruto in the few benches of the shop, which by the way was in front of the fitting rooms, Kurenai smiled deviously at him and went inside with her choice of lingerie. While Kurenai was putting on her lingerie, Naruto was dying in anticipation. He managed to see Kurenai's choice of underwear and started imagining how much sexier she would become when she got out of the booth. When the booth's curtains opened, Naruto couldn't do anything other than send his chin to the ground and just stare at the goddess in front of him. Kurenai, for her part, was smiling on the outside, but inside, she was screaming in joy that her plan worked. She knew that her choice of lingerie was the right one when she saw it from outside the store. The lingerie was all black, with the bra barely able to hold Kurenai's perfect breasts and the panties strapped together with black sexy stocking pants. Overall, Naruto could die right now and be thankful for having the opportunity to appreciate such a view. However, Kurenai was far from over, and she moved closer to Naruto and started to tease the blonde some more by whispering dirty talk at Naruto's ears. At some point, Naruto was having trouble with controlling his hormones. In his mind, he already reached the part where he ripped all Kurenai's clothes apart and just possessed her like a maniac. In Konoha. At the Dengo stand, Anko was satisfying her stomach with some Dengo sticks when Yuigao entered. For a moment, both just stared at each other, and then Anko greeted the Anbu Kunoichi. After that, Yuigao sat next to her and ordered some Dengo sticks for her as well. "Fancy meeting you here, Yuigao-chan," said Anko, to which Yuigao looked at Anko for a moment and then replied. "Anko, I want to ask you something. What do you think of my crush on Naruto-kun?" Asked bluntly Yuigao, earning a surprised look from Anko, who wasn't expecting for such talk to happen anytime soon. However, she knew how important was such issue to both her best friends and realized that she would have to get involved in this. "I don't know. Perhaps, it's just physical. I mean, the blonde has some well-toned muscles around, not to mention that he looks like the Yondaime, and you very well know that the fourth Hokage was one if not the most handsome man in Konoha. Did you bump to Hayate yet?" Asked Anko. "Not yet. Rumors said that he is acting a lot stranger than I thought. Genma-san told me that he is following the steps of a chronic drunk. As to Naruto-kun, I don't know. I mean, sure, part of the crush is physical, yes. Also, there is more about him that intrigues me," said Yuigao before eating one of her Dengo sticks. Anko was curious about what could impress Yuigao this point in her life, seeing that the only person that she really trusted in the past ended up backstabbing her by cheating. Seeing Anko's questioning look, Yuigao chose to elaborate a little further. "When I saw Hayate kissing another woman, surprisingly, I saw that Naruto was trying to take away my attention so that I couldn't see what was going on. Then, when I kind of came on to him in desperation of teaching Hayate a lesson, he saw this and called Kurenai to help me deal with the treason. I never would have guessed that he could see such a thing. Now, outside the physical crush, I can see that he is such a wonderful person who, in spite of everything that happened, he could still smile. I guess I just wanted to know him a little better," said Yuigao, to which Anko smiled upon seeing that she as well often wondered about such side of the blonde. Anko also had to deal with a sin she didn't commit. However, while Orochimaru was hated by the shinobi part of the village, Kyuubi's hate was far superior. Not to mention that not only the shinobi but also the civilians hated the Kyuubi. She knew to some aspect of Naruto's growing up and wondered how much hatred he had to overcome in order to be where he is right now. I admit that Naruto is an enigma as well, but you have to realize that he is with Kurenai right now. She also knows of your feelings for him. If I was in her position, I would deal with you right away, but you know how she is. She is more interested in trying to solve this without having to lose your friendship, so she came to me and asked me to help, said Anko, to which Yuigao nodded. Kurenai is smart and she knows of my crush. I thought for a moment and realized that unlike Hayate, Naruto is faithful for whom he loves. Although it pains me to say it, I'll have to learn not to interfere with their relationship. It will be tough finding someone him, though, that's for sure. I often wondered if Hayate was husband material and was definitely worried if I would find someone to have a family with, said Yuigao, shocking Anko, who never realized that her friend wanted to get married and become a mother. Seeing Anko coming in terms with what she told so far, Yuigao chose to continue. I wanted to marry Hayate and have children with him. Until I found that he was acting funny and then I saw him cheating on me. Now, I'm alone, though, unable to have a family of my own, said Yuigao, now letting some tears fall. Yuigao-chan, you need some time for yourself. When was the last time you took a vacation? Naruto and Kurenai are on their trip, you should get some vacation, said Anko before seeing Yuigao leaving. Thanks for hearing me, Anko, I'll think about it. The next day in Tsunade's office. After Shizune left the office with a stack of paper, Tsunade picked up a sake bottle and poured some sake. She was surprised that this headache wasn't caused by the blonde. This time it was the Sarutobi heir who was causing some trouble, and Tsunade figured that the boy learned such behavior from Naruto. Damn, just when I thought that Naruto was starting to behave better, damn Konohamaru goes and just follow the blonde's steps, thought Tsunade when suddenly she heard a knock on her door. Ushering whoever it was to enter, she was surprised when Yuigao entered and without her usual Anbu attire. What can I do for you, Yuigao-san? Asked the Hokage, slightly worried about what's going on. I was wondering if you could take a vacation, Hokage-sama. Since I became an Anbu, I've never took one, said Yuigao, to which Tsunade nodded. Sure, Yuigao-san. As soon as Naruto returns, I'll assign you for a week-long vacation. Is that okay for you? Offered Tsunade, to which Yuigao nodded. Yes, thank you, Tsunade-sama. However, I would like one other thing as well if possible, asked Yuigao, to which Tsunade nodded and let her continue. I would like to become a Jounen sensei, said Yuigao, surprising Tsunade. While I know you're already an Anbu for more than obligated to, I also know that you liked being an Anbu. What happened? Asked Tsunade, to which Yuigao, looking at Tsunade with respect because of her position, and found that she couldn't say the actual reason to her decision. However, she found that if she didn't come out of the blue, this story would haunt her forever. The true reason, Hokage-sama, is because I no longer can be on Naruto's team, and being a Jounen sensei can take my head away from what happened with Hayate, said Yuigao, earning a nod from Tsunade. The Hokage remembered what happened with Hayate and also knew that Yuigao was looking at Naruto with second intentions. Tsunade liked the girl and always approved of her decisions as second in command. Now hearing another mature decision, Tsunade smiled and nodded in respect. Alright, Yuigao, since you no longer is an Anbu, you do not need to wait for Naruto to arrive, as I'm putting your team on probation and find a suitable replacement, said Tsunade, to which Yuigao nodded and left the office. After Yuigao left the office, Tsunade sighed, seeing that she now had 2 Anbu teams to complete. At first, she would put Shikamaru and Shino on Team 3, but now Team 5 is also short on 1 member. Also, she wouldn't be able to move the already existing team simply because it's not only her authority to do so but also because the other teams already formed for every situation. Sighing in frustration, she called someone who might help her decision. Shizune, call Captain Hawk from Anbu Team 5 for me, please, shouted Tsunade before hearing a word of acknowledgement from her assistant. 5 minutes later, a flame sunshine appeared in front of the Hokage and Hawk appeared with his arms crossed. The Hokage, while seeing the show, wondered why it's difficult for some folks to just enter inside her office normally. You wanted to see me, Hokage-sama? Asked Hawk, to which Tsunade nodded. Hawk-san, I have some bad news for your team and it involves your second in command, said Tsunade before seeing that Hawk didn't even move a muscle. What happened to Kat, Hokage-sama? Asked Hawk. As I'm sure you noticed how devastated Kat was from what Hayate-san did to her. Sadly, the one who was there to comfort her was Black Wolf, and Kat ended up having some sort of feelings for him, but for reasons I still don't know and maybe don't even want to know. Anyway, Kat came in my office and asked to be resigned of Anbu duty and become a Jounen sensei. From my point of view, her attitude was mature, seeing that since she couldn't stop looking at Naruto, she ended up making a choice and gave up the position she treasured the most. However, for her is all settled, but the reason I called you here is that now your team is short of a member and I don't know how I can fulfill her place, said Tsunade, to which Hawk changed his pose to a thinking one. Truth be told, he was suspicious of the way Yugao looked at Naruto from time to time, but since Naruto was already compromised with Kurenai, Hawk figured that Yugao would stay out of it. However, the situation was far deeper than that and now he lost his second in command. Replacing her would be tough, but he already has Bear as his third member. Even though he believed that Black Wolf had what it takes to be second in command, Hawk thought that the blonde was still ways from knowing the responsibility of a leader. Now there is the search for a new fourth member, and if the Hokage called him to discuss this, then it means that she doesn't have a suitable replacement. Black Wolf's generation brought some fine shinobi and kunoichi, however while Black Wolf ended up excelling in Anbu, I don't believe the ones from his age group are suited for Anbu business. Also, operating as a three-man group would really downsize out effectiveness in battle. Said Hawk, but was interrupted when a familiar voice appeared from outside the office's window. If I hear it correctly, Hawk's team is short of one member, right? Said Kakashi before entering inside but not making eye contact because he was just finishing reading a chapter of the Orange Book. Kakashi, what are you doing here? I didn't call for you, snorted Tsunade, becoming even more aggravated by the silver-haired Jounen copying Jiraiya's way of pissing her off the most. While Hawk found it amusing how the man would appear to ignore the most important person in the village, Kakashi was just finishing the chapter and didn't even focus on his surroundings enough to hear the Hokage. When he closed the book, he was scared by the angry face of Tsunade and wondered what happened for her to behave like this. Hawk just sweat dropped when he saw that Kakashi wasn't ignoring the Hokage but instead being more focused on reading the book. After this, we'll discuss your intrusion here, Kakashi, without me calling for you. But yes, me and Hawk were discussing about the search for a fourth member for Team 5. Do you have any ideas? Asked Tsunade with a hint of sarcasm in her voice. As a matter of fact, I do, Hokage-sama. Me. Said Kakashi, smiling before seeing Tsunade and Hawk look at him like the man was crazy. Excuse me, Kakashi-senpai, but what do you mean? Asked Hawk, filling in for the Hokage, who by now was wondering what possessed the man to return to Anbu duty after asking to leave a long time ago. My once Jounen team is no more. Sasuke is already grouped with Aoba, Sakura is doing wonders as a medic nin, and Naruto is on his way to become an Anbu captain in the future. Also, Hokage-sama, I suddenly felt the need of tougher missions than the ones I've been doing so far. Instate me as the fourth member of Team 5 with Hawk here as the captain. Said Kakashi before seeing Tsunade look at him suspiciously. Well, if you'd like to enter Anbu again, Kakashi, you'll be then member of Team 5. I still wonder if you're doing this because of who is on the team, but... said Tsunade, but was interrupted by Kakashi, who smiled and said. There is also a reason to my decision. I guess I wanted to see the real Naruto in action and even fight alongside him in battles. I also heard about Naruto's coordinated jutsus with Hawk, and I have to say that co-op jutsus intrigues me. While Hawk and Naruto can join together in a Fuuten plus Katen attack, I can also co-op with him in order to create a Raiten plus Suten attack, said Kakashi, earning a smile and a nod from Hawk, who began to wonder the different attack patterns that his team could do together with Kakashi. Hawk was beating himself from remembering that Kat was a Suten user, thus uniting her and Black Wolf to form the Raiten plus Suten attack. However, now that Kakashi was part of the team. Then, as the leader of the team, I welcome you, Kakashi, to my squad. Or should I say dog? Said Hawk, to which Kakashi nodded while remembering the last time he was called by his mask. Tsunade for her part smiled upon being able to close the teams. I guess you still have your Anbu uniform, Kakashi, so when Naruto arrives tomorrow, all four of you will present to Anbu HQ. Also, Kakashi, if I hear from the Anbu commander that you're late, I'll burn every one of those books myself. Threatened Tsunade, making Kakashi flinch at the possibility of no more Icha. Next day. Naruto and Kurenai were seen traveling back to Konoha while holding hands. They checked out this morning, and while both were sad that their vacation ended, they smiled upon having one another. A while later, the huge gate came to view in front of them, and two chunnins responsible for gate guarding checked their papers. Once inside the village, three beings appeared in front of the couple wearing Anbu masks. Naruto instantly recognized Hawk and Bear, however the last time he saw them, there was a cat mask instead of a dog. When Naruto noticed the silver hair, though, he couldn't form words in his mouth. Kurenai wondered what the matter with her boyfriend was when Kakashi spoke out of the blue. I see you recognized me easily, Naruto, welcome back. As you can see, I'm now a member of your Anbu team, said Kakashi, to which Naruto smiled and nodded. That's great, Kakashi-sensei. But what happened to Kat-senpai? Asked Naruto, to which Hawk chose to answer. I guess I'll say it now, since it involves both of you. Yuigao-san asked Hokage-sama to resign from Anbu duty for personal reasons. Kakashi-senpai here volunteered to be in her position for reasons that will be discussed once inside Anbu HQ, said Hawk, earning a surprised look from the couple in front of them. Kurenai was shocked that Yuigao would quit being an Anbu. She knew how much her friend treasured the position and wondered why the hell she dropped out. She was curious as hell to know, and she needed to know. Looking at her boyfriend, she saw that he nodded for her. For some reason, the blonde was thinking the same way as Kurenai, so he also knew that Kurenai would want to talk to Yuigao the first thing. Excuse me, gentlemen, I have to talk to someone, said Kurenai before vanishing a swirl of leaves. Naruto, after seeing his girlfriend leave, turned to his new team. I guess we have to present to HQ now, right? So, would you all accompany me to my apartment for me to change, and then all 5 of us can go, said Naruto before walking towards his apartment. At Naruto's apartment. When Naruto and Co. arrived in front of his apartment, he was surprised to see Inuzuka Hana standing there, presumably waiting for something. Good afternoon, Hana-san, what are you doing in front of my apartment? Asked Naruto, curious, to which the woman smiled and responded. Oh, hi Naruto, I was just walking with my dogs when one of the triplets vanished. I managed to track her inside your place, but I couldn't just barge in, so I was here waiting for you to arrive, said Hana, scratching the back of her head, earning a sigh from Naruto, who pretty much guessed what was happening inside. Hana-san, may I ask you something? Yes, Naruto, what's up? Asked Hana, slightly suspicious of the blonde's questioning. Would you be mad if by chance, your dog is having an affair with my wolf? Asked Naruto before seeing the surprised look from Hana and sweat drops coming from his Anbu peers. Without waiting for a response, Naruto opened the door of his apartment before being shocked at the sight before him. Inside a basket, there laid 5 puppies and Hana's dog sleeping near them, while Ace was licking his mate's face. When Ace turned to see who was opening the door, he looked at Naruto's face and also Hana's. Safe to say he wished to face the wolf boss. Naruto, for his part, waited for the woman to scream and go all ballistic at him. However, upon looking at her face, he wondered why the hell she was smiling. Naruto, Ace is a wind wolf, right? Asked Hana, getting all her hopes on changing the clan for the better. Yes, he is. Why do you ask? Asked Naruto, now knowing what. Hana looked at him. Can't you see? Now, the Inuzuka's breed will be able to do Fuuten Jutsus as well as my clan's signature techniques. Oh my god, I have to take them to Ka-san, so she could take a look at them, said Hana, but before she could take the basket, Ace was there to intervene. I wouldn't do that if I were you. With all due respect of your clan Inuzuka, these are my puppies as well, said Ace in a threatening manner. My excuses, Ace-san, I mean no disrespect. We of the Inuzuka clan excel in dog care, both in nutrition and in health. With us, they will be in better care and will grow much healthier. Not to mention that they will receive training both from their father and my clan, said Hana, to which Ace turned to think about it. However, the puppy's mother licked his face. He knew that she would like her puppies to be treated with care, so he accepted Hana's terms. After seeing Ace nodding in acceptance, Hana smiled and took the basket towards her family compound. Naruto smiled to his companion and told him of his new team while he went to put his Anbu uniform and the black wolf mask. When he was ready, all 5 of them went to Anbu HQ in order to be briefed on missions. In Anbu HQ. Already inside, Team 5 was standing in front of the Anbu commander and said man was having difficulties in speaking to Kakashi and not addressing the man as he used to. After all, Kakashi could very well be in his position if he didn't leave. Kakashi-senpai, it's great to see you as one of us again. I heard about Yuigao resigning and was also worried about how to find a suitable replacement for her. Also, Naruto, I'm glad to tell you that the Anbu just recruited 2 chunnins from your age group in order to complete Team 3, said Yamato, to which Naruto looked at him in question. Nara Shikamaru and Aburame Shino are to present here in 1 week from today. Tsunade-sama is already conversing with Asuma and Kurenai, said Yamato. Shino, I'm okay with it, but how did you convince Shikamaru to join? I mean, he doesn't like having more responsibilities than he has too, asked Naruto, to which Yamato sighed, remembering the conversation he had. It was tough, I'll tell you that. Shino wanted to enter so that he could improve his skills. Actually, it's thanks to your efforts in learning Raten element here that made him join. He wants to improve his Raten affinity. As to Shikamaru, he was hesitated at first, but with aid from the Hokage, we managed to convince him to join, said Yamato, earning a smile from Naruto. Well, let's proceed. Team 5, you all have an Anbu ranked mission. According to a report of our reconnaissance team, there's been some strange movement going on near Tanzaku town. Apparently, a group of missing nins from different countries are terrorizing the place and claiming as their own. However, our reconnaissance team wasn't able to see their strength or their weakness, so try gauging their abilities before engaging into battle with them. Also, when you guys return, tonight is Team 5's day of guarding duty, dismissed, said Yamato before seeing the team leave towards Tanzaku City. With Kurenai. Kurenai was seen leaving the Hokage's office after a meeting regarding Shino's joining the Anbu. Of course, she was happy for him being promoted and the fact that Shino would be closer to Naruto now, thus being able to form a bond. She also learned that Shikamaru entered also, so she knew both of them would contact Naruto, thus creating a little group of friends. What concerned her, though, was the reason to Yuigao's resignation from Anbu service. According to Tsunade, Yuigao said that she couldn't be in Naruto's team nor would she like to be with another team, so she chose to abandon everything and start over as a Jounen sensei. Kurenai feared that the situation was even deeper than she realized. She initially thought that Yuigao's crush on Naruto was more physical than emotional. Kurenai always believed Yuigao to be a power of strength, but then I guess her love life was at first taken care of by Hayate, so she didn't need to worry. Now that Hayate cheated on her, she was devastated. Kurenai wanted to talk with Yuigao, but according to the Hokage, the woman was on vacation right now and was due to arrive only next week. Kurenai feared that she would lose Yuigao's friendship because of this and really hoped that Yuigao could at least talk to her about her decision. Sighing in frustration, and since her team was sent on a mission with Genma, she figured the only thing she could do right now is pay a visit to Anko. With Team 5 charging towards Tanzaku City at unimaginable speeds, all members of the team except Kakashi were wondering what would be like working alongside the silver-haired man. The only time Naruto saw the man fighting for real was against Momochi Zabuza, but at the time he was just a kid, so everything more than an academy jutsu was cool in a kid's eyes. Now that Kakashi returned to Anbu, Naruto smiled at the opportunity of seeing the real Hitake Kakashi in battle. Not to mention that Hawk and Bear were also there. Black Wolf, I heard of your Shippu Okami name in the Hidden Clouds bingo book, congratulations. I'm proud of seeing one of my students in a foreign bingo book. Your reputation is growing, I can tell, said Kakashi while jumping through trees, earning Naruto's attention. Thanks, dog. However, I'm not sure if I being in a bingo book was a good idea. Anbu are not meant to be individualized, hence the meaning of using masks and all. Tsunade said that putting my name in Cloud's bingo book would save Konoha from their attacks and increase the village's economy, so I ended up accepting, said Naruto, to which Kakashi nodded. Yes, although being an Anbu means that our identity is to be a secret, having a name on a bingo book ends up drawing unwanted attention. I talk out of experience here. Copycat Ninja Kakashi was created when I was still in Anbu duty. In fact, one of my hidden reasons for resignations was the fact that I ended up calling too much unwanted attention to myself, thus placing my team on very difficult situations. Don't worry about you, though, our team is very tough and I believe we can handle pretty much everything. If you and Hawk manage to take out Kisame, then it will be tough to find someone who could go up against all of us, said Kakashi, to which Naruto nodded. Dog and Ace, we are arriving Tanzaku City. What can you tell us about the enemies, ordered Hawk as the team leader, to which Ace chose to go first. From what I gathered from my nose, it will be a tough job. The missing nins are smart, since I believe they mingled with the citizens so as to not get caught. I believe Dog will be of more assistance with his Sharingan once we arrive at the place, said Ace, to which Hawk concurred and looked at Kakashi, who also nodded in response. Black Wolf, me and Bear will place a henge on ourselves as well and search for them inside. Dog and Ace will be up the walls looking from above and communicate to the team below the location of the enemies. After establishing the enemy's position, Dog and Ace are to hide and catch the enemy unprepared while we take their attention, explained Hawk before seeing all of his team nodding. Upon arrival, each teammate set out to do what they were supposed to do. Ace and Kakashi went up the city walls and started looking out for the enemy's position. Meanwhile, the rest of the team disguised as regular citizens and entered inside. Hawk, being the most experienced of the three, already located a suspicious one near the vending machines. Transmitting the info to Kakashi, said man recognized the henge and also was able to see that the man was from Hidden Cloud. Hawk, the man was from Cloud. I can see the crossed headband. Ace is sniffing right now and was already able to locate another 3 of them. From what he told me, all of them were from Cloud, however we still need to find the other ones, said Kakashi on the intercom. Dog, I was able to locate another one. Directly in front of me at the sushi stand, said Naruto, to which Kakashi diverted his attention in order to look for the suspect. Huh. That one was from Iwa. Me and Ace have already gathered some of the targets and will follow them to see where they are going, reported Kakashi, to which Hawk nodded. Ace, try to sniff around for their hideout. The missing nins must have settled a base of operations inside the city, ordered Hawk, to which Ace acknowledged and began using Fuutan chakra to increase his sense of smell. At one point, he managed to find what looked like the city's hotel. Inside, he covered a couple of powerful scents. Hawk, it appears that they're using the city's hotel for their little base. Dog also pinpointed some chakra signatures inside, said Ace, to which Hawk acknowledged and signaled for Black Wolf and Bear to go somewhere when they can regroup in order to formulate a plan for an attack. Once the team was reunited once again, Hawk began to speak. Okay, from what we've been able to see, we have missing nins from Cloud and Iwa to take care of. It's not safe to assume things in Anbu, but it's presumed that we are up against Raiten and Doten users. Black Wolf, you and Ace are better equipped to deal with Raiten users, seeing that you are a Fuutan user. Dog, you will be up against the ones from Iwa since you are a Raiten user. Bear and I will provide backup to each of you, explained Hawk before earning nods from the group. After the plan was formed, they needed a suitable way of getting in without alerting the enemy of their presence. Kakashi, however, just smiled and made some hand signs for Suten Kirigakura no Jutsu, and instantly a mist was formed around the team, catching at least 5 missing nins inside, 3 from Cloud and 2 from Iwa. Getting ready for an attack, the missing nins cursed themselves from not being prepared in case Konoha discovered them. Suddenly, 2 thunder spears, Raiten Ikazuchi no Yari, lightning release, thunder spear jutsu, and 3 wind swords, Fuutan Kaze no Yaiba, wind release, wind sword jutsu, stroked the designated targets and 5 heads fell on the floor. After that, the mist vanished and showed Dog side by side with Black Wolf, followed by Hawk and Bear behind. Seal them inside a scroll and impersonate one of them in order to capture the rest of them, shouted Hawk, to which Kakashi complied without question, but he was wondering what got Hawk into being angry like that. Naruto for his part eyes his captain for a moment before transforming into one of the missing nins on the floor. When he was about to ask, however, Kakashi landed his hands on his shoulder and told him to drop the subject to later. Realizing that this was maybe a tough subject, Naruto nodded and left with Kakashi to lure the rest of them to the trap, leaving Hawk and Bear to look each other. I wanted to kill this bastard for what he did to my brother, shouted Hawk before Bear rested his hands on his shoulder and asked him to drop this until arriving in Konoha. Hawk was hesitant at first, but then complied. With Naruto and Kakashi, they were able to locate the next 4 missing nins that needed to take care of. Approaching the group, Kakashi used sign language to the group since he knew that's how missing nins talk with one another. The group got the news that one of them wanted to have a meeting with the entire group in order to discuss some issues concerning their plan. All of them bought it and were following Kakashi and Naruto to the trap ahead of them. However, before they could arrive, Hawk deliberately appeared and started attacking the group of 4, startling Naruto and Kakashi since the plan was to lure them inside the hotel. Immediately joining Hawk's side, Naruto and Kakashi dropped the henge, earning the frustration of the group. Damn it, Hawk Taiku, everyone close your eyes, said Naruto as he began a series of hand seals for Okami Haijutsu, Suke Kurigari, Wolf Secret Style, Total Darkness Jutsu. Luckily, Kakashi listened to his student and closed his eyes so he wasn't hit by the technique. When he opened his eyes, he saw Naruto calmly walking towards the enemy and with his ninjato, he sliced all 4 of the enemy's heads, hence killing them all. Dog, would you please seal these ones before the technique runs out? You only have a minute, said Naruto, to which Kakashi nodded and went to seal the bodies. When Hawk and the rest of the crowd opened their eyes, something was missing. Where are they? Where did they go? Asked Hawk on the verge of snarling in anger, thus Kakashi went close to him and tried to calm him down. Relax, Black Wolf took care of them. Let's reach Bear and go back to Konoha. We still have guard duty to do tonight, said Kakashi, to which Hawk looked at Black Wolf for a moment and then relaxed. Okay, team, let's head back, said Hawk with a dejected voice that made Naruto wonder yet again what was the relation between the missing nins and his captain. In Konoha. Once back, the Anbu team presented the report for the Anbu commander. Yamato knew of what happened by Hawk himself, who admitted that he was wrong in letting his emotions almost ruin the mission. Yamato sighed and rested his hands on Hawk's shoulder. As Anbu, we're expected to have control of our emotions. However, I know why you went ballistic on them. Your brother's death hit you pretty bad, and upon seeing the one who murdered him, no one could be so cold and act calmly. I'm not holding you responsible for what happened. However, from what the reports indicated, if it wasn't for Black Wolf and Dog, the mission would end in failure and the people from Tanzaku City could be dead. I also won't report this to the Hokage. You're one of the best captains and pride of the Anbu force. Now, it's guard duty, use it to pay your respects for your brother and then move on, said Yamato, earning the nod from Hawk. After Yamato dismissed the team, all of them head out to each side of Konoha for an advanced guard duty around the entire village. Naruto, of course, chose the side which he would be able to watch Kurenai's apartment, and the rest were divided to the rest of the teams. Team, first of all, I'd like to apologize for my behavior, and I appreciate that Kakashi-senpai was there to take control of the mission. Bear, thanks for the concern, and Black Wolf, thank you for killing those sons of bitches. Now, it's guard duty for us. You all know the drill. Communicate through the intercom should you find anything suspicious, said Hawk, to which each of the group nodded and left. Kakashi, however, called Naruto for a little talk before he left. What is it, Kakashi-sensei? Asked Naruto, to which Kakashi turned serious. Naruto, I wanted to ask how you felt after decapitating the enemy so ruthlessly. While efficient, I found it slight vicious. What happened? Asked Kakashi, clearly concerned that the blonde lost forever his innocence. Naruto for his part wondered why Kakashi asked, but answered anyway. They were the enemy, Kakashi-sensei. If you're wondering about me being sane, don't. I used the Okami Jutsu so that no one had to see it. As to what I felt, my stomach flipped after I witnessed the heads falling on the floor. I had to do it, though, for the sake of the mission and avoiding unnecessary damage to the team, said Naruto, to which Kakashi smiled. Sorry to question that, Naruto, it's just that I've never seen this side of you in a mission, thus I was caught by surprise, that's all. Let's proceed with the guard duty, said Kakashi before sunshining out of the way, leaving Naruto to nod and then leave in a sunshin as well. Chapter 13, Rasengan Evolution. Higashi Takeda was considered one of the best Anbu members ever to serve Konoha. However, his life growing up was tough to say the least. Being an orphan at birth, Takeda had only his brother Higashi Yusuke as family. At the time of his birth, Yusuke graduated at the Ninja Academy. As Takeda grew up, he began visioning his older brother as his idol and role model for when he graduated at the academy. When Takeda managed to graduate from the academy, he ran to his house so as to tell his brother the news. Upon arrival, though, Takeda saw Yondaime Hokage inside along with a dog-masked Anbu. At the time, Takeda was surprised to see the most powerful shinobi of the village standing in front of his house. Growing up without his parents taught a lot to Takeshi, and he knew the Hokage wouldn't be there to bring good news. Immediately, his heart ached. Yusuke was the only family Takeda has in this world, and if something happened to his brother, Takeshi wouldn't know what to do. When he reached the front door, the fourth Hokage looked at him with a sad smile on his face. Takeshi-san, we need to talk, please get inside, said Minato before entering inside, followed by the Anbu and Takeda. After all of them got comfortable, Minato sighed and turned to look at the little kid who was about to receive the worst news of his life. Takeda-san, it's with great sorrow that I say that your brother was killed on the line of duty. His team was sent next to Kumo to investigate some attacks, said Minato as he looked Takeda in the eyes. It didn't take seconds until Takeda cried. He screamed to the heavens and cursed Kami from taking his brother away from him. Minato could only wait for the new Jounen to let all go, while Kakashi, the dog Anbu, was sympathetic. At the time, Kakashi remembered his father committing suicide after a failed mission, thus leaving him to grow up by himself. Back to Takeda, he was now more controlled, even though the tears were still falling. Once the tears dried, Takeda looked at the Anbu in front of him and had an epiphany. Takeda looked at the man's mask and wondered if he got one of his own then things would be better. People often used masks to hide from something, Takeda now wished no different. Being an Anbu, he would focus entirely on the mission and cut all his emotions. Minato, upon seeing Takeda's face hardened, could only sigh and wish that the boy wouldn't cut his emotions like this. Minato knew all too well about ninjas doing this, and it pained greatly in his heart to see a child doing this. The Hokage asked Takeda if he wanted to take a break and then be assigned to active duty. However, the new Takeda didn't find any reasons for such. After the tears dried, Takeda's mind was only focused on growing stronger and, maybe, in the future, enters inside Anbu forces. When he voiced his reasons to the Hokage, Minato flinched at the sudden coldness, but he knew only time would be able to solve things. After that, Takeda closed his heart and managed to pass the chunnin exams, by almost killing a Jounen, and he would have had the proctor not stopped him in time. At the time, Minato thought best to put him under the care of Kakashi inside Anbu to train Takeda. After entering Anbu, Kakashi managed to break all Takeda's emotional defenses upon explaining how it was for him after his father committed suicide. Takeda became a part of Kakashi's team and learned a great deal with the silver-haired Jounen, Anbu captain at the time. 5 years later, here he was standing in front of his brother's grave. It was a raining night and Anbu Team 5 split in order to cover all 4 corners of Konoha. Hawk found it strange that the sky was crying and wondered if it was because of his brother. At some point in life, Takeda wished for vengeance against the man who killed his brother. However, he never managed to find his brother's killing, which led him to give it up and move on. When Naruto killed the man responsible for everything bad in his life, at first Hawk was pissed that wasn't he who revenged Yusuke's death. Now, however, he appreciated that Black Wolf managed to take care of this, hence not getting his hands dirty with the enemy's blood. Looking at the grave once again, Takeda prayed for his brother. Yusuke Niikin, I hope that you're not crying because of what I did today. After I saw the man who killed you, I lost my mind and wanted to attack him blindly. I know for a fact that you would never do such a foolish thing, but I'm ashamed to say I did. If it wasn't for Naruto, I'd put a lot of citizens at risk, thus endangering the mission. However, it's just like you said, every bad situation is a good one in disguise. If I never found him, I never would be able to take this pressure off my chest. Rest assured, brother, that I'll make you proud of me, and hopefully when my time is up, I'll get to see you yet again, prayed Takeda to the gods and then looked up to notice that the rain stopped. Smiling behind his mask, Takeda then vanished and positioned himself to his side of Konoha and continued the mission of guard duty. With Naruto. Kakashi told Naruto about what happened to Hawk because of the missing nin, and now the blonde understood Hawk's behavior. As he landed on top of a gate on his side of Konoha, Naruto couldn't stop but think of how bottled emotions could kill you in the future. Truth be told, Naruto knew that if he didn't act quickly and killed all the missing nins, the battle would spread and could seriously kill a lot of civilians. Looking at his companion Ace, who was currently shaking himself in order to dry his fur after the heavy rain that fell, Naruto smiled and told him to pay visit to Kurenai. He had a surprise to his lover stored inside a scroll and he wanted to deliver it to her when she least expected. A while later, they arrived at the place where they could see Kurenai's window and with care, floated the scroll with Fuut and Chakra until the message landed inside the apartment. Naruto waited a while until he saw said woman pick up the scroll and then look at whoever sent her this, only to smile upon seeing the mask that belonged to her boyfriend. Waving at Kurenai for a while, Naruto then left towards his next stop for the day and then returns to HQ. Meanwhile, Kurenai opened the scroll with a smile and began reading it. As she read, she blushed at yet again being called Red Rose. The scroll also said that he would be home shortly and sleep together with her. At the end of the scroll, Kurenai saw a seal that was used for guarding documents and weapons inside scrolls. Blaming her curiosity, Kurenai unsealed whatever was inside only for a bouquet of red roses to appear on her hand. Blushing at the immense beauty of the flowers, she was surprised upon hearing Naruto speaking from the door. That isn't enough to describe how beautiful you are, Kure-chan, said Naruto, but was surprised when Kurenai jumped at him, hugging him fiercely as well as landing her lips on his with intensity. In little time, the couple was already undressed and began making out on the bed. After the lovemaking, Kurenai laid on top of Naruto's chest while both of them began conversing about today. Naruto talked about his captain and the mission in Tanzaku-gai, picking Kurenai's interest instantly. She became sad upon knowing of Hawk's brother and him growing up alone. Suddenly, her boyfriend's life played in front of her and she imagined what would be like if she didn't have her parents to guide her through growing up. The couple also talked about Yugao's reasons for doing what she did, with Kurenai wanting to talk to her when she returned and Naruto cursing Hayate for causing Yugao grief. After a while, Kurenai fell asleep on Naruto's chest like always and the blonde closed his in order to get some sleep. Next day. Placing his mask on, Naruto was about to leave when he heard his lover calling his name. Surprised to see Kurenai wake up so early, Naruto went to the room to see her only grumbling incoherent words that anyone would formulate under these circumstances. Kurenai wanted to wake up earlier than usual so that she could see her boyfriend before he left to present to HQ, however Naruto had to present exactly the time the sun appeared, so it was really soon. Kneeling next to her in the bed, Naruto kissed the woman's forehead and said smoothly for her to get some sleep. But, Naruto-kun, I wanted to see you off, said Kurenai as she fought to control her urge to just close her eyes and just lose herself in her dream world. Naruto for himself smiled at the woman's effort and kissed her once again, but now on the left cheek. However, he had to get her to sleep, otherwise it would be tough for her to fight through the day. So, Naruto leaned over and whispered softly into her ear. "Sleep tight, my him, and please dream of us back in that hotel, okay?" said Naruto, to which Kurenai smiled once more before her eyes drifted off to sleep, but not before she could mutter "I love you" to Naruto. Kissing her once again, this time on the lips, Naruto returned the phrase and then left towards the HQ. As he jumped through the buildings, he was suddenly joined by Kakashi and Ace, who happened to return from the Inuzuka compound. Then, without warning, Naruto stopped and turned to look at the dog-masked Anbu. Sure, Kakashi entered his team now, and Naruto was sure that the day his old sensei was on time for something would be the day when Orochimaru openly admits he likes little boys. "Why you stopped?" asked Ace, to which Naruto looked strangely at Kakashi for a moment. "Although I didn't expect much time with Kakashi-sensei, I can say for sure that he never was on time for anything. Now, either you are an imposter or Kurenai-chan is making fun of me by casting a genjutsu on me," said Naruto, to which Kakashi's sweat dropped for a second over the blonde's suspicion. However, he found he couldn't fault Naruto for questioning. "Okay, I admit I was late for everything most of the time we're on the same team, however not that I'm back to Anbu duty, it doesn't seem good to be late like I once was. Not to mention the fact that Tsunade-sama would destroy my entire collection of icha-icha," said Kakashi, making Naruto sigh, seeing it was his sensei alright. "Sorry about that, Kakashi-sensei. It's the first time this happens and all," said Naruto, to which Kakashi nodded and told them to go to HQ. At Anbu HQ. Once inside and after presenting himself to HQ, Naruto felt like going for a little training. For long now, he wanted to learn a new Raiten attack. That being said, the blonde rushed to the library of scrolls and picked one called Raiten Shichwu Shibari, Lightning Release, 4-pillar prison jutsu. After learning a great deal of attack-based jutsus, it was time already to learn other uses for jutsus. He already had some defensive Suiten ninjutsus, but the one he picked was a trap Raiten jutsu. Reading for a while, Naruto learned that the jutsu invoke 4 electricity-powered pillar around the enemy and establish a lightning current around them so that the enemy cannot escape. Going straight to his favorite training ground only to see 2 figures standing there, presumably waiting for someone to show up, Naruto smiled. He knew who these 2 are and turned to voice his presence so that both Shino and Shikamaru could turn and meet him. "A little bird told me that you 2 joined Anbu forces. However, I was kind of skeptical over the news. Shino, I'm okay and all, but seeing Shikamaru using this uniform sends shivers down my spine. I wonder how many times you used the word troublesome before finally accepting to join," said Naruto. Shikamaru would have muttered troublesome towards the blonde remark, however he knew that Naruto was expecting him to say that. So he explained. "At first, I didn't want to join. Tsunade-sama and Yamato could be very persistent," said Shikamaru, to which Naruto smiled and turned to the Aburame heir. "The reason I entered is so that I could be more of service to Konoha. Also, I tend to believe that training here would benefit my elemental affinity," said Shino, to which Naruto once again nodded, already knowing about the bug user's Raiten affinity. After the explanations were over, Naruto could see that Shino and Shikamaru were looking at his black wolf mask. Also, the blonde could see that although they were using the uniform, he couldn't see any masks. "Where are your masks?" asked Naruto, to which Shino and Shikamaru looked at each other and returned the look to the blonde. "We were told to present here and think of a mask to wear. However, neither I nor Shino knows which animal to choose. Truth be told, we're expecting you could help us figure out, since you chose yours. Why you chose it, by the way?" asked Shikamaru, to which Naruto looked at the mask with a smile. He instantly remembered him talking to Tsunade about the choice and the times he looked into the mirror when he used it. Choosing the mask is not as simple as picking an animal you like. This mask represents my life and all the hardships I overcame so far. As you both know, wolves are distinguished upon the animal realm for always traveling in packs. They attacked together and defended one another, making them incredibly dangerous and feared by most. However, from every pack, there are wolves who choose a different path than the group. This wolf has a path of his own to follow. Whether you believe or not, I'm this separate wolf. This mask is a representation of this path of mine, explained Naruto, earning surprised looks from his peers. Shino and Shikamaru were puzzled. Both of them understood the analogy. The pack is Konoha and Naruto is the lone wolf. However, what they failed to understand is why Naruto believes that, seeing that he has Kurenai as a girlfriend and some friends, including both of them. Immediately, both of them forgot about the mask and became more interested in what Naruto was saying. "Naruto, while I understood your analogy of sorts, I fail to understand as to your concept of being alone, asked Shino, to which Naruto smiled upon hearing a frequent question. Naruto couldn't blame them for not understand, simply because they weren't aware of his position as a Jinchuriki. They didn't know who was trapped within his body and, obviously, they aren't aware of what happened to his life because of it. I understand your doubt, Shino. How could I be alone if I have all those precious people that are close to me? The truth is I'm different than you guys. In the elemental nations, there are few that share similar lives with my own. I would gladly tell you about it, however it's better that you two reach the conclusions on your own, said Naruto before seeing Shino and Shikamaru dismiss the issue, while maintaining the curiosity. Now as to choosing your masks, try looking at yourselves and imagine which animal your personality relates to the most, I guess, said Naruto, to which Shino and Shikamaru nodded before another Anbu agent appeared and reached the two new recruits for some medical examinations, thus leaving Naruto alone to train. Looking once more at the scroll in order to remember the hand seal sequence, the amount of chakra needed and how he was supposed to mold it. Naruto was skeptical of his success regarding this technique, simply the theory alone was difficult to picture. As he made the hand seals and slammed his hands on the ground, he was surprised to feel the ground below him starts trembling and looked forward to see that two pillars emerged. Although the technique wasn't complete, the blonde was surprised he managed to do it. Figured you'd be here of all places. No wonder you got so strong, Naruto. When you don't have missions, you train, and when you have mission, you train as well, said Kakashi as he entered the training ground with his mask hanging on his waist. Although surprised by his sensei's presence, Naruto smiled at the remark and replied. Surely, it would be far-fetched if I could do 1,000 jutsus out of the blue. I like it here, though, even though everything in here is an artificial resemblance to outside's training grounds, said Naruto as Kakashi appeared next to him to inspect what Naruto was learning now, only to see two pillars charged with electricity. Although it's quite amazing, you don't have what it takes to complete this technique, said Kakashi, earning Naruto's interest instantly. Although this is mainly a Reiten technique, you'd need knowledge of Doten manipulation, explained Kakashi, to which Naruto turned to look at the scroll and sighed since he forgot to read this part. Well, I guess I'll pick another one, then, said Naruto before Kakashi stopped him and asked why he was bothering to learn another jutsu. I have both attack and defensive jutsus on my arsenal, however I don't have anything that can trap an enemy, or in other words, attack him through indirect approach, said Naruto, to which Kakashi nodded and chose to explain. I understand. However, trap jutsus require a solid object to interact with them. I'll explain. Elemental jutsu alone cannot create a field around the enemy, hence the fact that you'd need a conductor to seal the perimeter. Reiten Shichwu Shibari, lightning release, 4-pillar prison jutsu, requires the knowledge of Doten simply because the pillars are made of earth chakra. The real Reiten technique is aligning the pillars with electrical current, thus trapping the enemy inside, explained Kakashi, to which Naruto nodded and laughed. I have to talk to the librarian then and settle this at another shelf, then, said Naruto before he left for the library, leaving Kakashi alone to face the deserted yet peaceful training ground. It was a long time since he wasn't able to relieve some steam, and frankly he was already sick of doing regular missions. Kakashi figured that Anbu missions were much physically demanded, hence why he never bothered most to give his all in regular missions. However, now that he was back to Anbu, he could once again copycat Ninja Kakashi. He smiled upon being able to focus on what his sensei left behind, thus, the completion of the Rasengan. Even though Naruto managed to add Fuuten chakra to the Rasengan, thus creating the Rasen Shuriken, Minato's original idea was indeed to fuse Reiten chakra with the ball, hence why Kakashi now vowed to complete on his sensei's behalf. Remembering his sensei once again, brought a lot of nice memories to the copy nin, and seeing Naruto without the mask, Kakashi found the resemblance to be quite overwhelming. They are the same person, same eyes, same face, same hair, everything. Well, Naruto's only distinct marking was added by the Kyuubi inside of him, but other than that, Naruto was the splitting image of his father. With Naruto. After speaking with the librarian about the technique being in the wrong shelf, Naruto gave the scroll to the woman, who in turn positioned the scroll inside a cabinet for later consideration. Thanking the woman, Naruto went to the elemental ninjutsu section now, but this time he figured he could learn a new Suten ninjutsu. Since he joined Anbu, he focused either on Fuuten or Reiten, not even giving his second affinity some consideration. Passing the regular and most common ones, Naruto reached one which was quite interesting called Suten Mizu Kamikiri, Water Release, Rising Water Cutter Jutsu. Signing the regular papers in order to complete the withdrawal, Naruto left in order to return at the training ground where he remembered that had a small lake for Suten practice. When he returned, however, he saw Kakashi carrying a perfectly formed Rasengan with his right hand and kept looking at the spiral ball. "What are you doing, Kakashi-sensei?" asked Naruto as he appeared next to the silver-haired Jounen. Noticing his student arriving, Kakashi stopped the Rasengan in front of him and told Naruto of his intentions. After hearing Kakashi's idea, Naruto felt ashamed of not remembering to use the Rasengan anymore and asked Kakashi if such a feat was attainable considering the nature of Raten chakra. If Kakashi was surprised that Naruto voiced this thought, he didn't show. However, he was well aware of how difficult it would be to add Raten chakra to the Rasengan. Not to mention that Naruto's method to add Fuuten chakra was an exclusive one that only he was able to perform. Kakashi didn't have the chakra capacity necessary to summon many Kage Bunshines and he couldn't maintain the Bunshines once he created them. Upon voicing his concern to Naruto, the blonde smiled upon remembering that Kakashi had an attribute he didn't have. "Although my chakra capacity is bigger, your chakra control is 10 times better than mine. You can optimize your time through other means than summoning lots of Kage Bunshines. Also, Kakashi-sensei, I don't use this method of training since the time I managed to add Fuuten chakra into the Rasengan," said Naruto, to which Kakashi nodded and turned to look at the scroll Naruto now held and asked what jutsu he would practice. Upon looking at the scroll for a second, Kakashi remembered hearing about this Suiten technique one time, but couldn't figure out how it worked. "Sorry, Naruto, you're on your own on this one. I don't know this jutsu and Suiten isn't my field of expertise," said Kakashi, to which Naruto dismissed as in no big deal and moved to the lake in front of him. Stepping on it while reading the technique, Naruto was focusing his mind on Suiten manipulation and how he would need to mold his chakra differently. The Suiten Mizu Kamikiri was indeed a complicated jutsu. According to the scroll, Naruto had to manipulate the water and transform into a slice beam, capable of cutting pretty much everything in half. Making the necessary hand seals and molding the necessary chakra, Naruto was suddenly enveloped by a thin layer of water chakra. According to the scroll, once this layer was formed, Naruto now had to shot it forward the intended target with pure chakra. Seeing a tree in front of him, Naruto focused and expelled a large quantity of chakra, thus losing control of the beam which ended up heading towards his left. Releasing the technique, Naruto breathed slightly from the strain of not molding Suiten chakra for so long. Kakashi appeared by his side and concluded the same thing when he saw Naruto slightly tired. "It's been a while since I used Suiten chakra, I ended up using a lot more chakra than needed. Suiten techniques require more control than chakra, quite contrary from Fuuten and Raten. I need to get back to the introduction so that I can get used to Suiten once again," said Naruto, to which Kakashi nodded. After the conversation, Naruto went back to the lake and sit on top of it. He began molding chakra so that he could manipulate the river water around. The introduction to Suiten ninjutsu was being able to move the water around and control them at will, being this feat that Naruto was doing all too well. Also, while manipulating water, one must be as calm as the very element below him. A while later, Naruto stopped getting satisfied with the practice and then he and Kakashi went to have some lunch. Naruto found it strange that his team didn't get any mission and the fact that he wasn't able to find traces of Hawk and Bear around the facility. At the facility's restaurant, Kakashi and Naruto were discussing about Naruto's life as an Anbu before Kakashi returned and a few new techniques the blonde managed to learn from the library. Naruto told Kakashi about the Iwa S-ranked nin and how tough the guy was from taking his Raten Denku Raiko, lightning release, lighting roar jutsu, head on and still be able to stand. After that, he told the advancement in Fuuten techniques with the Fuuten Kyumu Shippu, wind release, fierce hurricane jutsu, and how he was able to level the training ground they just now were, earning a look in surprise from Kakashi, who imagined Yamato being quite pissed about having to fix himself the training ground. Seeing that it was Naruto who caused that, Kakashi realized how much stronger Naruto must have gotten if he was able to level a whole field like that. When they finished eating, Kakashi and Naruto discussed about the Rasengan and how could Kakashi add Raten element to the sphere. Kakashi figured that Naruto's Fuuten addition to the Rasengan ended up creating a wind shuriken around the sphere. Perhaps him adding Raten element could transform the ball into something else, like a magnetic field surrounding the Rasengan. Reaching once again the training field, Kakashi summoned a Kage Bunshine and performed a Bear Rasengan. He figured that it would be impossible to keep the rotation and force of the sphere as well as add Fuuten chakra to it all. So just like Naruto, Kakashi used the Kage Bunshine to take care of the Raten element and he would be in charge of performing and maintaining the Rasengan. As the procedure initiated, nothing happened. A few minor lightning current left Kakashi's clone, but upon reaching the ball of energy, the electricity current would just stop, meaning that more Raten chakra was needed. However, when Kakashi added more, the electricity mingled with the Rasengan, thus sending now medium-sized lightning bolts in all directions before becoming unstable and glowed dangerously. Kakashi immediately replaced himself with a rock before the Rasengan exploded, therefore escaping from the lethal explosion. Naruto watched this and remembered getting himself blown up several times and continued trying. He knew, though, that Kakashi didn't have a tenon inside his stomach, so Kakashi don't heal as quickly as he does. Kakashi-sensei, perhaps you'll need to use 2 clones for this. While one makes the Rasengan, the other will add Raten chakra to the spiral ball, said Naruto, to which Kakashi sighed, seeing that isn't much hope to complete such an unstable technique without him having Naruto's healing rate. Naruto's idea seemed okay, because the information would return to his mind once the clones finishes, thus showing him how to do it. Sighing once again, Kakashi summoned 2 Kage Bunshines this time, and the 2 initiated the exercise. As the clone added Raten chakra to the Rasengan, the real Kakashi was using his Sharingan to understand the chakra molding of his clones. He managed to learn the Rasengan after seeing with his Sharingan how his sensei molded the necessary chakra to keep the technique rotating. He only now had to realize the chakra molding for adding Raten chakra and then, possibly, expand it just like Naruto did with his Rasen Shuriken. 2 hours later and a couple of soldier pills, Kakashi was resting on the ground from chakra fatigue. Naruto was amazed at the man's geniuses when it comes to ninjutsu. Naruto trained the equivalent to almost 2 years to reach the level of Kakashi. Kakashi's Raten Rasengan consisted of the regular ball inside a little electric field which, upon impact with a tree, its simple passed through like the tree wasn't even there. Naruto remembered the hole created by Kakashi's technique and wondered how much damage it would do once the technique was completed. While resting, Kakashi and Naruto was going over what would be the name of the technique. Naruto, once, joked about the possibility of fusing a Suten ninjutsu with the Raten Rasengan, making Kakashi smile, but contradict Naruto's theory. Even if you and Yamato managed the Gfu Suika no Jutsu, Typhoon Water Vortex Jutsu, against Hidan, I don't think the Raten Rasengan can be used like that. A Suten plus Raten attack would need to consist of a much stronger Suten ninjutsu with a less strong Raten to increase the current and hit the enemy full force. Now, how about we think about a name for it once we manage to complete the technique? Asked Kakashi, to which Naruto turned to think about it. He was lucky since his version was easy to name it. Fuuten Rasen Shuriken, Wind Release, Spiral Shuriken Jutsu. But now, since he couldn't imagine what form this technique would have, Naruto couldn't figure out a name for the technique. I can't figure out something for the name, Kakashi-sensei. The Rasen Shuriken was only named after the Wind Shuriken was created, said Naruto, to which Kakashi nodded, thus concurring with the blonde. He was thinking more in terms of an spiral electrical field, however the technique was still due to be completed so it could take a different shape. Hopefully Kakashi wanted it to be just like Naruto's, which initiated as a little shuriken and grew up to a Fuma shuriken in terms of growth. Meanwhile, inside a cavern, the members of Akatsuki were discussing about the sudden whereabouts of one Uzumaki Naruto. The last attack was futile and they ended up losing one of their strongest members, Kisame. Now, with only Itachi, Zetsu, Tobi, and Pain, the group would have trouble finding the last 2 Baijuas, and even if they could, the extraction process would need a lot more time and only Kisame had enough chakra capacity to last the procedure. Now, the group were discussing about finding some new recruits to aid in their cause. Seems that the last Baijuas are being difficult and seem to being able to avoid our detection abilities, said Pain, to which the rest nodded in return. Itachi was looking at the leader on the outside, but inside he was pretty much ignoring the man. He didn't really bother anymore to find the Jinchurikis simply because he found no need for them. The Uchiha elder never knew what was Pain's idea for wanting to kidnap the tailed demons, but he went along seeing that fighting Jinchuriki and the ones who protect them would worth the time. Being an Uchiha, he was driven by battle and driven for having the opportunity to fight tough opponents. Itachi remembered the one who managed to kill Kisame back in Konoha and wondered how strong the black wolf-masked Anbu was. Kisame was one of the strongest members of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist, and seeing Konoha's Anbu killing him and his sword was impressive to say the least. Truth be told, Itachi was considering leaving the organization and let them fetch the Baijuas by themselves, however he needed the opportunity for such. Maybe, he could use the 8-tailed beast Jinchuriki and leave enough evidence for Zetsu to think that he was killed by him or her. Truly, no member would find the truth, and Itachi could travel around the place and find tough opponents to fight and, if possible, cure his eyes. Back to the conversation, Itachi heard Zetsu mentioning that he didn't sense any demonic presence in Konoha, which meant that either Naruto left once again with Jiraiya or the boy was dead. The latter was quite impossible seeing that Itachi knew the boy became famous in Konoha from his exploits and never giving up speech. So, either Naruto left or he managed to conceal the demon's presence enough so that Zetsu can't figure out. Also, since he couldn't get inside the village from fear of Konoha finding him like they found Kisame and killed them, Akatsuki was limited to sensing the demonic presence. Suddenly when Toby suggested focusing all their hopes in finding the eight-tailed demon, Itachi saw his opportunity appear. Leader Sama, I would like to track the eight-tailed. Our intelligence says that he's located in Kumo somewhere, so we're most likely to find ninjas from Kumo, thus Raiden users. Zetsu is Doden, so he won't have the advantage in case of confrontation, said Itachi, to which Toby, Madara in disguise, looked at him with suspicion. However, upon hearing the authorization from Pain, Madara rested and decided he would wait to see what Itachi's intentions are. Bowing in acknowledgement for the leader, Itachi maintained the Uchiha trademark stoic face and left the cave towards Kumo. On the way, he would need to formulate a plan in order to appear that he was dead after a confrontation with the eight-tailed Jinchuriki. With Team 8 reuniting with her team, Kurenai managed to see Kiba and Hinata's face after knowing that Shino won't be joining them any longer. Kiba was jealous of his teammate for entering an Anbu before him, but upon voicing his protest to Kurenai and also asking why he didn't get in, Kurenai sighed and explained. Kiba, although you're strong for a chunnin, you don't possess the abilities that are required in Anbu. In fact, it's tough for an Inuzuka to join the Anbu force, simply because of the ninja's companion, said Kurenai, to which Kiba looked at Akamaru and returned his look to Kurenai, obviously not understanding what Kurenai-sensei meant with all this. Kiba, with Akamaru by your side, it would be impossible for you to conceal your identity. Anbus use masks for a reason, you know, said Kurenai before seeing Kiba look down once again. However, Kiba, you can still be promoted to Jounen and also be of service to Konoha. In fact, both of you have the opportunity to become Jounen, said Kurenai as she looked at Hinata and saw her smile a bit. Now, let's proceed with elemental training, said Kurenai, to which Kiba and Hinata nodded and began the chakra molding. With Naruto. Our blonde was still on the training ground now on top of the lake. Kakashi had already left seeing that his team didn't have missions today. Now Naruto was attempting his new Suten technique. Focusing once again on Suten manipulation, Naruto began the necessary hand seals and molded the necessary chakra. Suten Mizu Kamikiri, water release, rising water cutter jutsu, shouted Naruto before sending a slice water beam towards the tree in front of him, slicing the tree in half. Breathing once again, Naruto smiled and left the lake, towards his place to rest. On the way, he decided to have some ramen and went to Ikirika's for dinner. As he arrived, he was surprised to see Sasuke Uchiha there seating alone. Naruto truly didn't have anything against the Uchiha, even though he caused the blonde quite a headache. Approaching the bench, Naruto seated and ordered his usual miso ramen for Ayame before picking up a chopstick from the counter. He didn't bother looking at the person next to him, simply because he didn't see the need to. Sure, they were somewhat close as genins, but as they grew up, their paths diverged. After their fight a year ago, which pretty much destroyed the forest they were at the time, Naruto vanished from sight. Sasuke tried to find the blonde one more time, but stopped seeing that no one would tell him. Somehow I knew you'd be here of all places, figured I'd appear here sooner, said Sasuke, but Naruto was silent. After all, Sasuke's first sentence was just something he used to start the conversation, so he wasn't expecting a reply. Sasuke observed the blonde for a few moments and wondered what happened to him. Sasuke only knew rumors here and then, so he wasn't aware of Naruto's turn to the extreme. I wondered what happened to Naruto, though I'm afraid that he's not here anymore, right? Said Sasuke, to which the blonde just nodded and replied. If you're referring to the one you knew before, then yes, he's already gone. I wouldn't bother asking questions if I were you, though. It's not like I came here for a conversation, said Naruto, to which Sasuke smiled and nodded. I see, it's just somewhat unnerving to see you behaving like this, that's all, said Sasuke. Naruto wouldn't budge though and continued eating his noodles quietly. The blonde wondered why Sasuke of all people would want any conversation with him, but he shrugged it off, seeing that when he finished his meal, he would just leave plain and simple. Truth to his plan, Naruto finished the plate, thanked Ayame and then left before extending a somewhat polite ending to a conversation. Have a nice night, Uchiha-san, said Naruto, to which Sasuke looked at him and wondered what exactly happened now. Sasuke waited a long time to see the damn blonde and demand a new challenge, but upon seeing Naruto behaving like he didn't even met Sasuke before, it kind of frightened the Uchiha. Also, the way Naruto addressed to him as in just a member of a family proved to Sasuke that Naruto didn't bother calling him by the name, which once again unnerved him. For Naruto to change his personality so much in so little time made Sasuke wonder what happened since the time he and the blonde were apart. Instantly, the word bond appeared in Sasuke's head. Sasuke knew he could only count with one hand the number of people who formed a bond with him that was still alive. Kakashi, Naruto and Sakura were in his Jounen team, and now Aoba was his new sensei. Other than those four, no one would even bother thinking about the Uchiha. He sent Sakura away and he hasn't seen Kakashi around as well. Now Naruto was out as well, which left only his new sensei Aoba. Sasuke wasn't dumb to think Aoba would be with him had the Hokage not assigned the Uchiha under his tutelage. Being that said, Sasuke was truly lonely, not that he minded though. His path was already forged with treason and vengeance, and he didn't even bother trying to see if he could or not change it. Back to Naruto, he at first was surprised as to why Sasuke didn't behave as he always did, demanding things just because of his last name. However, Naruto couldn't care less about the Uchiha, hence the fact that he even bothered to say his name throughout the brief conversation. Naruto could be friendly with the guy, he could maybe leave the past behind and meet him once again, but the blonde wondered why he would even bother to do such a thing. Sasuke wasn't the type of person who would raise his finger to help someone, and even if he did, Naruto just didn't want to have anything with the Uchiha. Arriving at his apartment, he greeted Ace and went straight to bed, seeing that he was very tired. The next day, Naruto woke up with a knock on the door. Usually the blonde would curse the heavens for someone waking him up before time. However, seeing as he was about to wake up anyway, he went to the front door and opened. "Good morning, Naruto-kun, I was hoping you'd like some breakfast," asked Kurenai as she smiled. Naruto, however, was completely lost at the sight before him. The sun was just rising and the sun was beginning to illuminate Konoha, and a few of the sun's beams happened to be illuminating Kurenai's black hair, and her smile was just an addiction to the whole scene. Kurenai looked at the blonde, wondering what got into him to stare at her like that, however she realized the look of astonishment in his face. "You look even more beautiful than ever, Kurenai-chan. The morning sunlight just happens to enlighten you in a way that only Kami could send to his angels," said Naruto, making Kurenai look at the blonde with heart in her eyes. She knew Naruto always had his way with words, but up to now he never said something so beautiful, and Kurenai was just dumbstruck. Here she was staring at one of Konoha's deadliest shinobi, killer of S-rank shinobi, reciting poetic phrases like that. "Thanks, Naruto-kun, may I come in?" asked Kurenai, to which Naruto nodded and let the woman enter. Fixing the breakfast at his table, Kurenai remembered how much Naruto shows he loves her. When she turned to call him up, Naruto was already leaving the room with his Anbu uniform and his mask strapped on his waist. "Thanks for the breakfast, Kurenai-chan," said Naruto as he sits on the table, followed by Kurenai, who watches her boyfriend fixing a sandwich and some milk. It was strange to her that a 16-bearing 17-year-old guy could do the things he does to her. 5 years back, she wouldn't believe this could be true. Normally, a person of Naruto's age wouldn't have the maturity to handle a deep relationship as well as maintain his obligations as a shinobi. However, upon seeing the blonde managing to show his love to her as well as becoming one hell of a shinobi in Anbu, Kurenai wondered how he could do all these stuff. At the Hokage's office, Tsunade was seen doing her paperwork when a Jounen entered her office panting and begging for air. After seeing the man, Tsunade wondered what could be so important that a Jounen-level shinobi entered her office in such a state. She remembered sending him to do some scouting on a village nearby, based on some rumors of Orochimaru's activities. Now seeing the Jounen, Tsunade was prepared for the worst. "Takato, calm down and report," said Tsunade, to which said man breathed some air and slowed his heart rate. "Tsunade-sama, as per your permission, I went to a village nearby in order to investigate whether or not Orochimaru or his goons were doing some activities there. When I arrived, the village was deserted. As I walked around, I didn't find traces of any presence. However, as the sun set, I was able to feel what seemed to be a similar presence to the cursed seal of Orochimaru. When I went to investigate the source of it, it was safe to say that I was lucky to escape alive," said Takato, making Tsunade's eyes go wide at the man's last information. When Tsunade inquired the man, she saw the sweat in Takato's face and heard him. "I managed to infiltrate a hidden base that happens to be similar to the base Yamato found in Otogakur. Once inside, I heard numerous screams, begging to stop the pain and release them. When I arrived, though, I managed to see the snake himself operating on 5 individuals. However, this time was different. Orochimaru, somehow, managed to apply the cursed seal level 2 directly. Maybe, he's hoping to update the cursed seal." Suddenly, Orochimaru's second-in-command Kabuto spotted my presence, leaving me no choice but to escape and come here, said Takato, to which Tsunade nodded. Good job, Takato. Now that we managed to find another of Orochimaru's base, we can send an advance team to take out their defenses and possibly do some advanced search. Rest up for a couple of days and then present here. We'll have a new class graduating next week, so you'll be able to take on a team of Jounen that you requested to me a couple of times, said Tsunade, to which Takato nodded in appreciation and left the office. Tsunade thought for a while and screamed for Shizune to call of Anbu Team 5, to which Shizune acknowledged and sent the request to Yamato. Inside Anbu HQ. Once inside HQ, Naruto was assisting Kakashi with his elemental Rasengan. So far, Kakashi managed to improve the Raten Rasengan a little bit, but it wasn't as complete as the Rasen Shuriken yet. Once the clones were dispelled, the real Kakashi and Naruto discussed about what they could do to complete the technique. The problem wasn't the chakra control, simply because Kakashi pretty mastered this part. The problem was how much chakra needed the right time. Naruto, tell me how you do to go from the Fuuten Rasengan to the Rasen Shuriken? Asked Kakashi, to which Naruto nodded. After the Fuuten Rasengan is formed, the clone will slowly push more Fuuten chakra to the technique, thus elongating the size of the shuriken. Increasing the amount of chakra wasn't a foreign concept to Kakashi, just not very popular. In fact, he didn't know of a technique that needed an increase in chakra during the technique's performance. Looking at Naruto, Kakashi always wondered how the blonde managed to complete the Rasengan apart from the necessity of using clones. Of course, if the whole amount of chakra was used at once, the new Rasengan would become unstable, thus very difficult to control. Summoning once gained, 2 Bunshines, Kakashi told them to do as Naruto advised and the two set to it. Immediately performing the Raten Rasengan, the clones started pumping more chakra to the technique. As the electrical field surrounding the ball grew, Kakashi and Naruto's anticipation grew in response. Suddenly, bolts of electricity emerged from the spiral ball in the middle and ended a few inches from the ball from what appeared to be a wider electrical sphere. The clone wielding the technique saw a tree and decided to test it. When he slammed it, though, the results were impressive to say the least. The tree was non-existent and a gigantic field of electricity was formed in front of them, hitting pretty much anything inside the field, just like the Rasen Shuriken, except the very effect of the two techniques. While Naruto's technique shredded everything, Kakashi's technique would electrocute. So Naruto, tell me what you think of my Raten Rasen Denkai, lightning release, spiral electric field jutsu? Said Kakashi as he fell on the ground, panting for air. Naruto was amazed by the technique and he voiced it to Kakashi before helping her get up and give the last soldier pill to Kakashi. Truth be told, taking too many soldier pills would damage the body in the long term, so Kakashi only took the necessary amount so that he would recover his chakra capacity. Very amazing, Kakashi-sensei, the name is fitting as well, said Naruto, to which Kakashi smiled and was about to reply, but Hawk and Bear appeared. Hawk came to gather the rest of his team to a S-ranked mission. However, when he saw what happened to the training ground, he turned to look at Naruto and asked which technique did this. Naruto smiled and pointed to his sensei. I and Naruto managed to complete the Yondaime's technique Rasengan by adding the Raten element. The result is what you see before you, said Kakashi as he got up. Hawk and Bear looked at the destruction and sighed, seeing that they got another demolition expert on their team. Well, our team received an S-rank mission. We are to present at the Hokage's office in 15 minutes. Let's go, said Hawk before all four vanished and appeared inside the Hokage's office, thus making Shizune jump and threw all documents to the air. In Tsunade's office. After seeing the Anbu team arrive and Shizune drop all the paperwork she managed to complete in 2 days, Tsunade was pissed to say the least. However, just her angered look showed Shizune that she was in deep trouble. Therefore, in record time, the black-haired woman gathered all the documents and left the room, leaving Tsunade and the Anbu. Taking some air, the Hokage eyed the Anbu team and issued their orders. Anbu Team 5, as of this morning, one of our Jounins managed to locate a hidden base of Orochimaru, said Tsunade, before seeing all 4 of the team gulp and even a little bit of killing intent, but managed to get control. According to the Jounen, the snake has been doing experiments with the cursed seal level 2 and maybe Orochimaru is attempting to achieve a level 3. We can't let he achieve this goal. Black Wolf can attest to how powerful the level 2 can be, since he battled Uchiha Sasuke in this level. Said Tsunade as in authorizing Naruto to share his experience. Well, all of you know that the cursed seal grants the user a boost in power and speed. However, higher the level of the cursed seal, higher chance of Orochimaru reaching to the user's brain, thus corrupting the man's thinking. The cursed seal has a weakness, though. With boost in power and speed, also gains a boost of anger, thus being unstable. So, if we manage to dodge or evade the attacks, eventually he'll become furious and attack blindly, explained Naruto, to which all nodded and turned to the Hokage. Well, Hawk, this is an S-ranked mission. Your team is to find the hideout, take out as many defenses as you can and try capturing one of their experiments, try saving as much as possible before destroying the place. We cannot let him complete his experiments. In this scroll, contains the place's precise location and our Jounen's report on the place. Dismissed, said Tsunade, to which the team nodded and left towards the designated area. Once on top of the Hokage's building, the team established the strategy and then charged towards their destination.